Morning, everybody. You're watching Billabong Dawn Patrol. Day one is called on, starting at 8 o'clock local time. In just a few minutes, we'll see the women's round get started. And local Chesney Guinotte already with her jersey on. She told me yesterday she was so excited to be in the event. One of those fearless, up-and-coming surfers that just loves little sessions at Waimea. Really earned her stripes at Pipe quickly. She's going to be in that first heat of the morning, and we just got the message in. First alternate got into the mix as well. Vahine Fierro is into that first heat at the last minute. She was hoping it would all work out. We'll get to see the Tahitian play at Pipeline this morning.
She's the queen of Chopu, right? So let's see her out here, and I feel like just with that technique, this is going to be a good name to have in the draw.
That one's coming up quickly. We dove into the stakes and also the rankings on the men's side. Well, what about the women? Tight field, top 7 move on to the championship tour. As we told you, Yolanda and Tia already took 2 of those spots. So we've got 5 remaining to decide here at Pipe.
It's actually pretty exciting. Obviously, the first year we're seeing 7 women qualify. We're seeing that championship tour extend next year. Sally Fitz, she's so reliable. You think she's going to get there, but I actually quite like the looks of Nadia Aristabe. She's been really solid all year long.
That's right. So Pipe and Newcastle, 2 left. Ross, who's really popping out on screen for you?
You know, Indy's, she's number 7 right there, and she's a really good competitor. And, you know, there's such a condensed tour, the CS Tour. There's only 7 events. They're taking the top 5 out of those 7 events. We still have Newcastle after Pipeline, which is such a pivot. You know, we go from barrels back to performance, and you're seeing that in the rankings. There's a lot of, this is going to be a shake-up event. All the other 6 events are normal, floaters, airs, you know, that normal structure of getting a heat win, but Pipeline is so different. So I'm very interested to see these CS women hit the lineup out here.
Great to see that European contingent just dominating the women's qualification scenarios as we now focus on maybe the next surfer to clinch a spot. 3-time world runner-up, Sally Fitzgibbons can get herself back on the CT if she makes the final here at Pipeline.
Oh, Sal belongs on the CT. That's her breeding ground. She loves it there, and she's just so hungry for it, you know, and I think she really sets the standards for the rest of the women to drive and get that. Just like Kika and Nadia, they're going to need that drive because they have to win the event to qualify for the championship tour.
So good to see Vaselko kick off with a win at Newcastle, and she'll have the benefit of returning to Newcastle for the season finale if she needs it, and she'll almost be like a defending champ in the same season.
Yeah, it's incredible. What's in the cheese in Europe? We haven't come up with a name yet. There's a Brazilian storm. Now, this is obviously a European storm. That rankings is pretty crazy there. So I think it's our job to come up with a new name for this European storm.
Kick us off, Ross, in the brainstorming. What do you have for us?
Storm is played out. So we're going to go with, I think the food realm is where we need to sit with this. You know, cheese sounds cheesy. So it's up to you guys. What do you guys think?
No, don't palm it back off. This is yours.
That's all I got. I got cheesy. We need to improve, though.
Cheese, yeah. You know,
the cheese storm?
We got to work on this. Yeah, the cheese storm. Not going to happen.
That's not good.
Well, someone who's bringing some cheese is, Katie Simmers. She's in the draw. Remember, Barron's the giant on the men's side. We got some giants on the women's side as well. Katie telling the world that Pipes for the girls a couple of years ago, a world champ, and she's ready to take down everyone on the CS.
I think you were missing a word in that sentence there, but no, I'm kidding. No, she's so impressive out here. I mean, and I think she really blew herself away with just the level she just rose to at this event. And I think, you know, you watch her and you watch Molly and how much they push each other, especially here at Pipe. This was the changing of the guard. This exact Pipe event that we're watching all these incredible back doorways from. But Katie, yeah, I think if you want to be on tour, guess what? You're going to get a run against Katie Simmers here.
And just breaking down what she does well in heavy water waves, and I guess more specifically Pipeline. What have you seen, Ross, over the last couple of years from Simmers?
Katie has got beautiful technique. She's a tiny female Tom Curran. You know, she like you have some of these other women on tour like Molly who are a little more powerful, but what Katie brings to the arena is her technique and style. She's so stylish. But what I love about her, because I picture her at like J-Bay or lowers is where I want to watch her, but she'll take off on a late drop at Pipeline and get pitted too. So she's very versatile for someone who's known as being stylish and beautiful technique.
Looking forward to seeing Katie Simmers to see what kind of form she's in, as she'll be looking for a 2nd world title in 2026. Vahine, first alternate, now in the event, will be in the first heat of the morning. Up next on Billabong Dawn Patrol, we'll talk about the locals opening round. We'll be right back.
Oh, it's absolutely firing out there.
I'm Seth Muniz, and this is Pipeline.
My paddle out spot, there's a little channel right here. You can kind of slip straight out.
Pipeline isn't a perfect wave. It's a constant changing wave. It's like a big beach break on reef. You're constantly moving from the West Peak to over here by the back door for backdoor waves.
There's a line up. There's a little imaginary line right here.
There's other waves that are similar, but yeah, not like it, not like the big cave. Pipe, you hit that reef, you're in trouble. There's just big stumps like that are sticking out. You slime, it's like straight concrete. It's a terrifying wave. It's a life-ending wave. There's a lot going on, there's a lot of people. It's like the full battlefield out there. I think that's what keeps you alive though, is like that fear of getting hurt and dying. My whole deal is like I make sure I'm making the best decision possible, and like when I turn around for that wave, I'm going. Pipe is good, no one really cares how everywhere else is. It's all eyes on Pipe because it is the most entertaining wave in the world. Anytime someone asks me where my favorite wave is, it's Pipeline for sure.
Welcome back to Billabong Dawn Patrol. Always great to hang out with Seth Muniz. Always love watching him surf anywhere, but especially here at the Bonsai Pipeline. Remember, he finished runner-up at the Pipe event with Kelly, where Kelly won that emotional victory a couple of years back. It was absolutely bombing, and Seth is so sendy. He put on quite a show that we will never forget. He's in the draw as well. So he checks off the box for CT Top Talent. He checks the box for locals that are coming in hot here to Pipeline at the CES. And it brings up the topic of more locals. You know, we've got a round to kick off the event with 20 locals that have been picked from their QS regional standings, the top 4, but also on past pipe performances. It's a heavy round.
It's a crazy round. And, you know, you think of Sethman his brother Joshman is in that round. So much talent. And you know what? Fair enough. The pipe locals here are incredible. And I think they're going to really ruffle some feathers and soak up a lot of the points on the Challenger Series.
So when you follow the Challenger Series, you always see men's round of 80. You know, that's just constant throughout the year. However, with the locals round, top 2 advancing out of those 4-man heats, it'll be a round of 90 for this event.
And I think it's such a spouner in the mix here. You know, it's so different from other events where you're putting a structure together of how to win a heat and performance-wise. You know, but out here it's like climbing El Cap. You know, it's with no ropes. It's such a specialty out here. There's a lot of fear factor. And you look at guys like Seth and Barron, like we were talking about, and they're just even keel. It's just another day in the park here. So these wild cards, they're going to put a huge test to these CS surfers. You know, it's such a diversion from the normal tour event.
Fun to look at that draw. One heat says Jamie O'Brien, Mason Ho, Eli Olsen, and Lucas Godfrey all in the same matchup. I did not make that up. As we get things started with the first heat of the contest, round of 48, heat number 1 features Kira Pinkerton, Vahine Fierro, first alternate, got the call up for that spot. We've got Kana Nakashio and also Chesney Guinotte. We'll let Ross Williams take a break for this one. We'll be hearing from Ross throughout the remainder of the day, and we will get a quick start from the Goofy Foot that lives at Rocky Point. Chesney, getting a number on the board real quick there, Jesse.
Yeah, sick barrel. You know what? That's exactly what we want to start off with this event. We want to see someone locking in to a tube. It was a really tight little exit as well, so she really navigated that beautifully. Chesney, if you go to her Instagram, you can see she's a really talented surfer, 16 years old, but you can tell she draws a lot of inspiration from Tati and Caroline in her turns and her surfing. But now we're getting to see, you know, like we've been mentioning, this whole other side to their surfing, which is barrel riding. And Chesney, one of those local wildcards, who's kicking it off the way we thought they were going to, gets that rail engaged, tucks in, keeps that line nice and high. Bit of a dodgy exit, but I think to find a nice little cover up so early on, absolutely, you'll take that.
Chesney was just all in when she wanted to be a pro surfer, and her family was just incredibly supportive. I remember talking to her dad a long time ago when she was really young. He's like, yeah, my Sundays used to be about watching football. And then that all changed. He's like, okay, forget watching football. I'm watching Chesney surf, and just developed such a keen act at all the waves on the North Shore of Oahu. But one thing I noticed about Chesney, more than others that are in her age group, she was just so ready to charge, kind of well beyond her years. Makes sense that she'll be a threat in this event.
I think maybe more than anywhere in the world, as a dad to a surfer who's learning how to surf, I would say Hawaii is probably the hardest place to watch a kid learn how to surf. Think about, you know, Chesney, she's 16 years old, she's so talented, she would have started when she was super young. She's like, Dad, I'm going out pipe. Imagine the heart rate.
It's through the roof. Chesney's getting a look at this one. Clean, glassy on the open face, and she'll think about laying down a quiet little wrapping cutback that just lets her kick out. So if you joined us on the Billabong Dawn Patrol, you saw that it will be a building swell throughout the day. Woke up this morning with a lot of wind, and it just cleaned up really fast, didn't it?
There's nothing like a little rain squall. It's just going to clean up the swell, clean up the surf. And I think as well today, especially being one of the smaller days of the waiting period, it's going to give everyone a really nice feeler. Like we mentioned during the Dawn Patrol, a lot of these women never competed here before. So I feel like it's going to be really daunting. We're going to see a lot of women maybe trying to figure it out while they're out there, because it's not easy to get waves in the free surf. So it's all about lineups today. And I would say paddling in pretty hard. It's going to be pretty key.
Kara Pinkerton, we've seen a lot from this young lady over the years, including a big World Junior Championship title back in 2018. And Vahine Fierro now heading on the backhand. Nice low stance there, grabbing that Channel Island surfboard, and she will not get the exit Always fun to see Vahine backside in barrels because she's world famous for what she does on her front side at her home break at Teahupo. And just a nice low stance there. Always tough as a goofy, going through backdoor sections. And Vahine, first, thrilled to get called up into the event. We mentioned Kira won the World Junior title in 2018. Well, the year before, that was the year Vahine stood on top of the podium.
World Junior Championships is a big deal. You know, to be a world champion, obviously we just crowned a couple more last week. Another one's in the draw, Luana Silva. And there's a real direct correlation between winning that event and then being on that championship tour. Kira not cracking the code yet, but one step closer. You know, I feel like she surfed out here in competition before, and Ross has said it beautifully over the last couple of days. Experience is going to be so key out here, and Kira, she is not scared to charge big waves and big heavy waves too. So I feel like as this swell starts to build throughout today, Kira's going to be pretty lethal.
That World Junior was really enjoyable to watch. Once again, the heats are always so exciting. Jesse, you were there on the ground. What was the breakdown of what you got to witness?
It was, you know what, the juniors level, it was like watching a Challenger Series event, and the junior level is so high. I mean, Winter Vincent, he's CT quality, he is. I mean, he didn't go on to win. Dane, though, was just, he's just so calculated and so good. He was never losing that event.
And probably the best podium speech we've had in a while. Dane Henry just kind of checked every box, and just such a worthy World Junior champ. And you kind of expect it with Dane, that was coming in his future, but the way he handled it was just top notch.
My sister cried.
I saw that.
She cried from the speech.
Yeah,
and I was
it was
like,
beautiful.
True.
So good.
Let's rein it in. No, I'm kidding. No, he really nailed it. And I just think if you can see he really mimics himself of someone like Mick, where you're just a good person in water and on land, and just being so talented is just an extra bonus. So yeah, really cool to see Dane. And then just that full underdog story of Isla Huppets. She's going to be on the Challenger Series next year. And I just think, yeah, those two so deserving, but especially Isla, she was the standout the whole way through.
Gosh, those individual bangers she was doing on those closeout sections, I kept rewinding them as we pull in with Kira, but we go down on what first appeared like would be an easy make for Pinkerton. But you see how the priority rotation is changing, so these wipeouts do mean a lot. You'll have to try to fish around the lineup and create space if you need a score without priority. As Kira makes her way back out. She's accomplished a lot. We mentioned the World Junior title. We mentioned what she's done for the USA squad as far as the Olympic Games when she won the ISA with a late call-up at Huntington Beach, which opened up the opportunity for Katie Simmers to get on the Olympic team. And that was last minute, and it kind of feels like that works for her. I think even when she won her World Junior title, I remember her saying like she didn't even know what to make of that opportunity until she got on a roll and won it. You know, it was almost like that kind of not too much pressure on herself, not thinking about it too much, always brings out her strengths as we look at this attempt.
Oh, this was so good. It was really on its way. Great wave selection. It was a really clean barrel here. You can see she tucks in. She's got so much experience. But then just standing a little too tall through that exit, looked like she had her chin down, couldn't keep that eye line up as she was coming out of the barrel. But if you go to her Instagram, she's got a crazy highlight reel from big Indo tubes. But yeah, Kira, you know, like any athlete, it's so easy to get caught in your head and just let those mind games kind of win. And sometimes you can be your own worst enemy in any type of competitive sport. But I feel like Kira, as she's got older, she's really learned how to rein that in, quiet those voices, obviously working with Brad Gerlach and Wave Key as well. And I think having someone like him in your corner, especially when you're coming to a wave like Pipeline, it's really game-changing considering just the amount of history that man has.
Gosh, and just the people that benefit from Ger's mind. He is such a creative, you know, as just a human, a talented musician, the way he sees things, but also almost won a world title, you know, sitting in that #2 spot, winning major events, had that kind of rock star type profile, but just so good at technique and actually making people like 50 times better. It's really impressive as we see a nice drop into a glassy section. Kana Nakashio a little bit out front, representing Sendai, Japan. Nakashiro, speaking of World Junior Championship moments. She's a part of one of the major highlights the previous season when it was a buzzer beater scenario for the Big Cup. She was just beat out by Luana Silva in the Philippines.
You know, and that was a really big moment for her to make her name because Kana, she'd had a couple of really nice event wins. As we take back a look at this, you can just see a bit too wide. Positioning is going to be really crucial out there today, just to be making sure you're taking off deeper than the peak, because with the amount of energy that's at pipeline and backdoor, it's really hard to slow down. Only the best of the best can do it. So positioning is going to be really key for our women out there today. But yeah, she got second in the World Juniors last year, and I'm going to go as far to say probably the standout surfer of the event. She was just so incredible, and I think everyone was like, wow, where did this chick come from? But when you go back to the Asia QS series, she'd won multiple events in co-sanctioned between Oz and Asia. Took out a pro junior Nias in this crazy barreling right-hander. Like, she's really well versatile, and she's actually grown into be this awesome media presence as well.
It's hard to pick up a lot of wins, no matter what level. If you're one of the best pro juniors in the world, you're competing against your peers that are considered the best as well. And I think Kana's done well to pick up those major victories along the way. And I think taking a lot of confidence from pushing a championship tour surfer to the limits in that final in the Philippines. Luana Silva has already had reps on the CT before that World Junior title. And Kana got to be like, wow, I almost won. You know, It was that close of a final. All these finals we talk about, you can watch them. They're on worldsurfleague.com. Even the one recently that Jesse Starling got to call in the Philippines that had that impressive performance from Dane Henry. You guys can go on worldsurfleague.com, click on those events, rewatch them live. You can even try to hide the scores and watch it in what feels like real time to go back to those big moments, because 2026 is already off and running.
Oh.
We talked about how you're busy, but then Newcastle's coming up right before the CT takes off in April.
Yeah, there's so much going on, and even last week as well in the Philippines, we sent 4 new surfers to the World Longboard Tour. So we got to see the first of its kind in international LQS, and it had never been done before, having 25 countries come together, all compete against each other. So we already know that the World Longboard Tour is expanding. Ben Skinner got the win there. He's back on the CT. And then, we go to Nui, and then we're going to Rags. And it's just like, it's all systems go. But you know what? I think the surfing world missed it. We had our couple months off. It was nice, Chrissy, New Year's. But let's get back into it. And we've done that.
Let's go. Chesney Guinotte started with a 4.17. That was immediately when the horn went off. That was the opening ride of this matchup. Scored on your top 2 waves, so she's looking for a backup. Kira fell on her opportunity on her forehand, 1.5. Vahine got clamped on into a closeout section going backside. And the Queen of Pipeline looks on. Moana Jones-Wong winning this event alongside Kelly in one of the dreamiest contests we've ever had in surfing history. And taking her eyes on her favorite lineup on the planet to see how she's going to break this one down. Stellar run this year as well throughout the regionals, competing really well. Moana, just a giant name when it comes to Pipeline.
Imagine being called the Queen of Pipeline. That would be my Instagram bio. Queen of Pipeline. I mean, she just does so many reps out there, and the fact that she's won out here on multiple different levels, CT, QS, Vans Pipe Master, it's really impressive to see Moana just dedicate herself to one of the scariest waves in the world and conquer it. She's got incredible footage out here.
You're going to see her very quickly. She's in heat 3 this morning. We're still in heat number 1, but Moana will be dealing with Keala Tomoto Bannard, Sol Aguirre, and also Arena Rodriguez Vargas. 2 Peruvians, 2 surfers representing Hawaii in heat 3 this morning. Top 2 format moving on into the next round. All heats here at Pipeline for the Challenger Series. We'll have 4 surfers in the water, so that is a different feel than the previous Challenger Series they've competed in this year.
Joe, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Love that.
How likely do you think, like, as a percentage-wise, do you think we're going to see some of these local wildcards go all the way to the final?
Gosh, especially at Pipeline, I think it's, almost 90%, just knowing this wave so well. As we see Kira Pinkerton get clamped trying to make the exit there. It's a great question because this wave is just so different. And in my opinion, it doesn't have to be enormous. I think it does help locals even more when it's really scary because they've been out there, they've been there, done that. But even smaller days, knowing what works, knowing how to leave, you know, the lineup a bit and chase down scores, seeing things that others don't, you know, that's, gosh, the wild cards are just traditionally so deadly at this event. They've won the entire event before, they've taken over, they've upset the title race, year in and year out, and I'm expecting the same thing at this Challenger Series as we watch Kira again.
Yeah, Kira, she's doing so well, but just getting these exits, unfortunately, that one clamping on her again. You can see she's keeping her eye line really down, which is kind of being her worst enemy here. She needs to lift that eye line, look to the beach if she's going to try and escape out early on those ones, but she's showing that she's got the talent to, wow, get some deep barrels out there.
Like running left right there for Chesney. You can see the board pop up first, incomplete on the attempt to get rid of the 1.0. And she'll head back to work and put herself into position. Really nice family. One time I got caught in a rain squall at Rocky Point. I had too many tents up, thought we were spending the day. Everyone bailed. I was the last one on the beach. Chesney's dad, through the rain, to the rescue.
Stop.
Saved me. Yeah, I wouldn't be here today.
That's so kind.
What a legend.
I wouldn't be here.
Yeah, no, it was really great family. Fun to see Chesney in this position as she's working her way back out, holding her lead, 4.17 and a 1.0. Chesney also dressed up as Rosie Hodge for Halloween once.
Don't.
Yeah.
I'm dressing up as Joe Tapel this time.
14:40 to go in the first heat of the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Big heats to come right after this. Anat Lelior winding up. The Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, and by Billabong, official presenting partner of the Lexus Pipe Challenger. Full morning at Pipeline. Thanks for being with us. We're still in heat number 1 of the entire contest. It's the round of 48. 4 surfers in the lineup. Top 2 move on into the round of 32. And we got our text from one of the nicest guys that works for the He's planning on a lot today, potentially even seeing the women out there for round of 32. That means if we do get that far, we'd see greats like Molly Picklum. Gosh, watching Molly surf is one of our favorite things to do. The reigning world champ, just like Katie, committing to this event once again. Pipe's given Molly a lot in her career, and I hope we get a chance to see her surf today.
You know what's wild is that when Molly and I grew up, barrels just weren't in the game for us. So we're like, yeah, no worries, we'll just do some big finners. And then Molly came over and just absolutely annihilated Pipeline. So we're going to see her do it again. Vahine trying to lock in that backside barrel riding stance. Fortunately, that lip getting the better of her here. She's choosing really nice waves. Obviously, they're giving some nice open barrels towards the end. You can see she's got her lineups down pat. She looks really comfortable in these gnarlier waves here. But then we talk about this local wildcard story, Chesney. She's going to go out pipe, starts to hold her line there, but again, just a little bit too tall and drawing that line a little bit too low down the wave. So that lip clamping on her as well. But that 4.17, it's really helping her out right now. It's the only real score of consequence in this heat. And it was for a really small barrel right off the start. So I think that's going to be a pretty key moment today is trying to win this heat in the first 5 minutes.
So Kana Nakashio, the surfer from Japan with priority, just had one look so far in this heat. And now she's playing the patience game. 2.16 she knows isn't much of a score, as she will look to get that to move herself into the top 2. Vahine in the 3rd spot at the moment. First alternate, so got in when Macy Callahan withdrew from the contest. So Vahine still looking for a 1.53, still close. Kira hanging on to advancement with a couple of scores in the incomplete range, which sometimes factors in at pipe and backdoor, where near makes sometimes end up being your keeper, oftentimes your low score to get through some close heats.
It's especially at a wave like this, it's tricky, and this is kind of what we talk back to about having a score right at the start. This is going to be a really scary place to compete at for a lot of these competitors, except for really the locals who have that experience out here. So getting a wave right at the start with a score, even in that 3 or 4 range, it's going to take so much pressure off, because then you're not sitting there for the next 30 minutes thinking, oh my gosh, I need to get another wave, I need to find a score, I'm going to have to pull in again, is this where I'm supposed to be sitting? It's going to be an event where if everyone can just tame those thoughts. But when you think about a 2.16, you can go out there and turn, but a lot of these women, they want to prove themselves, and it's pipeline. They want to get barreled.
100%, and that's what the judges are looking for, and a series of other things. We like breaking down the scoring criteria for this event. Barrel riding is always going to be the primary scoring element, with emphasis adjusted according to the conditions on the day. All the components are fun to break down. You want to see your commitment, degree of difficulty. For barrel riding, they look at your takeoff. Are you positioning yourself really deep? The duration you have inside the pit, and also the exit. You know, how clean that exit is. If you are getting clamped and not making it, that's obviously going to affect your score. Looking at maneuvers, you'll see progression, innovation, commitment, and flow. If it comes down to scoring performance turns on the face, which comes into play quite often here at Pipe.
Yeah, it's unpredictable, this wave. You know, Seth, you heard him say it with Seth Mendes, this is pipeline. You know, it's constantly changing. You're constantly paddling up the reef. Maybe you're going to go a backdoor wave. Maybe you're going to go right down to off the wall, or then pipe's good. You're always shifting and moving. And I feel like if you do have to come down to it and rely on turns, we've obviously seen every single one of these competitors, really incredible surfers. They're not going to be here if not, but I feel like it's such a moment to really assert yourself and in a way earn respect out here too, because Pipeline and Hawaii in general, people come here and spend months here to earn that respect, to start getting these waves. And I know Kana herself, she's been here a lot over the years, so this is a big moment for her to really try and put that into play right now.
Kana Nakashio still with priority, 7:55 on the clock. 48 women to kick off the CS format. 7 qualify for the championship tour. That's the top 7 that'll finalize after Newcastle, which is right after this, before the CT starts. So you think about the rookies that do qualify, they're trying to organize their thoughts and plans while they'll be competing in Australia, because they might be going straight to Bells after Nui finishes.
You know what? I was chatting to a couple of surfers about this yesterday, and I was like, if you qualify here, are you going to go to Bells? I mean, are you going to go to Nui, or do you go straight to Bells? And they were like, no, ranking is so important.
Such a good call. Chesney on the backhand going to turns. Smart move there to mix it up. She's been chasing something on the left. She was solid with her 4.17, but switch gears. Throw down some backside turns to improve on her lead out front. A lot of wisdom from this young lady at 16 years of age, putting so much time in. And Kira goes up and out. Really fun family surfing story. Her dad, Jim, competed for many years, and she had a really good balance of travel at a young age. San Clemente, everyone knows lower trestles, all the beach breaks, you know, pretty close striking distance down to Baja California as well, but she also came to Hawaii pretty often, specifically the island of Kauai, throughout her upbringing, and got to surf some Hawaiian power. So she was really well versed in a variety of waves when it came to taking on the world.
Yeah, I remember growing up and actually doing sessions with Stace, and you know, you're at home, you're surfing D-bar, you're surfing snapper, and you're there, and there's all the best in the world. But Stace would always say you need to look to the American girls because they're doing it right. They're going over to Hawaii. They're spending lots of time there. Even, you know, the likes of Alyssa Spencer, she goes down to Mexico a lot just to practice that bow riding technique. So when she comes to pipe and finally gets an opportunity in those free surfs, lock in, get tubed, you know. So Kira, a lot of these American women, they've spent a lot of time here from a really young age. And I think as well, that really does go to translate to Kira being really comfortable in charging big, heavy reef breaks.
She put everyone on notice when she got that crazy one of bank vaults in the Mentawais a few years back now. But when you still watch that clip, it's aged well. You know, you sometimes reference barrels from, you know, years gone by, and you're like, oh wait, I thought it was bigger. You know, for Kira's wave, it's still one of the raddest approaches you've seen. And she pulls in, and that wave at that size is so gnarly, and it gets so treacherous on the end section as we look at Vahine find a wave to kind of mix it up with some maneuvers. Vahine's been hunting down something on her backhand, so now switching gears to turns on that inside left and only chasing a 1.53. And Jesse, when you think about Chesney going right, and she got a 1.7 to turns, you know, Vahine might be looking for a change into the top two now.
But smart. This is where we see that CT caliber come in. Obviously, the judges, they're going to prioritize the barrels. We're going to see them get scored a lot better. But when you're needing a 1.53 and you have the surfing talent of Vahine, okay, let's just go to turns, get the score, get myself in that top two position. You can see she paddled really hard into this, and just the graceful style of Vahine. It's so easy to watch. And I feel like, yeah, I know she wants to be getting barreled out here and doing more, but it is really smart at this point in the heat.
Nice forehand connection there for Kana Nakashio, and putting together a little closeout hack for Kana. She was barrel hunting for a while, decided to get in the game with a nice frontside turn on a closeout section. And since we've been breaking down turns from Chesney to Vahine, she clearly got the biggest section out of the mix.
Yeah, definitely. There was a lot of water coming back towards her here. So waited a long time for this wave too. Kana just with that really textbook, gorgeous low bottom turn, and then connecting beautifully with that oncoming section back towards her as well. She really lays over that rail through her bottom turns. You can see a paddle, and Chesney.
Under the hood makes it. Well-read wave there for not a ton of opportunity, and Chesney showing off that local knowledge. Guinotte looking to get rid of the 1.7. Bottom drops out. Controlling it is Kira Pinkerton. Slamming on the brakes for the vision, and she will get detonated by the lip. But a bigger wave that gets us excited. The drop was not easy, did that well, and got a piece of the pit before going down.
If she has made all of her barrels, if she had have made them, she would be convincingly in the lead. They've been really nice tubes, especially those first two. She was really deep in them, but just coming low on those lines there, unfortunately, for Kira.
Nice wall for Vahine, and she'll put it right where she's supposed to in the pocket. Second turn, harder on the lip. Two beautiful backside snaps from the championship tour athlete. Wild card, Chesney up and out on the left. Things getting exciting with 2:40 to go. Every surfer waiting for scores. Kana Nakashio, remember, forehand hack on that oncoming section. Kira, one of the bigger waves we've had in this matchup, as she's got to get off her board and go under a lot of whitewater.
It's never a nice feeling, is it? When you're seeing a set coming your way, oh no, oh no. Yeah, but Kira, you know, I just really feel like she's shown that she has the class to get really deep barrels out here, and she's committed to them as well. She's trying to slow down, she's trying to get nice and deep, and that takeoff was serious, you know, so the judges, that got us on our feet. It would have got them on their feet as well, but unfortunately just not linking that one all the way through. So it's just another small score there for Kira, but I feel like obviously you want the fairy tale ending for all of them, but I feel like if Kira can get one more opportunity and just change her line ever so slightly, she'll definitely be getting back into that top 2. Nice little cover up there for Chesney. She surfed a really smart heat. She just looks like she's having fun, but this bigger looking wave, solid drop, keeps those fins engaged, now starts to lay on that inside rail, and you can see just that lip, that would have hurt actually coming back towards her there, unfortunately for Kira. So I was really hopeful, felt like she was going to make it out, and then unfortunately backdoor just got the better of her.
Things have been changing so quickly. We remember that right Vahine got a while ago. That was enough to take second. Then she dropped to third when Kana's 3.0 came in, and then Vahine went right back into second with her 3.5 on this beautiful 2-turn combo.
Yeah, Vahine, again, super smart. If you have to go to turns out here in the dying stages, fair enough, do it. That first turn, kind of a weird connection, but that was really nice. You can just, I love Vahine's backhand. It's so graceful. It's so beautiful to watch. So Vahine, 3.5, 2 solid turns that she can rely on no matter where she is in the world. And with 40 seconds to go, both of the women, you know, you look at Kana getting a 3, needs to find that again, and a 3.6 for Kira has to be 2 big turns as well. So yeah, it feels like Vahine, she's just playing it really smart at this point.
Came in as first alternate. You know, as a CT surfer and a high seed, you'd wonder, oh, how come she wasn't straight in? I was talking to her the other day, and she's like, oh, yeah, well, there is a deadline to tell people you're going to do it.
Yeah.
And I think she missed that. So
Yeah.
she's like, okay, well, I do want to be there. And she got on the alternate list, and with Macy Callahan withdrawing this morning, she was ready to go. Grabbed the blue jersey, and she's making the most of it. In second, as we count this one down, Chesney Guinotte, the local here on the North Shore of Oahu, doing a great job to get that 4.17 early, but Kana wants one more wave, only needs a 2.58. Couple of backside turns. This one still giving her some room on the inside. She's got to finish on her feet, attacking it over the whitewater section. And the judges will hold and make a comparison to see if the surfer from Japan did enough to take out Vahine from the second spot. Pinkerton also standing by for her last score.
You could see on Kana's face there, I know Kana, she has such high expectations for herself. She looks really frustrated that she didn't find any coverage in that heat there, but yeah, it looks like the score, it's not gonna be enough, and you can see Kana, she's really deflated by that right now.
Kana coming in, waiting for the outcome. That scores in at a 2.13, stays in third, as we'll see what happened for the last of Kira Pinkerton. She's chasing at least a 3.6.
Kira loves, we said it, loves a last minute hammer. She's not scared of a little pressure right at the end. Oh, bit of energy towards the wave there at the end there, but I think Kira, this is a solid looking turn here. Goes up, she's got so much power, really lays into it, but you can tell she was not super happy with that one there.
You know, you look at Kira, she's ready to get barreled. She's ready to lay down some of the biggest power turns she can. I mean, she's capable of huge hooks. Like, we saw her on the CT this past season, going blow for blow with the best in the world. So that's just all this energy for Kira, knowing that she has so much to show in this event. Chasing a 3.6 and leaving it down to one turn.
Yeah, it's the best turn of the heat. Absolutely. I mean, if you think about Kana's connection on the end, she got a check turn in before it got her a 3. That was a really nice connection there. Solid looking section. You can see Vahine kind of patiently waiting. If you're Kira, there's a glimmer of hope there. A 3.6. Obviously, she was frustrated, didn't want to have to rely on turns at pipe. But I just think if she had changed her line ever so slightly, come out maybe a little bit higher, especially on that first barrel, she would have had a pretty solid score in her lineup and wouldn't have to rely on that. But 3.6, yeah, it could maybe go there. It's so hard to know what turns out here.
Still waiting for the last of Kira Pinkerton. We will see what happens with that final score. We'll give you the official outcome in a moment as judges talk it over upstairs. More to come here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. The round of 48 continues. You're watching the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. It's a gorgeous morning here on the North Shore of Oahu. This is the Bonsai Pipeline, and this is heat number 2 of the round of 48. Anat Lelior, Leilani McGonigal, Jolly Stokes, and Willow Hardy looking for a top 2 spot to move on into the next round. And just to get you caught up, last score for Kira Pinkerton, not enough. Eliminated in 4th. And also eliminated in that last heat, Kana Nakashio. Probably the toughest sting that we had in that heat was for Kira Pinkerton, losing in the first round at world number 10 on the Challenger Series. She's gonna have to go all in at Newcastle as we start off with a little speed line from a surfer from West Australia, Willow Hardy, going for a big connection at the end.
Look how much speed she had through this bit. This is what we're talking about. It's really hard to slow down out there. Love the fact that she went for that end section turn, but yeah, it was unfortunately same thing with Charlie. Just that wave, you got to meet it with energy, because if not, it's going to gobble you up basically.
The other day we were talking about really great pro surfer names like Oscar Berry. It almost feels like they just had a meeting with managers and like, this will be your pro surfer name. And just so marketable, right? And everything. And Jolly Stokes has to be up there too.
Absolutely. You know what? The whole family has great names. Older brothers, Taj and Zeb Stokes. Lainey Stokes, little sister. They're very, very talented surfing family from the sunny coast. Little different to Pipeline, sunny coast.
Oh, how about that?
Wow.
Backside vertical crack on the end section for Israel's Anat Lelior. The Olympian knows how to light up one major section, matching the power on her backhand. A good way to kick things off with her opening score.
Yeah, Goofy Footers get excited because there's 4 left-loving surfers in this heat, all of them with the chance to go frontside at Pipeline, which I think can actually be a little bit of an edge out there. You can just read it a little bit better, but all of them opting to go to backdoor, and Nat with a serious turn. She was going to this type of surfing over in Portugal and just bottom turn, crack in the lip there. Really solid section as well, and she just, like we mentioned, used that speed to project out of that section there. So Anat, yeah, picking up right where she left off. Charlie tried to do it as well, but you could see on her heels a little bit too much as she was coming out of that turn. So she, you know what, charging though, good on her, throwing herself over the falls. And then Lele going left here from one of the longest lefts in the world, Pavones. She's gone to turns to kick this heat off as well. So Anat with a pretty solid score, the best we've seen for turn surfing so far this morning. But obviously the goal is we want to see all 4 of these women in the tube.
Great to see Leilani coming from an awesome surfing family as we look at a nice late takeoff from Jolly Stokes. Throws the fading cut back in the pocket. Nice off the bottom, snap. Her third maneuver is a nice clean off the top. Puts it together again for a 4th maneuver, that frontside cutty on a long running left to get her 2nd scoring ride here in heat number 2. Still plenty of time to go. First score came in for Anat at a 4.83. Let's now catch up with Chesney Guinotte with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Chesney, congratulations. First heat win of the event, and you were the very first heat of the event, too. First thing I noticed, quick start right there. How comfortable did you feel being a North Shore local, Chesney?
I mean, I'm definitely super stoked to kind of have the advantage of being able to be out there all the time. But yeah, I was just kind of, I seen that one coming, and I was definitely super stoked to be able to get that, like in the first few like minute of the heat. Definitely made me feel a little more comfortable. But yeah, I'm so stoked.
What's it like having the chance to not only compete at home, compete at the Bonsai right here?
I mean, I just want to say thank you so much to like the WSL and everyone for letting me be in this contest and giving me this opportunity. I'm so beyond stoked just to be out at Pipe and get time out there, and hopefully within the next few heats get some good waves and maybe get a super good Pipe wave.
All right, last thing, what did Dave Riddle tell you right before you paddled out?
We were mainly talking about my boards, but Uncle Dave's the best coach out there, and he's more stoked than I am sometimes. So just telling me to, you know, keep my composure and hunt for a barrel if I see one, and I got one.
Congrats, Chesney.
Thank you so much.
Joe?
Good man, Mitch. I love that you brought up Dave Riddle, Mitchell. Wow, what a legend around these parts. A guy that doesn't age. He's timeless. His wealth of knowledge is incredible. It's an inspiration, I think, to everybody on how to stay the forever Grom and stoked on life and surfing, and he always is here at Pipe, giving back to the next generation. Good man, Dave Riddle, working with Chesney. Chesney picking up a nice win, and how cool is she?
I know. She's got such a nice energy about her, and you can see she was just stoked. And I think as well for a lot of the locals here who maybe are young and don't have that worldly competitive experience, this is a big deal. Oh, and Nat unfortunately didn't commit to that takeoff there, but yeah, I just think Chesney, she realizes that this is a great opportunity to showcase her talent at that pipe, and I think she's definitely going to be pretty interesting in those later rounds.
So top two move on to another seeded round of 32. That features big names like Molly Picklum, Yolanda Hopkins, Isabella Nichols, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, Luana Silva, Gabby Bryan, Aaron Brooks, Katie Simmers. So, you know, on the Billabong Dawn Patrol, we only have so much time. You know, obviously you're going to focus on world champs, but when you got the majority of the heavyweights of the CT here to compete, I mean, they're here to take those points from the CS competitors.
There's nothing like watching Gabby Bryan lay into a carve after a barrel at backdoor, and I got to see that with my own eyes down the beach yesterday. I could have cried. It was so beautiful. I was like, wow. So I think seeing those CT ladies out there and seeing what they've been able to work on, this is the first we're really seeing them in months, you know, so there's been a lot of time to get better at surfing, and we're finally going to see that, get to put that in action here. This was Willow from WA, not scared of a couple big waves over there, a lot of power in the ocean too. I just feel like, yeah, these lefts are nice and they're great looking carves, similar to what we saw with Jarley's. It ticks the flow aspect, but I think when you have someone like Anat who is already showcased and she's not scared to put her board in a really gnarly part of a backdoor wave and just give it her all, I think you're going to need more than carves.
Yeah, putting it all together is a big one. As you look at Anat Lelior, 4.83 on her start. That was that big connection on the closeout, and then fell on the takeoff on her second ride, but still enough to be out in front. When you think about keepers, and the scale's always set for the day and the conditions, Surfline telling us this should build throughout the day. But right now, 4 in that 4 range was a keeper to take the win in the last heat. We'll see if that remains the same.
Yeah, I feel like it will be at this point, but then when you start to look at even that next heat, Moana Jones-Wong, you're going to see those 4s really start to creep out of the scale. This is a really interesting heat, though, in terms of points and the season. When you look at the rankings, Anat and Leilani, they're sitting at 17th and 18th, but they both, if they both make this heat, they drop their lowest score. So you keep your 5 best results for the Challenger Series. That's what goes towards your qualification, and they both easily can climb up the rankings, especially, I know it's like put a knife and twist it, but especially when 10th place just got knocked out.
Big point there. Kara Pinkerton out in the first heat, world number 10 on the CS, just 3 spots out of that qualification line. Ray Shido, beach marshal for several years here in Hawaii, handing the jersey off to the Queen of Pipeline. Moana Jones-Wong coming up next. And even if you know all the rules on the updates and what's happening, it's just nice to hear Ray just talk to you, give you a little breakdown. You can ask him a million questions before your heat starts, as we see rapid fire surfing on the backhand of Anat Lelior. 0.1's gone, and she just strengthened her lead.
Yeah, do it. You know, this is what we saw Vahine doing that last heat. Obviously, just kept building as she went on. Again, she's obviously really committed from the takeoff, and I think that paddling, the speed you can get from that, it's going to make or break a wave. We saw her go over the falls twice being not committed. So just to even get a wave, feel it out, do 2 nice turns after being knocked pretty hard. 2 waves back to back. This is also just a confidence moment here for Anat, but you can just see how hard she pushes off that back foot when she's transitioning through the turn and the water that displaces from it. So Anat, yeah, like you mentioned, on point there. She betters again. It's a 2.7 though, so I really appreciate that the judges keeping the scale pretty low for turns out there. They're going to push the ladies to dig a little deeper and push a little harder so that they can get in the barrel.
Anat leading things. Willow Hardy, we've seen a lot from Willow over the years, especially through the trials and the main event at Margaret River. You know, main break or home break, but all of West Oz, one of the biggest coastlines in the world when it comes to scoring world-class waves. And I think for the West Aussies, they've always felt a little bit more comfortable coming here to Hawaii over the years. That story, you know, going back to Ian Cairns with how comfortable he was at Sunset, as we see quick over the falls. But that transition's usually fairly smooth. Anat once again going up and down.
It's just that paddle power in having that commitment, that speed, because if you don't have speed, your board's not going to engage and you can start to see it really slide down the face. And unfortunately, you need to be really, especially if you're going front side, over that front foot, but not too much where the tail's not engaged and then locking in on your toe side rail straight away. And you can see that paddle in, that speed right from the start. You watch the best of the best do it. They are hunting to get into the waves out here. Seth talked about it in his segment as well. So, and that, not learning from those 3 mistakes here. She really needs to put that into play. But you know what? She can come up and say, well, it shouldn't get any worse than that. So
Jolly Stokes sliding up a glassy one, and she will send that first turn into the lip, but loses control. And the score won't be much for the effort. Leilani, the Costa Rican, puts that first turn off the top, gets a completion. Second turn down the line, looks nice and clean as well. Her 4th wave ridden so far, and she's improving on her second score of a .43. So Leilani just needing a 1.34. Jolly just needed a .9, but she fell. So still incredibly close for the top 2 spots.
wow, this is a solid wave.
Opportunity for Willow Hardy. She's on the right, on the left. Anat from Israel laying down a nice cutty into the pocket. But that foam will make that turn incomplete on the split peak.
Love the split peak, first of all. Second of all, love the fact that both of these ladies, especially Anat, she was stalling so hard to try and get into the barrel. First time we've seen anyone do that in this heat so far. So you can see Anat, she's just kind of locked in. She's switched into gear now. Okay, I need to get barrels. She's frustrated, paddling back out. Willow, unfortunately, looked like she got pretty detonated on that section. She had maybe the best wipeout of the Mark CT. It was
my goodness.
crazy to watch, but it just shows that she's got guts, you know?
That is like an image you'll never forget.
No.
A sequence when you see young Willow Hardy come out of the trials in the main event. Main break is just maxing. And of course, the 18-year-old is on her home break with all of her friends and family, and she's going to go for everything. How's this bomb from last year?
Don't. It doesn't get any better when you rewatch it, is it? That wave was huge, and Willow, good on her. I mean, that was a massive wave. She was out there to prove a point. It's her break. She's not scared. But looked down the line and went, it's eject time. Over the front foot, but didn't quite get the dive down. You can see she bounced on the wave face, and then that white wall avalanche of foam came down towards her, smiling afterwards.
Of course.
I would be bawling my eyes out, like bawling my eyes out.
Oh, if she wasn't already a hero on that coastline, it just expanded through the roof globally. We've been just tracking Willow Hardy every day since on her road to try to qualify for the championship tour. She's got charging in her blood. Another one of those great surfing families. Now it's Willow's turn to take on the world. One thing she's got is being really brave, as you can see. You know, that didn't slow her down. It only sped her up, if anything.
Pretty interesting. So Willow actually had a bit of a rough start to the Challenger season. She was surfing really great. Newcastle was pumping the first stop. We had incredible waves, big barrels, big turns, and Willow unfortunately got knocked, and as you do, which we call back home once you get knocked out of a heat, we call it a depression session down the beach. You go and you just need to surf, shake it off kind of thing. But meanwhile, it's absolutely pumping. Willow goes down, pulls in, gets one of the barrels of her life, but comes out and gets weirdly clamped right at the end, syndesmosis in her ankle. Missed the next 2 or 3 events after that, but she came back in a pretty solid way. I actually think she's surfing better now than she was after doing heaps of training. She got a lot stronger, but yeah, sometimes, you know, when it rains, it pours.
Yeah, good call. And then it's how you pick yourself back up, right? And those common stories we have in surfing where an injury actually makes you better. It's hard to understand when you're going through it, but you see it so many times in surfing history. 12:40 to go in this one. Anat Lelior from Israel leading this one. And Leilani, the Costa Rican, sitting at number 2. Coach Matt Myers getting excited for these next few heats of the morning. We'll be right back. So good being here at Pipeline. Always amazing just to be in the Hawaiian Islands, here on the north shore of Oahu, and at the most storied, respected wave on the calendar for not just the CT, but also happy to have this as the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. And fun to see, just hear about this place through fresh eyes, like, you know, Jessie Starling. Just enjoying all the great things about culture, about life. You're just talking about how green everything is. It's magic, isn't it?
It's so beautiful. Like when I was driving here, I'd been traveling for a while and I was so delusional, but then when you just look around you and you're like, oh my gosh, this place is stunning. The mountains that you can look at, how gorgeous the coastline is, just everything is just beautiful to look at. And you're like, sun is on, sun is off everywhere you go, just so you can see and take it all in. I really love Hawaii. And it's just really, it's a really nice energy here too.
Yeah, just learning new words, listening to new songs. You could find a lot of great local songs on the radio. I always recommend guys like Gabby Pahinui. It's
Okay.
really fun, just local style music, slack key guitar, just makes you feel good from the inside out. As you look at our whole setup here, got the 7 judges on board. You got the priority screen getting called out. The Apple Watches in tow for the surfers to know who's got position and what they need to advance. And looking down this stretch from pipe to back door, down to off the wall and rock pile and beyond to log cabins. Keiki Beach down the way there. It's a beautiful, beautiful morning. That started off with a bit more wind. It laid down quickly. And Billy Kemper doing a lot of great things here locally, and recently getting the call up to help with all the big calls throughout the regionals. Did a stellar job there as expected, and worked with Brian Robbins this morning for a great call to get this thing started. We've seen Chesney Guinotte and Vahine Fierro advance. Now just the second heat of the morning. Grabbing the rail and dropping down to the bottom was Jolly Stokes. Incomplete there, she'll stay in 4th. Willow with priority in 3rd now, with Leilani bumping up to the 2nd spot. Here's Leilani now controlling the takeoff now into a little wrapping cutback. Gets out in front for the fade in the pocket. Finding the lip line there, nice draw and nice variety to change things up to protect that 2nd position. And now Willow Hardy backing it up with an inside carve. So a couple of goofy foots mixing it up on the left and the right. Willow fighting for Leilani's spot in 2nd.
I totally love the approach of all the women. I love that the turns and the surfing that we're seeing really can just, they're demonstrating what they've done all year, but I can't help but feel a little bit sad that we haven't seen any solid barrels yet. You know, and I feel like obviously it's pipe, it's super scary. I can't talk, the wave scares the living daylights out of me as well. So I totally get it, but I think when you know that you're coming here for so long, you need to be trying to get in the barrel at least 3 or 4 times in a heat. You know, if it's your first time here and it is scary, I totally take that into play. But unfortunately, well, fortunately, if you make the world tour, guess what? There's scarier waves as well. You know, we think of Chopu, you come back here to potentially win a world title. I feel like something that really separates the Challenger Series to the CT surfers is the girls who are willing to have a dig, throw themselves over the falls. Exactly what Molly and Katie did to get themselves into world titles eventually too.
Stokes goes down again, falling on her 6th wave now ridden. Her keepers were her start, her first 2 rides, her best at 2:10. Is trying to stay active. And yeah, Jessie, it's interesting on this slow build to the swell that we're expecting to get bigger throughout the morning and the afternoon. It's sometimes you have to make those decisions. Do I need a score to turns? You know, am I not going to be able to get an opportunity in the barrel and make those adjustments at this size? There's some days that are just so clear cut because it's bombing. It's just going to be a tube ride fest. And at the moment, I think you've got to be really aware of the barrels that happen. You know, we'd mentioned Kira in the last heat. You know, she was on the hunt, even picked some sizable ones, but just getting clamped at the end. Those near makes really costed her, where if she's making those, she's winning that heat all day long. It's just a game of inches sometimes.
Oh, I get it. Like all of these competitors, they're being so smart. Like Anat doing exactly what she needs to do. Leilani doing exactly what she needs to do. We might see a barrel here.
That's the barrel that Jessie was waiting for. Anat Lelior, beautiful read, nice exit. And after a couple falls, getting stuck on the takeoff, she was able to get in, get a nice position to get blown out of the pit. The judges are going to eat that up.
That felt like when your coffee starts to kick in and your day just starts to get better. That was really awesome. And Nat, thank you. Right on cue. This was great. Had that speed going in, learned from it, got into the barrel, really nice clean exit. Obviously the judges, they're going to note her board slightly out, but I think great technique, great speed management through the barrel as well. She didn't fly past it. She got to tuck in, get a nice amount of coverage, and she's going to be adding to her total right away. I loved it.
I'm always impressed with playing that game, especially backside, when you know you don't have a lot of time to pull it off, when you know it's going to close out on you and you're in that low backside tube stance, but you know you just don't have too much time to make the exit. She did that really well. And, you know, she knows she wasn't completely gone. But for the day and barrel comparisons, you know, it's one of the better ones we've had this morning.
Absolutely. And you know what? Of that kind of cat and mouse game you can play, especially with pipeline and backdoor, someone who really comes to mind was Al Cleland last year in that heat against Jack Robinson. The way that he hunted down that second barrel and then escaped, oh my gosh, chills. You know, so I feel like even Moana, she always loves a little bit more and gets a little bit greedier for it, but I think you got to be out there.
Al Cleland's looking sharp, by the way. He's been on the North Shore for a long time. His surfing has gone through the roof. You know, he's already a shredder, but I'd seen huge moments of improvement and a lot more tattoos on his arm. I don't know if he had any before, and now he's almost got a sleeve.
Got some ink.
He's busy during the off season.
Okay, love that. You get some new ink in the off season?
Not yet. Not yet. I still got to ask my mom for permission.
Oh yeah, got it.
3:30 to go in this one. Last for Anat Lelior, a 5.5. That was that backside too, but well read to extend her lead out front. Leilani's hanging on to second, as she made improvement going to turns. One more from Lelior here.
Yeah, this was awesome. Like we mentioned, just the way she got in, that line, managed that speed. You know, I've said it a couple times now, but pipe has so much energy, so it can really force you with the wrong positioning so far out in front of the barrel. But Anat, she paddled in hard, had her line up and got a nice amount of coverage. This is a good looking wave here for Willow.
Air drop from Hardy off the bottom, connects off the lip. Wow, that wave spits behind her. Throws down another clean backside turn. Third, the finish will be ridden away from with a completion. Willow Hardy just chasing a 3-1-3, 3 turns to try to move Leilani out of advancing position.
Yeah, this is interesting, this one. I was thinking, looking at the scores and the requirements, when Willow only needs a 3-1-3, she's pretty reliable to go out there and find it. She is not scared. We know this. Took off, airdropped out of it. Can see there was a pretty solid barrel behind her, though, so maybe a bit of positioning error there. Could have been deep and got a really solid open backdoor tube. Great surfing, got a really nice finishing connection there. Her backhand, I'm going to say, is her strength. She really winds up into those turns. Could easily be that 3-1-3, but she would have felt that spit and thought, oh no, there may have been an opportunity missed there.
Willow Hardy, 2 minutes to decide if she will get another chance here at Pipeline in the next round, the seeded round with all the biggest names in professional surfing, the reigning world champ Molly Picklum, Katie Simmers, the world champ before her. That's been Pipe Finals. They're here in Hawaii, ready to see who they'll be battling with. Willow does enough to send Leilani down to third. 3.73 for second. Leilani needs a 2.91, and she does have first priority. We mentioned Kira Pinkerton out as the number 10 ranked surfer on the CS. Leilani sits at 18th at the moment as she's chasing a 2.91.
And making this heat, it improves her situation. She needs to drop that low score that she has, and getting through this, she automatically does that. So, and Lele knows this. This is the closest she's ever been to qualifying. After that last event, she dropped 6 spots. So she was in 12th, dropped down to 18th. She wants to be back up. Even just being in that top 10 means you don't have to re-qualify through your region, and it just takes such a load off. She's got under a minute and a wave here, Joe.
Having an opportunity is all you want here at Pipe. Late takeoff, controls it. Big fan of spray off the top for Leilani McDougall. And she will try to see if that is enough to get second. More waves on the way. Jolly Stokes up and down. Stokes will stay in fourth. A lot of tries there, 7 waves ridden, but not finding the exit. She's down to 15 seconds. And now decision time for the panel in the tower, comparing Willow Hardy and Leilani McGonigal to see who's done enough to make it out of this round. I think Leilani did a good job of getting a lot of big open face there, and you could tell she went in with everything she had on that first section.
Oh, loved that first turn. Really big open face, just hack there for Lele. So you know she's comfortable on her front side. Obviously comes from that really beautiful left-hand point break Pavones. Yeah, didn't have that massive X factor after it, but I think the turn itself was probably convincing enough. Willow had a really nice string of turns put together for that 373 with that one big out the back moment, but you can see went to get in the barrel, couldn't quite get there. Bottom turns, heaps of spray, lays into that turn, gets it on rail one more time. There wasn't anything left through the inside, so we're not going to force it and try and oversell it, but yeah, that first turn was pretty special.
Under pressure to perform, Leilani McGonigal gets it done. That last wave made the difference. 337 and a 310 to move Willow Hardy out of advancement on the final wave. World number 18 on the CS advances with world number 17, Anat Lelior, into the round of 32. What an impressive showcase of talent in the last minute, being ultra clutch. Heat 3's coming up next. We'll bring in Anthony Kaipo Guerrero, Ross Anthony Williams, and Keanu Singh for the call.
Welcome back to the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Anat Lelior on the way in. Victorious in her first heat, first round, round the 48 for the women. And we'll see Anat along with a buzzer beater from Leilani McGonigal on to the round of 32. Hey, welcome to the set. Kaipo Guerrero here, Ross Williams, Keanu Singh, Eva Beach, Pupukea, Kapahulu, all represented here. All the corners of the Mokupuni of Oahu. we promise you international presence, and we're bringing it to you. Thanks for joining us, Keanu.
No, thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be here, and just such a beautiful day. You know, I couldn't be more grateful to be here.
Yeah, and I want to pick your brain a little bit, Keanu, about what we're seeing right now in women's professional surfing as we come into heat number 3 of this round of 40. Arena Rodriguez, Solagiri, Kiala Tomona Bannert, and Moana Jones-Wong, the queen of pipeline. But women's professional surfing in the last 5 years, I gotta say, Keanu, has just skyrocketed when you look at performance, and especially with opportunities like this to surf pipeline.
Oh, it's amazing. You know, just the evolution of women's surfing has been, you know, just how much it's been elevating, and you know, seeing girls like Moana especially, just you know, her knowledge and her time that she put in at pipeline, and you know, even Kiala, she's such a good tube rider. Like if it's you know, big and got some teeth on it, like she was no stranger to like big waves and tube riding. So And, you know, I think it's just amazing to have just the international field that such elevating.
Yeah. Moana Jones-Wong, we called the Queen of Pipeline, 2022 Billabong Pro Pipe Champion. Came in as a wild card and took out that big CT win, Ross. But looking at this heat, if this was a team sport, this would be Team Hawaii, Moana Jones-Wong and Keala Tomona Banner up against Team Peru in the way of Sol Aguirre and Arena Rodriguez. But it's not a team sport.
Yeah, exactly. But it's interesting. This is a very cool, it's sort of unique because, you know, we're used to the CT events that come in with only 1 or 2 wild cards, but we have a lot more surfers in the water during this event. As we see a replay here of Arena. And so we're going to get your normal girls that are on tour. There's 7 events in the CS Tour. It's a compact tour, but very similar sort of a arena in terms of beach breaks. Performance surfing is going to get it done. But you come to Pipeline in a shallow reef, and then you have girls like Moana who are so comfortable. And it's a different beast. It's different techniques. It takes a lot of courage. One other thing I wanted to mention to you guys, and I'd love to have your opinion on this as well, as we see a little paddle battle there. Moana has gotten better in small waves. You know, she's known for pulling in a huge barrels at pipe, but I've been noticing her blowing the tail and doing some performance turns and sliding her fins out. She's getting better in performance waves as well.
Yeah, what do you think, Keanu?
Yeah, I mean, I've known Moana since she was a young girl, and when she was younger, she was always such a savvy competitor and very sharp. You know, she's always been on top of it. And, like, even this wave right here shows. You know, waves are kind of a little bit smaller, but she's able to kind of be agile and be ready to kind of like throw down some turns and you know, very sharp with competitive surfing.
And that's good to see from Moana, because as we look at this replay, we also have to replay the fact that Moana Jones-Wong has won the Hawaii Tahiti Nui Regional QS rankings, right? So she's going to be full-time on this Challenger Series next year. And so that expanded skill set is going to serve her well, because she's going to have to do some turns, get some barrels, and be a lot more well-rounded when you look at the whole of the Challenger Series as we have. Sol Aguirre coming out of here, another Peruvian in this heat, 22 years old. So, you know, has a decent season so far. She got a 9th to start off the year in Newcastle, followed up with another 9th place in Bolito, sitting at 23rd on the Challenger Series rankings. So she definitely needs some big results if she wants to claim one of those remaining top 5 spots to qualify for the championship tour.
Yeah, it's really interesting just to know, like, coming into Pipeline, you have girls that are in a big position to either gain a ton of points, and this is like a huge opportunity for them. And someone like Sol Aguirre, where she has a few results under her belt, she could really like have a massive result, like a 3rd or a 5th, to kind of put herself in contention for qualification, and putting the cherry on top in Newcastle would be just a dream come true. So, you know, coming to the end of the year, events like this, I think it matters on the scale of the rankings and the points. And when you're crunching all the points at the end of the year, these events play a big factor.
Sure, and especially, Ross, for someone like Keala Tomona Banner, this is her 4th event on the Challenger Series. So we have 7 events on the Challenger Series. She's only surfed 3 previous ones, so she's not going to have the luxury of a throwaway. Every result's going to count for Keala in seeking a spot on the championship tour. So this is an ultra important event for Keala.
Very important, and this is the drum I'm going to keep beating throughout the men's and women's divisions in this event. You know, the surfers that are well-rounded in performance and hollow waves, those are the ones that are going to showcase what they can do in Hawaii, because you have your normal tour surfers that are used to, you know, doing floaters and airs all year, and all of a sudden they're going to have to pull into barrels, and vice versa. And that's why girls like Moana have to really, you know, be well-versed and make sure that she can bust the tail too, not just pulling at pipe.
Yeah, ultra important, and on her way into the next round with a great finish is Israel's Anat Lelior. Let's hear from Anat.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. 5.5 right there on that backdoor wave. Really good a barrel. It's the high mark of the day so far, and not. You just said during the downtime, a dream come true to compete here at Pipeline. What was it like having the 30 minutes out there?
I mean, we haven't competed since October, since Brazil, and coming here is, I haven't been here since I was a teenager, so coming here and competing here is, as I said, a dream come true. It's surreal. I was really, really nervous. I was having, I think, my worst wipeouts out here at the heat. But yeah, I'm happy to get it done, and I have a whole crew supporting with, like, me, my girlfriend, my sister, and a bunch of friends out here, my coach, and I'm just pretty blessed.
So the swell is on the rise throughout the day. You are scheduled to surf twice today. What kind of boards, what kind of selection, especially with the equipment, do you look at on a swell like on the rise like it is?
I'll give an insight. This morning I didn't even bring the board that I'm riding right now. I was stressing because it was a lot smaller than I thought, and I was doing mostly turns. But I brought from 5.8, which I have right now, a silver board, and I have a couple Tokoras from 5.10 to 6.1, and I have a 6.2 if it's really gonna boost the height. But honestly, whatever comes, I'm pretty stoked to surf it with 4 people. And yeah, talking about support, I want to support a family that is going through a lot right now. I want to shout out this heat win to ים וייסמן, יהי זכרו ברוך. הזוי שאתה לא פה איתנו, עשית מה שאתה אוהב בפיליפינים, ואנחנו פה להמשיך את זה איתך. אני מוסרת חיזוקים למשפחה ונשיקות לכל החברים, ונזכור אותך לנצח ים.
Congratulations, Kaipo.
All right, thanks. Thank you, Mitchell. During that interview, we saw Moana Jones Wong, go to the lead right there with some great backhand surfing.
Yeah, I love that nickname, Mojo.
I just thought of it, yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Very good.
She definitely has the pipeline mojo, so it's like...
That might stick, Kaipo.
Yeah.
Here it is, the replay, Ross.
It's the mullet. The mullet's got you vibing right now. Yeah, see, this is exactly what I wanted to pinpoint here. Is she's gotten a little friskier. She seems a little more freed up. Maybe she's getting more comfortable riding smaller boards at pipe. She's not only fixated on getting tubes, and that's what you need to do out here. You know, sometimes you don't have the luxury of pulling in a nice barrel. You got to get it done with some snaps. And Moana, you know, looking pretty loose out there.
Yeah, I love how she can, you know, really just adjust her mindset and her abilities to really just not be so fixated on pulling into big 10-foot lefts, you know, and kind of understanding what the reef is providing on each day and making sure she's crossing her T's and dotting her I's on the smaller waves, and even, you know, putting together maybe 3 or 4 turns on a backdoor wave that needs, you know, a 3.4. So stuff like that I feel like is just so competitive or competitor savvy that is a feather in her cap that she's been working on. It's really cool to see just her putting together just heats slowly, not just here, but in other areas and locations and different, you know, reef breaks, sandbars, and just rounding out her game at a competitive level.
Yeah. There she is. You know, we haven't talked much about Irina Rodriguez, who's currently in second place, but just needs a 1.9 to take off the lead. And on cue, here we go with the Peruvian, 20 years old. She's going to just squander that priority. Taking off on a closeout, Ross.
Yeah, she saw, you know, it's funny because this reef shifts when it's small like this. The playing field gets a little bigger, actually. You can kind of squeeze all the way down by off the wall and find a score there, or you can be all the way tucked up against gums and find a little A-frame there. So it can be, especially for the competitors that are not from Hawaii, it can be a little bit confusing. Not knowing where to go just puts a little bit of insecurity in your mind. So I think some of the veterans that spend a lot of time on this stretch of reef will settle down and be able to identify those scores earlier.
Yeah, Keanu, we've seen this kind of size and this scenario play at pipe before in competition, where that ain'ts kind of zone of the reef comes into play.
Yeah, personally, I feel like this size is very tricky, just because you can have your competitors like sneak away and like find a wave at ain'ts or find a wave like deeper on the reef. And like what Ross was saying, there's so much pieces and bits to it where you can really produce a score, and you can't really like shift over from all the way from ain'ts all the way to like the peak. So it's, you know, it makes it a lot harder, but in the same breath, you can also, as somebody that's in third or fourth or with third or fourth priority, you can produce a lot of different scores deeper on the reef, like how we're seeing Soligari or Kiala. I think this is Kiala, yeah. So she knows where she is on the reef, and it's like she's looking for that scoring potential to kind of like elevate her scores.
It's actually, I think it's a tense size here at Pipeline and Backdoor, Ross, because of what Keanu just explained. There's not a straightforward way to win right now.
Oh. And I mean, so it's, you know, glass half full, glass half empty. You know, you can be on your heels if you're sitting in second place and you're protecting too much and someone's conveniently running away from you to find a score. But it allows you to be creative. You know, you're not just sitting out there waiting for one type of score, which is a tube ride. You know, you can get it done today with a couple maneuvers. So that is nice, you know, and that's what makes Pipeline so fun to watch. It throws curve balls at you every single day.
Yeah. And this is, you know, again, hats off to the Tours and Comps kicking it off today with this round of 48, because you may be asking, why are we running today? Well, the goal really is to set us up for the best finals day possible. So we got to get through these rounds. We're going to take the conditions right now because we have a mixed bag as far as what the winds are going to produce for us, Keanu. So glassy conditions are welcome, and that's why we're on.
Yeah, and I was really stoked just to see that it was on this morning. As you see, Solagari, she really knows and is identifying that she needs to kind of attack, you know, and find those waves. But back to just the forecast, I was kind of looking at it and seeing what days they might run, and you know, with the difficulties on reading what the wind's actually going to do, and just making sure the appropriate swell and the appropriate days are for the competitors, and putting them in the best conditions possible is really tricky. It's not an easy job, and you guys know, like when the contest is on, it's on, and you want to make sure that we're providing the best conditions for the surfers.
Yeah, I mean, well, talk us through this replay right here, Keanu. Your thoughts on Seoul?
I love the you know, the approach there. It's like, again, today is not the day where you're seeing perfect waves everywhere, and sometimes you really gotta kind of think quickly and find waves that you can, you know, find sections to attack and produce these scores. Sometimes these smaller scores matter, and you don't want to be chasing any of those 4-point rides, 3-point rides towards the end of the heat just because of what Pipeline provides. It's very minimal sometimes.
I said wow just because that one turn, Ross, got Solagari the lead at 3.63. Here comes Keala Tomona Bannert, currently in 4th place. The surfer from the island of Kauai needs a 4.3 to get into the top 2, but Solagari showing right there on her last wave. It's not about quantity, it's about quality of turn.
Yeah, I think it's well spotted by the judges. You're asking, you know, like, what did you see there? And, you know, she has a beautiful backside bottom turn. She's got a lot of form. She's got those big wings. You know, you see some coaches teach that, like Brad Gerlach and stuff, where she's really formed out, and that created a good angle for her, and the judges rewarding her for that sharp backside snap. Couple of nice little redirections here from Keala as well. And it's funny too, even though she's from Hawaii, you know, she's from another island, she's from Kauai, and I actually see her strengths in beach breaks. You know, she's a very smart competitor, good wave selection. Don't see her get too many big barrels here at backdoor and pipe, but she's really, I think she's actually pretty tough to beat in these kind of conditions here.
Yeah, good pickup there, Ross. Keala, I think her best Challenger Series finish was over in quarterfinals in Manly.
Manly, that's right. Yeah, real tricky. She's real crafty. She's smart. You know, maybe surfs pine trees a lot over there and just knows how to get it done in beach breaks.
Yeah. She's, again, she's holding all of, she has no throwaways, so ultra important heat for her. Last wave for Keala Tomona Banner, a 2.73. Keeps her in 4th place. She needs a 3.35. And I guess we'll see what happens right here before, here we go with Irina Rodriguez with a big snap on the forehand. Now that should improve her standing. She's gonna ditch a half-point ride and maybe go out into the lead. Just needs a 1.9. Keanu, I think she got that.
Yeah, I kind of like this this approach from Irina. She definitely has the highest scoring wave of the heat, and no better way to back it up and make sure you have that cushion to kind of, you know, make sure you solidify your second backup score and work off of the rest of the heat. You know, you're towards the rest of the heat, she can work on bettering that 3.2 and kind of inching her way to kind of put more pressure on the other girls. And I love that approach, especially when the waves are like this. It's not easy, you know, and as many times as you can roll the dice on anything that can provide you just a minimal opportunity, you're going to take that opportunity.
Well, right now it's Team Peru up over Team Hawaii. Irina Rodriguez in first, Solagari in second. Can they hang on? We'll find out right after this break.
I feel like Andy surfed not using his brain, just using his heart.
He was the happiest I've ever seen him in the water. The happiness shone through him, like you could see it coming glowing out of his face.
Everyone is so excited about it, and seeing the boys in it means the most to me.
Andy Irons collection, so good to see the Rising Sun board shorts back on surfers. Of course, Andy Irons, much anticipated collection from Billabong. Andy Irons, the people's champ. And part of this is Ross Williams modeling one of our Andy Irons collection shirts right there. Nice tone on tone of AI doing just the patented down carve right there.
Big hack at P-Pass right there. I was actually on this trip too, and that kind of wave too, or his really tall, gnarly, vertical, cuppy waves. Andy, that was his element. No one was better in the cup than him. He just took lips straight on. He was fearless surfing.
Yeah, he's insane. And you watch the lines he draws, and his surfing is so relevant still to today. And everybody still tries to replicate his surfing. And it was really cool to see DJ Strunts actually shout out for this photo, and we got to have a ghosted tee.
I'm going to pick up one of those, actually. That's a really, really cool tee. Moana Jones-Wong here, currently in third place. Needs a 2.97 to get into second and advancing position. Going for the grind here, sticking with this one after some downtime. Just needing basically a 3-point ride. Did she do the right thing, Ross?
I don't know. I think, she has the right idea. She needs to do some turns, but the judges love a critical section, and that way was a little more mellow, so we'll see if she gets it done there.
Yeah, waiting for that score to come through. 8 minutes and 25 seconds for Mojo Wong to...
we're doubling down. Now we're sticking with that. I think it's very catchy.
Yeah.
I think she kind of owes you something for that. That's a good one. She could run with it.
Thank you. Yeah, I like it too. So we're gonna
Mojo. It's a double whammy. It's like she's got mojo.
Mojo. Sometimes things work, Ross. Sometimes things work, you know? Okay, Keanu, what do you think about this one?
Yeah, this is sort of a flatter wave, and she had that one big section right there, which was lovely. I think having those big sections play a big factor into some of these smaller scores that are not very huge, and I think when you're crunching these sort of smaller numbers, the critical sections matter.
Yeah.
So 3.47, that was what was allocated to her, and I feel like that's very worthy of the score.
Yeah.
First turn, right?
Yeah,
that was the one.
Yeah.
See little Billy Kemper and Moana's husband there, Tehotu, in the bushes, in the Naupaka over there, and just keeping an eye. Of course, Billy Kemper helping us also as a group with our head judge, Luli Pereira, making the call. And so we do actually have today the round of 32, the women's second round on standby. So we're going to get through this round for sure. But we may even be rolling into the second round.
We were talking about it earlier. Like you guys were saying that with all this unpredictable wind coming and big swell, you guys know how it is out here at Pipe. When the waves are 6 feet and above, 8 feet, it doesn't get as contestable if the wind is chunky. If it's onshore, and it's just nothing but gnarly barrels, it's not really contestable. That's the key word. And right now, even though it's small, a little more on the boring side, at least everyone can get scores. You can hit the lip, you can do floaters, it's friendly, it's contestable. So good call for Billy to, throw the surfers out there today.
I know, because it's so easy, Ross, just to put things on a back burner and keep on waiting for that perfect day, Keanu, here's our Surfline forecast, and we got lots of swelling in the Pacific.
Yeah, when you see those big purple blobs and kind of shifting towards the Hawaiian Islands, you know that there's going to be something on the what's coming, and it's exciting, just to see waves and weather and unpredictability. I think is what makes Pipeline so exciting to watch. So, big swells is obviously what the spectators like to see, and I like to see sometimes as a competitor makes a little nervous, kind of sleeps, and so today, obviously a little bit of kind of texture on the face, some glassy, a little bump from yesterday, kind of, you know, on the faces, but it's still sunny and there's still waves and, you know, little tubes, but it looks like we have a ton of swell on the way with a little bit of wind too.
Oh, those numbers make you a little nervous sometimes, Ross.
Yeah, Saturday, so that's what we're talking about. You're not going to see guys and girls hitting the lip if it's 20-foot faces and it's onshore. Maybe a couple guys are crazy enough to blast a big air in that air wind with that westerly direction. But also the good thing to see there, Keanu, I saw your eyes light up too. We got that Tokyo Express right now. All those swells are coming from Japan, and that's that westerly direction that we love here that lights up Pipeline.
And it's been a tough year for west swells. It's been a lot of, this season on the North Shore, we've had a lot of northwest swells, north swells. There hasn't been a lot of straight west swells.
It's like feast or famine. We've either had only north swells or only west swells. And you're right, Kaipo, we had a month of just straight northeast swells. And the result is you see a ton of sand all the way down by Keiki. But the good news is if you can look over your shoulder right now, the beach is nice and flat, no backwash. So that's cool. You know, we've had the sand flattened out by those north swells, but yeah, really kind of odd winter. There hasn't been a mix. It's just been one or the other, north or west.
Yeah, and I think it just makes it so interesting of how many different factors it takes for Pipeline to be firing on all cylinders, you know? And, you know, like you're saying, like having the beach flat like that where there's no backwash, or if there's a big swell and there's too much sand on the reef and it kind of makes it a little harder to read. And so there's so many different factors that like takes.
It's always something.
It's always something. And, you know, obviously everybody knows Pipeline as it being the most perfect wave on Earth. It definitely has its key factors into what it needs to take in order for it to be firing.
And again, it's built in the name. It's challenging. And this is the Challenger series. So this is a different kind of challenge. Right. You know, every stop on the Challenger series lives up to its name because sometimes it's a challenge if waves are even breaking. Over here, it's just sometimes going to be survival or an opportunity to get barreled like that. Irina Rodriguez, the Peruvian, currently in the lead and on her way to increasing that lead if she hangs on. Kicking out in some very shallow water. Irina Rodriguez, I think she'd better that 3.2. What do you think, Ross?
Yeah, I like it. She's got good style. She was a little late pulling in, but then she made up for it with a bit of a stall. She tucked in for a quick barrel and a couple very stylish snaps, so not bad at all. She's going to improve on that 3.2, no doubt.
One more look here, Keanu.
Yeah, I love how she really identified this wave. There's not too many of these, and you know, really finding that tube and coming out and understanding she needs to complete the rest of the wave, I think, is very, very, I don't know, I would say just competitive savvy again, you know, and understanding that like you got to complete the rest of your waves, even if you got a nice little tube. It's crossing your T's and dotting your I's and completing waves.
Yeah, and Irina actually coming off of a great finish, quarterfinals in the last Challenger event over in Brazil. You can see her on the rankings right here, number 14. Kira Pinkerton out of competition, so Irina has some motivation right now for a big result here at Pipeline. Could do her some favors, maybe get above that line for qualification as we have 5 more spots for the ladies. And Ross, Irina did extend her lead, as we suspected, 4.57.
Yeah, and just like Keanu said, you know, she's competing. You know, you can't get too romantic about getting tubes out here. You know, she kind of missed the barrel a little bit, but she made up for it with a couple smooth little snaps. So no big scores. We're still up in the air. Moana's got a little more work here in the last 2 minutes, and she's sitting with 3rd priority. So a little bit of nervous times here. We should probably get a camera back on the crew on the beach here. She's got a little more work here in the last 2 minutes.
Well, out of all the ladies, she's got the most experience on this reef right here. A tricky reef it is as far as positioning, but there is kind of at this size, I feel, Keanu, that there's still the luck factor because you never know when that single gem of a wave is going to come through for someone like Solagiri.
Blue has priority, and she's spotting this right. Let's see if she capitalizes here. Nope, doesn't like it.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's very interesting, especially here at Pipeline. Like, I feel like you're 1 second away from magic, right? Like you can be sitting, waiting for hours. And this is, anybody that surf pipe you know, you spend hours and hours. That one magical moment of you getting that wave of your life is always an option, even on small days like this.
A little bit of inexperience there too, Kiana. Like she has priorities, so she can go wherever she wants. That wave that she passed up, she was only looking at the left, but maybe 20 yards down towards Aints, it was a beautiful barrel. I watched it spit its guts out towards off the wall. So, you know, that's the difference out here. You really have to scramble and paddle as hard as you can to those takeoff spots.
Yeah, we talked about that, you know, at the beginning of this heat, is Aints kind of really being in that option. Aints being the part of the reef between backdoor and off the wall. And at this size, sometimes there's something about that reef that just kind of refracts into that, the wide right.
It stretches.
Yeah.
And it's like what Kiana was saying, it's not super fun. You know, if you're the one chasing a score or whatever, it's like, it makes your eyes dart all over the place. And unfortunately, she didn't see that wave coming down there. I'm not saying it's easy, but you know, some of the best out here that spend hours and hours on this reef probably would have spotted that. So now she's down to 10 seconds left. Looking good for Moana though.
Yep. 5, remember, hands need to leave the rails, and it's not going to happen for Sol Aguirre. Horn blows, and unfortunate for Sol, she's not going to be able to answer back. She's eliminated along with Kiala Tomoda Bannert. Queen of Pipeline moves on, Moana Jones-Wong, as well as Arena Rodriguez. So we split the difference there between Peru and Hawaii. One Hawaiian, one Peruvian moving on into the round of 32. I think it's time for us to move on to a commercial break as we take a look at the scores. 8.74 won the heat for Arena Rodriguez. Back with more from Pipeline after this.
It's a tie for the team challenge.
Look at outside in the abundant Kai. We have here Nani no Kiala. It's a beautiful day on the North Shore. Whales are enjoying themselves. It's whale watching season, the migration through the warmer Pacific waters from the north here. Just one of the many things, but we're focused on heat number 4, round of 48 for the women. Ellie Harrison, Sanoa Demfli Olin, Vaihiti Mahana Inso, and Zoe Zeitz. Ross Williams joining myself, Kaipo Girl, along with Keanu Asing. Another great heat. Top 2 surfers move on into the next round in this four surfer heat.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot of the whale. Did you guys see that clip that Clark Little put on Instagram this morning? There was a shot of a humpback, I'm not kidding, pushing a bottlenose a bottlenose in front of them. So they're like riding
No
each
way.
other. It was insane. Yeah, the incredible clip.
I
saw
gotta
on
go
the
check
screen.
that out.
Is it-
Really cool.
That's an actual photograph, not AI.
Drone shot from just yesterday.
And Clark flies his drone from on top Pupukea Hill. I don't even think he
Guys.
gets out of bed in sometimes and just like gets all those incredible shots. Look at
Technology has helped Clark Little.
I need to get artificial intelligence to get me on a tube ride.
Yeah. Oh, man. And, you know, talk about whales. We are celebrating Hawaiian Language Month. Kohola. Kohola. That's the Hawaiian word
Kohola.
for whale. I dropped that in there.
I like it.
Pretty random, but my random Hawaiian words will be popping up throughout this entire competition because we're in Hawaii. Why not speak Hawaiian a little bit?
Yeah, I love it.
Keep it coming, Kaipo. Be as kolohe as you can be.
Oh, that means you're a rascal, which I've been accused of before. Oh, Zoe Zeitz.
What action there.
Right there, got the wide one. We talked about Aints, kind of like zone, a little wider on that one. Got the completion. Zoe Zeitz, youngster, just 16 years old, from Kauai, niece of a lot of people's favorite pro surfer in his era, Triple Crown winner, Seabass, Sebastian Zeitz.
Oh yeah, so Seabass is the best. Yeah, when you have a Zeitz as your last name, you got some good genes as a surfer. So,
and there's lots of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of Zeitz out there, yeah, especially all over Kauai, and they're such a talented family, man. It's awesome.
Yeah, and hey, congratulations to, I think it's the Kauai board riders and Maui board riders going to head over to the USA and spank everyone on the continent when it comes to the board riders competitions coming up, guys.
Yeah. Shout out to Seabass too. And so I'm sure, you know, Seabass has kind of put his coaching hat on the last few years. So I'm sure Zoe's going to show some of that skill, some of that heat winning skill, a lot of savviness with Seabass.
Yeah.
Incredible what Seabass is doing. I have so much respect for people that, you know, put down their talent and really pour into like the next generation. I think that's just the best way to do it. And
Yeah.
I have so much respect for Seabass to like give his time and efforts to doing that because they need it, you know?
Yeah.
So it's cool.
So Ellie, too deep on this one. Zoe gets the corner. And when we're talking about Seabass, Sebastian Zeitz, we're talking to his contribution not just as a coach, but really invigorating Hawaii board riders. So now, like California, like a lot of the states, and of course Australia, where there's the board riders kind of foundation, now in Hawaii, we're getting this board rider series coming up.
Yeah, we were talking about the Olympic conversation too, and how that feels like an Olympic sport. You know, the team aspect with you running up and down the beach, high-fiving, everyone surfs together as a team. You know, it's a very fun format. We used to do it in the 80s and 90s too, like in between the semifinals and the finals during ASP WSL events. And they're just really fun camaraderie. That's what it's all about. Like you get Team Australia against Team Brazil against Team Hawaii, and it's just a lot of fun.
Yeah. It's rad because you have generations working together in that format, you know, all the different age divisions for one goal. And, you know,
And the difference is surfing not only for yourself, but for your team.
Yeah.
I think that's a whole different aspect to what the surfers are doing, and not only, you know, doing it just for yourself for so long, and now putting your efforts to like, all right, if I fall in this wave or if I blow it, it's for the, I'm blowing it for the team. So
Right.
or if you sit too long outside there, eat up all the clock, you're blowing it for your team too.
Yeah.
Trying to beat a guy sometimes.
It takes you out of your insulated bubble. It's the team atmosphere is cool.
Vaihiti, Mahana, Inso. Nice snap to open up. We've seen how you know, big turns have been scoring. Vaihiti just 18 years old. The number 4 on the qualifying series end of the year for the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region here. So we took the top 3 women. So she's just right outside qualifying for the Challenger Series next year. But we will be given a wild card after the conclusion of the Challenger Series for that 4th spot in for this QS region for that Challenger qualification. Up and out, that was Zoe Zeitz. Already has a 2-point ride in her scoreline. So low scoring so far out here, Keanu, to women kind of feeling things out in this Heat 4.
Yeah, as you know, here goes Sanoa. She has actually a really good wave in front of her with a big, massive snap. Sanoa is such a sponge. She's very, very, she always wants to learn. She's always asking questions. She always wants to learn. She always wants to get better. And I think that's one of my favorite things about Sanoa. And she's really smart surfer, and she really puts puts her best efforts and her mindset into like what she does every day, and she just wants to really learn how to win. And I think that's just really cool. You know, coming from Canada, where she's wearing a lot of rubber, you know, wearing a lot of wetsuit. This is so foreign, you know, surfing bigger waves, pipeline, and she looks comfortable. So it's going to be really cool to see what kind of waves she selects and how she dissects this heat.
Well, 2.5 puts her, for that last wave, puts her into second place and advancing position. Before we get to the next exchange, let's hear from the last heat winner, Arena Rodriguez with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo, Are. Muchas felicidades. Congratulations. I mean, just looking at your smile right now, it seems like you're really enjoying your time here on the North Shore. How was it in your first heat ever at Pipeline?
It was amazing. The waves were very fun. It was small-ish compared to the other days, but there were a couple very fun waves, and I just stick to maneuvers at the start, and when a couple barrels went by, I tried to catch one and did a little shower, I could say, and then made a heat. It was fun.
Big surfing culture in Peru, and it seems like in Lima especially, you get a lot of waves where you can ride bigger boards. How has that benefited you so far from your trip, Arena?
Yeah, I have been. It was Peru has many waves, barrels, and it was very, very good for practice here. I prepared myself going to the north of Peru, and it was very fun training with the crowd, with other surfers that are amazing at barrels in Peru. So just confident in myself and happy to have another hit here.
Un mensaje para tu gente.
Muy feliz de haber pasado mi hit acá en Pipeline. La verdad es que me divertí un montón y nada más quiero agradecer a todos los que están apoyándonos y bueno, seguimos con todo para la próxima ronda.
Thank you, Are. Kaipo.
All right, yeah. Congratulations. And Ross, I mean, Arena talking about, you know, the warm-up sessions here. It's been busy. I mean, look, in this contest, we have 100 men, we have 48 women. That makes for really busy free surfs.
It's been psycho. I mean, for decades, Pipeline's been crowded. It's one of the most famous waves in the world, but it just keeps getting more and more crowded. You still have the local crew that holds it down, so that's a whole nother element. You got some of these intimidating factors out there that are, you know, gonna catch the best waves, and then you pile on numbers upon numbers, and then these poor surfers come from all the way from Peru, Australia, Japan, wherever, and they have to warm up for their heat in a couple days. And some of these surfers don't even catch a wave. If the waves are 6 to 8 feet and it's perfect pipeline and backdoor, they'll literally come in with a goose egg, not even catch a wave. So very unique wave to try to practice for your heat.
And hard to predict what you're going to be surfing in competition, Keanu, because, you know, as your time as a competitor, sometimes it can be big, scary pipeline. You got to make it happen then. But sometimes it's going to be this smaller kind of performance pipeline. You got to make it happen here as well.
Yeah, it's so interesting because a lot of the waves that you go and you experience, you're practicing and in your mind, you're like, oh, I'm going to go surf this wave when it's firing. I'm going to go surf J-Bay when it's firing. And then, like, all these waves that you go to, the reality of it is you're actually going to be surfing when it's average. I remember I needed to make a couple heats at Pipe one year, and I'll let Vahiti kind of have her moment here as she's looking for a nice finishing maneuver. That was insane. She has such a good backhand.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has such a good backhand early in the heat, and she's looking to just really put together a few scores just to, you know, kind of get things flowing in this heat, which is cool.
Finish up your story.
No, so yeah, I think it's funny because one year it came down to Pipe, and I really need to make, you know, I was on the cut line.
Yeah.
Wade Tokoro was actually helping me, and Damien Hobgood was helping me with so much with just like lineups, and every single morning Wade, we would paddle out at dark and it would be so bad, and he's like, I know, like, it's easier to surf Pipe when it's good, and you know, you can identify the waves much easier, but when it's bad, they probably will run when it's bad, and you might have to like surf, you know. So he really helped me so much, and you know, him and Damien Hobgood really like dissected a plan for me and kind of threw me in there when it's hard, you know, when things are hard and you got to find waves and you got to find scores. And on this reef, you really have to do your homework and like find where you can produce scores, especially with the overlapping heats. And there's so many different kind of key factors that you have to go with a game plan. And I think that helped me tremendously, just to try and, you know, make a couple heats. And, you know, when you're surfing against guys like Joe Parkinson's and Mick Fannings, you really have to be on top of your game.
Yeah, I like that, you know, to be able to perform and to kind of translate when it's not obvious. you know, because any event, Ross, we have multiple days that we have to run. You can almost count on you having to adjust to different conditions, different wave sizes, no doubt.
I really love hearing that insight from Keanu, and shout out to Wade Takoro too. Yeah, you know, I've been working with Vahine the last couple months, and you know, we've been trying to practice and warm up out here for pipe. And Vahine, obviously known for getting huge barrels at home in Tahiti. But here we go. First round was 2 foot, and she's doing little snaps to make the heat. So I love it. I've always told surfers I coach, like, embrace it. That's what makes the North Shore so fun. You know, people can come here and get really worked up about how difficult and challenging the conditions are. That's the window for you to go down and take advantage of people being a little eggy, because there's a lot of swell, wind, reef. There's so much going on, and you can really use it to your advantage.
As Vaihiti Mahana adjusted here, Keanu.
Yeah, just beautiful backhand surfing and just understanding how do you find a score with these small waves, do a couple big backhand turns and get you, you know, what you need, a 3.5. So that catapults her into the lead. I love this pulled back vision right here, just kind of showing what the field looks like. You know, there's a ton of room on the reef, and there's a ton of space. So she really found a nice little gem to fit into nice backhand turns.
Yeah, and Vaihiti is actually one of my favorite up-and-coming surfers here in Hawaii, just 18 years old. And it really comes down to the thing that I appreciate about her surfing, Ross, is, and I know it's not in the criteria, but she's just got such great style. Mm-hmm. The way she puts stuff together on the wave, just beautiful to watch.
Even fundamentals, we'll throw that in there.
Yeah.
You know, she looks like Caroline Marks, or everyone compares people that have that style with Aki. You know, really good form, kind of that really cool angled back where they have that notorious bottom turn. Gives her lots of leverage. She's a strong surfer. And really squares up. That's what I like to watch. So, you know, those were basic maneuvers, but because she surfs so square and so smooth, she adds that power element.
Right now, with priority, Ellie Harrison does not go, and Zoe kind of looked at that one and decides not to go. Speaking of Aki, Keanu, Billabong with the AI collection, you guys did a little tour. I think I saw Parko was in town, Aki was in town. You got any Aki quotes for us right now? Because those are golden.
Dude, it was so funny. We had so many. Like, Aki is like a cartoon character, like, literally. Like, he was like, every single time we would have him around, it's like constant one-liners, constant just, like, insanely fun.
Yeah.
There was one moment we were in the car, we were driving, and we were driving to Honolulu to go have dinner with Lindy and the Irons family, and Aki just was like, you know, AI ruined my whole program. I don't know what's real, what's not real. He just like, it was like the funniest thing. And just, you know, I think bringing those legacy guys that we have on the team and bringing them together, they have so much history together. And like, when you see them come together and hang out and celebrate, it's really unique. And you really see their personalities and just their history and their friendships. It's insane.
As a team manager, do you let Aki drive?
Absolutely not. All I know is I have to make sure he has his soda water and he's his sunglasses, and he is cruising.
Oh, it's so good. I mean, hey.
But
soda water.
Soda water.
Key word there.
Yeah, and you know what the best thing is, when you have Aki's in your passenger seat, I feel like you have the green light for anything.
Yeah.
Like, and you're walking around with like he's like a superhero. Oh. Guys, we're walking into like little convenience stores, 7-Elevens, and people were asking Aki, "Oh my gosh, do you remember me?" And he's so funny. He's like, "Yeah, of course. When was the last time I saw you?" And the guy's like, 1991. You're like, what? There's no way you remember him. You know,
well,
he's classic.
That's the stuff that you have to deal with when you're a legend. And of course, all hail Aki. We're going to be back with more action. The conclusion here right now, Vaihiti in the lead, Sanoa in second. More on the way.
The Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong, is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, and by Billabong, official presenting partner of the Lexus Pipe Challenger.
Yeah, the opening round for the women. We're in heat number 4 of the round of 48 here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong. There's a look towards Rocky Point, Ehukai. We're based here at the Bonsai Pipeline. Vahiti, Mahana, Inso currently in the lead. Top 2 women are going to move out of this one into the round of 32. Here's our heat leader, looking for a section, finding it. Nice snap off the top. Carves through this. Looking for a little bit more on the inside for Inso, and she got the job done there. She's going to ditch that 1.7, Ross, and extend her lead.
Again, displaying that really beautiful form there. I love that. You know, it was a miniature one, but still a nice layback snap to end at gums in a whitewash. And she's honed some of that skills there at Kiwalos on the South Shore, so she's no stranger to those left-hand kind of quirky reef waves. But she handled it really nice. This wave threw a little bit of everything at her. Nothing critical, but very smooth surfing.
Yeah, I really love how she just really put together a variety of maneuvers. And I don't know if you guys ever seen her surf Rocky Point, but that wave looked like a Rocky Point wave.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's her forte. And you know, she's such a young surfer, but so much swagger. It's so cool. Here's Ellie Harrison on the replay.
Oh, big snap there for the Aussie, and one good section, but that wave softened up for her. Yeah, you know, it's so cool. Looking at these styles and techniques, it brings up memories, right? And I love hearing all those stories about, you know, we're linking her Vahiti style with Aki, and Billabong's such a heritage brand, so iconic, and you know, I love hearing those old stories from some of the boys.
Yeah, it's cool. And I mean, I'm sure you've spent a ton of time with those guys too, and you guys have a ton of stories. And
so many.
Yeah.
You just had a couple. You've had a couple Billabong ads, Ross.
Yeah,
just a couple.
I surfed for Billabong for many years, and it was, you know, some of my favorite times. I will say one quick story. There may be a set. No, it's going to be in between.
Go for it.
So this is really funny. Okay, so me and my buddy Maddie, you know Maddie Liu, we were hanging out. Here goes Vahiti real quick, and a little cover up. I can't squeeze through.
So you're hanging with Maddie.
Okay, so we're 12 and 13 years old, and we knew that Aki was in town, and we're just little groupies. We're so psyched there are heroes in town, so we go to Sunset Beach to Buddy McRae's house, where Aki was hanging out. And, you know, Aki just got done surfing, and we're just sitting in the living room all awkward, just kind of staring at him like he's Mickey Mouse. And poor Aki was just sitting there, like, wondering why these groms are looking at him, and he was eating, like, I'll never forget it, this huge plate of banana pancakes. Shout out to Jack Johnson. And he's just grinding these pancakes, and all of a sudden he looks at us and he gets real still and kind of weird, and he choked. He was choking. He had no water, and he spits pancakes across the room, and it just goes, bam, baps me and Maddie. And we're looking at each other, and we're just inside. We're so psyched. We're like, dude, Aki's banana pancakes are all over us right now. And we left super psyched that basically Aki vomited on us because we were just a couple freaked out grommets. Even back then in the early 80s, we already knew like Aki was the guy.
Yeah, and you know what? Shout out to Buddy McRae too. Living room happened over there. Buddy actually the guy who brought the brand Billabong over here to the Hawaii Islands.
He did. He did. He brought
just
it
a
here.
legend.
Full legend. Wow, beautiful snap.
Yeah, here's our Billabong team rider, Sanoa Olin. Like again, she's just very. Unfortunately, she didn't finish that way, but you can tell how well-rounded she is with her turns, and she's very, very powerful. And you know, kind of a slower heat for her, kind of a couple ups and downs, but you know, still got time on the clock. And if she can really find her rhythm and find a couple little gems here, she can catapult herself into the advancing position.
Yeah, and you know, the back half of the season, she's done well. She made the quarterfinals over in Ericeira. So, you know, that's her top result so far on the Challenger. So she's still really in the conversation. She makes the finals here, and she's, you know, puts herself in a good position for those 5 spots that we're looking for the CT. Now, earlier in this heat, there was a board change or maybe a leash malfunction there.
Yeah, she pulled into a little backdoor barrel right when we were cutting to break, and she got pinched. That's how strong, even a 1-foot wave at backdoor can rip your leash off. It didn't look to me like the leash broke, just the cup, it came off her ankle. So 1-foot waves at backdoor are still strong.
That goes, you know, there's the coach, Matt Myers, but also I'll give you guys some coaching over here right from the set. check your Velcro on your leashes when you come to the North Shore, because it's a Velcro test over here.
Keanu, did she grow up in Canada?
Yeah, she's born and raised in Canada. She's
That's insane.
Yeah, you know what?
To surf that good, with the water that cold.
I give so much props to people that grew up in surfing in cold water. Like as a kid, like growing up in snowy beaches, like to find the motivation to really put on a wetsuit, gloves, and it's really hard.
She's from a beautiful part of the world, Tofino. You know, like talk about like nature mixed with like surf potential, and I think they have a lot of empty waves out there if you're willing to explore. And again, wetsuits are getting pretty good now.
That's true.
Yeah, the evolution of wetsuits are insane, you know, and the competitive within the brands that build these wetsuits is really cool to see just how much technology has you know, evolved over the years. It's insane. And you think back on like when they first started making wetsuits and what they're probably freezing when they first made wetsuits.
Oh yeah.
So she's surfing with grizzly bears, killer whales,
yeah, all that stuff.
50-degree water.
Yeah.
What a hammer, and she's shredding.
Well, she is in second and advancing position right now. Wants to hold off Zoe Zietz and Ellie Harrison with priority. Ellie Harrison, the 20-year-old out of Barwon Heads, Australia, coming off of a quarterfinal in Brazil, but also has had a taste of the CT. She blew it up in 2024, I think, Bells. She was a wild card, made it all the way to the quarterfinals. So that potential that I've seen from Ellie Harrison is there, and I feel like she also has CT potential. We're going to have these conversations so much throughout this whole event, and that's what makes the Challenger Series so cool, Ross, is that it exposes you to all of these up-and-coming surfers.
I mean, we're going to keep hammering it home. That's what makes this CS event here at Pipeline so cool. We're not used to seeing some of these names in the water here competing with a jersey on. And Kaipo, you teed up Ellie beautifully because she has priority. She needs a score. Pretty cool little platform here. She's got enough time. There is a little puff of west wind starting to come up right now, so maybe we'll see someone take to the air on one of these right-handers if they're brave enough to challenge that reef. But yeah, she's teed up. Let's see if she can do it.
Yeah, this is when Heat IQ comes into play, Keanu, and a little luck.
Yeah, definitely. And this is also where experience comes into play. I feel like somebody like Ellie, she's very well-rounded, and, you know, at other locations, she knows her stuff. You know, she knows where to produce scores. She knows, you know, how to really come back in a heat or lead the heat and really manage time management or even heat management. So it's going to be really interesting in the next 3 minutes to see, you know, how well she has done her homework with this reef and where she can find that three-point ride to put her in an advancing position.
Kaipo, it happened in the last heat. Remember we were talking about Seoul?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the Seoul, right? She was way up the point with priority, and she didn't quite read it. So let's see if Ellie can figure it out.
Well, here we go. The scramble's happening. Red jersey has priority. Ellie taking a look. Doesn't show any interest in this wave. Or does she? Wants to hang on. Was that an effort? We don't know. It's going to be heat leader. Vaihiti finds a corner on the left. Nice bank. Little reform on the inside. Probably going to be a similar score or less. She's probably going to be in the same position. Really focus on Ellie Harrison right now, holding on to that priority. Now Keanu down to just 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, well, props to Sanoa. Really, you know, kind of made Ellie
psyched her.
Yeah, it kind of got in her head, I think, you know, just kind of making her a little bit indecisive. And I think in these moments, you can't really think, you know, you have to think a little less and just be more decisive and not second guess, you know, is there another wave? Should I go on this wave? With waves and scores this small, you really just have to pull the trigger and roll the dice.
Yeah, Ellie lost priority, Ross.
2.9. Yeah, she probably could have got that. A couple backside snaps, throw some spray. It's well called, Keanu. You know, maybe thinking too much. Also, you're at backdoor and pipes. It's impossible to get the barrel idea out of your head. All she needs to do is put down a couple snaps.
And losing priority now, Ellie, you can see Sanoa, who's currently in second place in advancing position, is just going to be handcuffed to Ellie Harrison. Checking her Apple Watch, making sure she has priority, playing out this final minute and 12 seconds. Yeah. And this is going to be a tough job now. Way harder now for Ellie Harrison, Keanu.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, when you give up priority like that, it really puts your chances a lot lower. And
oh, interesting.
Yeah, that was a very interesting kind of paddle right there, and I'm not sure what happened, but you know, it really handcuffs your situation on trying to advance, you know, and you don't really have room to move when you have somebody that has priority over you, and that's really just wet blanketing you.
Ellie was trying to sell a block there to me.
Yeah.
Sanoa was she is blocking her, right? But you're allowed to paddle by your surfer, but you're not allowed to block. So that's why she was kind of signaling.
That one was kind of right down the line for me.
It was. She was in her way a bit.
Yeah. So no call. Priority remains the same, and the need remains the same for Ellie Harrison, needing a 2.91. And just with 20 seconds, things are looking grim.
Yeah, if you're Ellie, you don't have priority. You want to sell Sanoa back, right? You got to get the priority back over her, and it's not easy. You know, these days these competitors are so smart and they're so well-rounded, especially with time management, heat management. It's not an easy task.
Well, thank you, Keanu, for joining us on this. The heat is over, and Billabong team runner Sanoa Demphley Olin on to the next round with Fahiti Mahana. Thanks for your time, Keanu. Really enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you guys for having me.
Anytime. The door is open. You know the code. We're back. More surfing at the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong after this.
Good morning, everybody. You're watching the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Just 2 events left on the Challenger Series here at Pipe and then Newcastle to see who will be joining the championship tour at Bells Beach in April. But excited to have a giant international field for an event at Pipeline. Pipe and backdoor, 2 of the heaviest sections in the world. Right now, it's a growing swell. It's been at a fun size, some turn scoring like this one out front to kick things off for Reed Van Wagener, representing Southern California. Reed's been on a roll, coming off a final from Pismo Beach. You couldn't have more of a contrast of locations from freezing cold Central Coast California, where she finaled, and coming over here to Paradise on Oahu. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel, Jesse Starling, and first section in the booth for the day for Shane Dorian, one of the best surfers in the world. Shane, it's great to see you, my friend.
Good to see you too, Joe.
Yeah, how's life?
Life is good, no complaints.
Awesome. And this Challenger Series event, I know you always stay up to date with the next generation. Are you working with anybody in the draw, or are you just getting to watch this one unfold?
Not for this event. No, I'm not. I just kind of took this event off, and I'm here as a spectator, and now I'm here in the booth.
Oh, fantastic. Waves today at this size, you know, if you were putting your coaching hat on, or if you're paddling out, you know, how do you play it at this size today?
You know, it's funny because Pipeline, sort of regardless of the size, regardless of the you know, the swell direction, the period, it's always going to have its own set of challenges, especially when there's a, you know, there's a time limit on your heat and you're out there trying to compete and, you know, finish in those top two spots. So yeah, I mean, if I was a coach, I would just say, you know, it really depends on the athlete, like, you know, what their sort of skill set is, whether they feel really comfortable mostly going right or whether they're really uncomfortable going right. It's really going to kind of determine the strategy. And everybody kind of has different strengths and weaknesses, so I would kind of play it to that athlete's strengths.
Yeah, it's cool when you see coaches with big stables, Jesse, and they're not just sending the same playbook to all of their athletes. You know, there's different emotions, different strengths, like Shane's breaking down. This heat's a good one. A lot of familiar faces. Alyssa and Reed basically grew up together in Southern California with Encinitas and Carlsbad, neighboring little towns in North County, San Diego. Alyssa represents the Encinitas board riders, and then Reed representing Carlsbad with surfers like Taylor Knox and the crew, but they've grown up with good rivalries to get to this point today.
Yeah, both really talented goofy footers as well. We saw Reed over in the World Juniors recently, and honestly, she's kind of come on the scene guns blazing. You know, I hadn't really come across her, and now I'm a massive fan.
Nanaho Suzuki, a big drop there that she's forced to straighten out on, will get her first wave of the matchup. Shane, as you looked at that wave profile and kind of pick up Nanaho, clearly her goal was to try to get barreled on that one. She's gonna have to settle for a small score. How would you break that one down?
Yeah, I think her approach was right. She definitely like wanted that thing. It was like one of those heavier sectioned rights. She was deep. She wasn't on the shoulder. She was kind of in the spot. She just got hung up slightly on the drop. Almost like she was a little, maybe slightly positioned too far out, so it wouldn't really allow her to knife in. That wave actually barreled pretty good. It was a really good wave. She just was a little late to the party there.
Just see that air drop straightening out, not able to get underneath the hood, so a 0.83 for Nanaho.
Oh. Yeah, you can see that wave actually barreled pretty hard there. I think that was a missed opportunity for Nanaho. But you know, I mean, it's early days in the heat. She'll hopefully have another opportunity there. And you know, with a couple of goofy foots in this heat, a lot of times if you're the lone regular foot, or if there's a couple goofy foots in your heat, they really have like goofy foot-itis a lot of times, and they're not looking right, especially on some of those heavier ones. So.
Local wild card, Zoe McDougall punching out the lip real quick, going to turns on this one. Nice clean form on that snap for a combination, putting that one together down the stretch. The wild cards have had some success this morning, with Chesney getting that first win this morning. Moana Jones-Wong advancing on in second today. Zoe Zeitz just fell out of the mix into third in the last heat. Now it's up to Zoe to come through with this one. Real well-rounded surfer, has surfed over 20 events at the Challenger Series level, but not this year. This year she was absent. This is her first of this season, but really comfortable being at home, Jesse.
Yeah, she's the type of surfer that definitely belongs on this as well. She's got a really nice rail game. She gets to showcase maybe just a bit unstuck on that first one, hit some whitewater, but then that was a really nice second connection for Zoe. She's super comfortable here, obviously. This is her hometown. Reed going to her front side, you can see just burying a bit of rail here. So if we're going to go to turns in this heat, it's a really evenly matched heat. But thinking back to Alyssa Spencer and Zoe, they're both really comfortable in the barrel out here as well, even in the Florence Pipe Pro recently. So hopefully we get to see a couple tubes from the ladies in this heat.
Gosh, that's always our hope at Pipe and Backdoor. Challenger Series points on the line. We'll check out this replay of Alyssa Spencer, Shane.
Yeah, Alyssa up on this nice left, nice size left, nice little turn there. This is where it kind of goes into that little sandbar and gets a little dicey. You can see right there all those weird kind of rapids she was dealing with at the end. This wave really didn't offer up much in scoring potential. She didn't really connect on that turn. I think she was hoping for like a big banger right here at the end, which just didn't really materialize.
So Alyssa steps off at the moment in the top 3 picture for North America to make the Challenger Series for next year. Still one major event left in the North American region in Barbados, a QS 6000. Where on the other side, the Hawaii Tahiti Nui regionals are all over, so that's all set. But the North American region still has a huge QS 6000 to come, Jesse.
6,000 points is crucial, you know, especially at this time of the season. It's one more to go. Pretty similar as well back home in Oz. There's 2 more 4,000s, and I feel like you can get to a point where you're set and you think you're already on your way back to the Challenger Series. But 6,000 points, yeah, that's a big moment, especially at this point. I know for Alyssa, though, she would not be settled by going back to the regional QS. She wants to re-qualify for the CT, and if not, be in that top 10 so she can at least train for another year and come back stronger for the next Challenger Series.
Very true. Well, let's catch up with the winner. Winner of the last heat, Vahiti, standing by with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Vi, congratulations. First heat at the Challenger level right here at Pipeline. Being a local right here from Honolulu, how does it feel to have one of these locations on the Challenger Series right now? Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it feels nice. We had a QS out here last month, and so it feels kind of normal, a little bit more normal. It feels, I mean, even for a QS, it wasn't the best conditions, and today it's just having to get the job done. It's actually probably the best conditions I've had out here for a pipe contest in the last couple of years, so I was just happy about that.
Yeah, regionally, a couple of 7th and 9th, but you're coming off of a semifinal at the World Pro Juniors. What's the consistency been like so far, Vi?
Yeah, I definitely feel a lot more confident after the semis in the World Juniors. It was just nice to have a little rhythm going. I haven't had the best competitive year last year and last season, or this season still, but hopefully just being here at home, I can feel a little bit more comfortable and even more confident, and hopefully that will help a little bit.
And this winter, are you making the drive across from town, or are you staying locally here on the North Shore?
Yeah, it's nice. I've been renting a place up here on the North Shore, so it saves the drive, and it's still so nice to just have family here, and everyone on the North Shore is like family, and during this time, you know, we all grew up on the North Shore and seeing everyone come, so we've made lots of friends who feel like family.
Congratulations, seeing round 2.
Thank you so much.
Joe?
Thanks so much, Mitch. She's moving into a very fun heat for us to watch. She'll have Moana Jones-Wong, Anat Gonzalez-Eshabari, and also Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson in the round of 32. Rien Van Wagener, meanwhile, still with some room on this small section on her front side, but now building some speed. Goes a nice turn off the top there and steps off. So Van Wagener's been on quite a roll this year. We mentioned the final she just had in Pismo. She also had a final in Barbados earlier in the year, and also came with a 10-point ride in the Junior Series to kick off last season. So really growing up quickly, only 16 years of age, out there in the white jersey, and now getting her feet wet at Pipeline.
She's also an incredible longboarder. And you know, I feel like when you can kind of cross-pollinate between the two and be a really talented longboarder and a shortboarder, I feel like you start to read the wave a little bit differently, use the entirety of the board, both rails, and at Reed, she's really in tune with her equipment here. So she would have really fine-tuned what she wanted to take out. I just feel like maybe positioning letting her down here. She seems to be coming quite wide on these lefts here at Pipe, and she's obviously a strong girl. She's getting some nice turns in underway, but it's definitely not her full potential here. She's also really great in the barrel. She's done a lot of time where she's dropped some really cool clips, and I feel like at this point she just needs to start pushing herself a little bit harder over the edge. You see, Nanaho, I know it hasn't worked out for her on the last couple of attempts, but you can see she's hungry for it right now.
Priority with Zoe McDougall, growing up on the beach at Sunset. She'll paddle for that wave, and it's going to go underneath her. Oftentimes, you'll lose priority if you take a long look. Swinging into this one under the hood quickly is Alyssa Spencer. And now trying to hop her way into an inside reform, and that's going to drop her off there. Am I mistaken, Shane, or have you worked with Alyssa in the past?
I have, yeah.
You have, that's right.
Yeah.
What was that like, and how was that experience with her actually receiving information and then applying it?
That's a good question, Joe.
You're not sure how she applied
I'm just
it?
joking.
Oh.
You'd have to ask her.
Just silent.
No, I'm
from your point of view.
No, I'm totally joking. This was really cool for Alyssa right there. It is hard to find a cover up on these lefts out here right now. She actually did a pretty good job. Alyssa's awesome. She's actually really fun to work with. She's a crazy hard worker, like super disciplined, like doesn't really make any excuses. She's super accountable, which you don't always find in the surf world. And she's just willing to do the hard work. It definitely is challenging. She's a very cautious person, just in general, I feel. And at Pipeline, it's difficult to push somebody like Alyssa further out on the risk curve, which is where you're going to get those excellent scores, is hard. You know, the girls who are able to push themselves further on the risk curve and feel comfortable, those are the ones who really start leveling up and going on that CT level. And until you're able to push really hard from more of a risk perspective, you're really going to be stuck in that mid range for scores, as we see Alyssa up here riding again.
Setting up that turn, that clean open face hook on this left. It's going a little flat, carrying her speed well. Finds a little section to throw the S turn. Spencer lighting that section up as she will step off of what is now her 5th wave so far. And looking to better a 1.6. You see where Alyssa is currently on the Challenger live rankings, sitting at number 11 in the world, Jesse. As we've already known, we've had some tough losses to deal with already, especially with Kira Pinkerton, who is world number 10, who lost in the first heat this morning. Here's Reed again, taking a little low road and stepping off. So yeah, really important heat for Spencer at the moment.
Yeah, we spoke about those top 7. Obviously, we're getting more women onto that championship tour next year. 2 spots already gone, so we've got 5 left to kind of solidify for that championship tour. We're looking at that top 10. When you look at 11 to 20, it is crucial, you know, because a lot of those girls in that 11 to 20, they make this heat, they better. So the rankings is going to change so much between now and the end of the comp. This was a really nice slash in the pocket there for Reed. Feel like she drove and pushed a bit harder, had a really nice drive up into that bottom turn. You can see she's going to turns here. And then Liz, I think, just built confidence off that last barrel that she got. You could see she was a bit deeper, wanting to find a bit of cover up again, and then came through this inside. The thing I like is she's not really giving up on her wave. She's going to take it all the way through just because we've seen both barrels and turns score today. So I think she's surfing a pretty smart heat. And then Zoe, wow. Beautifully tucked into the barrel there, had nice engagement, a really good amount of speed through it as well. But unfortunately, just clamping, coming back towards her there. And then Nanaho just again throwing herself over. She's looking left here, but the left's just really starting to taper off at the moment. Like you said before, Shane, it's really hard to get a barrel on the lefts right now at Pipe. But Nanaho going to turns, but I think there's some big scores. If you can find that wave, which obviously comes with experience out there, if you can find that perfect gem at backdoor, it's going to be a really easy win.
She won that event in the wave pool last year, didn't she?
Yeah, in Korea.
Were you there for that?
Yep. Oh, I wasn't, but my sister was. But that wave pool looks so fun. She won a QS 6000 in Taiwan a couple years ago, going to the air. It was sick. She's got a crazy air game.
No wonder she's such a top seed and can adapt to pool systems. Adapting here to the conditions today at Pipeline at the moment in 4th. Reed's in 3rd. Zoe McDougall hanging on to 2nd. Here comes Alyssa Spencer. She's been loving these lefts. Glassy section, just mistimed the first turn. So her numbers will stay the same. Alyssa formerly full-time on the championship tour. Really solid backhand, great fundamentals, hard worker. Comes from a great family down in North County, San Diego, and she's still in the lead at the moment. Round of 48, heat number 5 continues right after this break.
Here on the North Shore, looking at how many people have passed away and over the years, over the decades, and how radical the ocean is here and how dangerous it is and the surf, that's who you want coming for you in a bad situation, is Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Can't talk about the story of the North Shore or Pipe in general without talking about the great Hawaiian Water Patrol. The ski driver there, Pomai Ho'opili, is a legend of the sport of surfing, can ride anything he wants, from an alaya to a stand-up paddle to a longboard to a shortboard to body surfing, an absolute legend here on the North Shore. Watching these CS competitors and keeping them safe. Zoe McDougall putting this one together and just missing out on the finish, but she's hanging on to a second and advancing position for the time being. A lot of QS events in her lifetime. One of her best friends, her neighbor, Coco Ho. She's been on a lot of trips with Coco and a lot of fun sessions throughout her life. As we see how she did on this one, Jessie.
I like this wave. I really do. Really drives into that first carve here. And again, her board looks really nice and loose. Like really pivoty off the bottom as well. And she's pushing hard as she comes through those top turns as well. So Zoe finding a really nice three-turner here, and I think she's going to get really well rewarded for these first two carves just with her commitment to the rail. Obviously, we know she's not scared to try and push to go a little bit deeper here, but I think she just needed to fight to keep herself in this heat right now because everyone's kind of switched into that turn mode. So if you can find one and just push hard like she did on that, yeah, it's easily going to go, well, there you go, best wave of the heat.
9:44 on the clock. Shane, it was great to hear that little snippet of you talking about the Hawaiian Water Patrol and obviously with tons of stories focused on yourself of surfing heavy water waves here at Pipeline. I'm sure you've got a lot of stories where they've helped you get out of trouble in the past.
For sure. I mean, I've seen them, you know, really save people's lives out here multiple times. They are just never far away, whether they have a ski in the water with you know, someone driving and then someone who's there to do rescues on the sled, or if they're just, you know, on the beach or in a lifeguard tower, like they're always watching and they're there for you. And it's amazing how quick they're able to activate when it goes down. Whether there's someone like waving, like, hey, someone's in trouble, or whether like no one even sees it, they just seem to see everything and even anticipate it, which is amazing. And they're just like level of training and their ability to like, you know, get someone out of danger in a super efficient way. They have such great training and such great protocols, and I just really kind of blown away by how amazingly professional they are and how well trained they are, and they're just like really cool humans.
Yeah, 100%. You think about the contributions to the sport, you know, and how far it's gone as far as surfers being willing to charge and being brave and being able to get up and do it again and see their family. You know, the Hawaiian Water Patrol are the first people you want to thank that have been just part of this event since day one, led by the great Terry Hui, teaching people internationally as well those water safety tips globally on how to keep people safe. And we know when pipe is even small, you want to make sure no one's landing on the reef. You get injuries here all the time, even on small days, and obviously some of the most scary stories in pro surfing have happened right here.
It's probably why people have been able to push so hard here, especially at Pipeline, is because it's kind of a safety blanket to know that there's such a strong team behind you. If things do go wrong, it's okay, they're going to have your back. Obviously, they're going to do their best job, try and take you just all the way home back to your family. And I feel like, and I'm sure you can comment on this as well, that's probably the reason why you see people not afraid to sit that little bit deeper, throw themselves over a little bit more, just because of how talented these guys are.
Yeah, I think for sure. I mean, it's a lot to expect, especially like for these girls. A lot of them are from like the East Coast of the U.S. or like Alyssa Spencer is a really good example. Like she's from Southern California where the waves aren't very heavy around where she lives. She doesn't have a background in heavy slabbing reef breaks where like you could die any day where the waves are 3 foot or bigger. And that's the reality of Pipeline. So, you know, like sort of going back to what I talked about with Alyssa, like, you know, she was really nervous at Pipeline. She was super nervous to go right. She was worried about the reef. She didn't know whether she should wear a helmet at all times or not, you know, and it's really cool to see that confidence that having the Hawaii Water Patrol give people in a heat, knowing that they're always watching you, knowing that they have the training, they have the protocol, they have everything it takes. They've done it a million times. Like just having that confidence, you see people level up.
What's your take right now, Shane, on the helmet conversation?
I mean, I think it really depends on the person. You know, it's funny because if you hit the reef with your head, having a helmet on is much better. There's no way you can argue that. there is just a little bit of nuance to like everybody's kind of personal preference. In general, it's definitely safer to wear a helmet, period. But I try to tell that to my kid, and he doesn't wear one, and I don't wear one out of pipe. So, but I in the past, like the newer ones that are made by Oakley are a lot better. I would say they're a really huge level up, a real game changer. Like the ones in the past that didn't have a lot of kind of slats and a lot of I don't know how to explain that, but like the new ones are much better. The ones in the past, when you tried to dive through the wave head first or something, it just wouldn't allow you to penetrate. So like neck injuries and that kind of thing, it would just like tweak your neck. And a lot of times there was more flotation in there. So like sometimes you went over the falls easier, having that little bit of flotation on your head. And then like not, like in the past when they would cover your ears, you really lacked that hearing sense, which, but these days with some of these newer helmet designs, they are a lot better than they used to be, for sure. And it's a confidence game out here at Pipeline. So anything that gives you that confidence to like level yourself up, that's what you should do.
Reed Van Wagener just stepping into a left here as she has a nice little section to carve through. Sitting in third at the moment, so an important wave as we pass the 5-minute warning. Belts the inside, just groveling through that tail bit of white water to slam it shut. And found a little bonus reform where she ends up incomplete. So Reed chasing a 4.07. Alyssa's in second. Zoe McDougall has taken the lead. McDougall's last a 5.0. That brings Nanaho down to fourth. But still, all these heats we've had today have been very close. She's just chasing a 3.74 to get into the top two.
I really do believe that if you're going to go to the turn strategy out here, which is getting people through heat, so I totally understand it, you still have to have that element of risk versus reward. Like we saw over Anat Lelior, Alyssa trying to find that risk right now.
Finding a creative way to try to fill in a couple of maneuvers there down the stretch. She had to move that backhand line up to the top to finish, and that's her 7th wave so far. But she's trying to improve on a 2.07 as we'll take a look at the left, Shane.
Yes, Reed on this left, kind of like dug that first rail in that bottom turn, but the wave ended up getting really fun right here. Spicy little cutback right there, and then a little nice little finish. That little sandbar at the end of pipe is super fun, but you can see like the difference between that, that wave that Zoe got on that right, even though it was about that same size, the scoring potential was so much greater just because the right on a day like this really stands up steep. And it gives you that extra scoring potential. I think Alyssa was trying to look for one of those rights, but yeah, that wave that Zoe had really did most of the work for her. She was able to get her board in that critical position, and that's why that score was so much higher.
3:15 on the clock. As we look at the numbers, the highlighted scores are the keepers scored on their top two. As Zoe is out in front representing the local wild cards that were put straight into the round. So they were removed from the alternate list and straight into the round of 48. The men will have a opening round of 5 heats of 20 of the best at pipe. Here comes Zoe looking to protect her lead, and she goes straight down.
Just want to have a look at Reed's last score. So that was, like we mentioned, there was a couple of nice moments on that wave. It came through as a 1.73, so relatively small. It kind of goes to what I was trying to mention, is that I really feel like if you are going to go to turns out here at pipe today, you have to have that element of surprise still, because pipe is like watching bull riding. You're on the edge of your seat, like going, hold on, like last that full 8 seconds. Like you want to see someone get a big, deep barrel. Obviously, we don't have big, deep barrel conditions today, but I think there's still a couple of really steep sections where you can go up and just absolutely belt it, and the judges will reward it straight away.
I think pipe always gives you a quick reminder of what you get to have during a waiting period. We've had, like every venue in the entire world, when you imagine an event, people are asking who's going to win 6 months ahead of time. You're imagining that 6 to 8 foot every time, and
For sure.
But then when you show up, you're like, oh yeah, there's a whole waiting period. We've had finals at the Pipe Masters, at Off the Wall when B. Durbridge won. We've had some at Gums over the years. You got to be ready for absolutely everything. As we look at a controlled takeoff from Nanaho, and that one didn't even have room for her to pull in. So sure, her high score still a 2, 90 seconds to chase a 3.74, and now she'll be at the back of the line for priority.
Good on her. She's throwing herself on those big sets. I mean, it's pretty interesting, though. It does kind of show that she's got her lineups right, but maybe hasn't had that experience in the free surf to be able to figure out those takeoffs and getting herself into those nice kind of tight bowly pockets. That one kind of feathered out a little bit, but like that first big set at the start of the heat, it's hard. It's really hard when you're free surfing out there and there's 80 people in a lineup and you just, you know, you can get your lineups down, but to figure out like how to surf the wave as well, that's a whole other game.
For sure. And you know, I think this heat is really similar to what's going to happen throughout the day, where like Alyssa and Reed, they both kind of went left the whole heat. That was the safe way, right? There's a lot of open lefts that aren't closing out, but like you're pretty limited on your scoring potential. There's not very many barrels on the lefts. It's more of like a couple cutties and a little hit, where like Zoe got that one right that gave her a lot of scoring potential, and then like Nanaho put herself in the right position for some of those barrels, but they just weren't really happening.
Here we go, having a look with priority is Reed Van Wagener, getting down out in front of this one, now waiting for it, ends up being late to that section, as she was really looking for a score to move to the top two. Zoe McDougall will use her priority to look at that wave and pull back. So Alyssa will now have first priority, but we've run out of time. So the top seed on the CS, Alyssa Spencer, looking for a spot inside the top 10, will move on to the round of 32 with local wild card Zoe McDougall. And we lose Reed Van Wagener and Nanaho Suzuki from the draw. Heat number 6 coming up next with Sophie McCulloch, Eve Wong, Louise Laprante, and Oceana Rogers to keep this one going. Heat before was watching all the action come down as Alyssa will release a solid frontside hack, and we'll be happy to be surfing into the next round. Take a quick break. We'll be back at Pipeline right after this.
My name is Evely Ulay Klenia Kea Wong, and I'm from the island of Oahu. I love surfing because I love being in the ocean. It's where I feel most confident and most like myself. A bikini kind of life means I get to experience new places, new cultures, new people, and while doing what I love. My name is Evely Ula Wong, and this is the Bikini Kind of Life.
Eve Wong breaking down the bikini kind of life with Billabong, reminding everybody it's not just a season, not just a getaway, it's a way of being, a life spent in motion in the water and under the sun. Got the Billabong's A Bikini Kind of Life campaign rolling out with surfers like Eve Wong representing it so well and her Hawaiian culture, and the number 19th seed coming into play here this morning at Pipe. Round of 48, heat number 6 shows Eve already catching a wave during the break, Jessie.
Yeah, really nice opening turn here for Eve. Wow, loved that bottom turn. Had that hand touch that outside rail, drew up into it. You can see here, kind of hit a bit of dead water. Sometimes when they connect all the way through, they kind of have a good looking bowl. But that first section is money. That's exactly what you want. You want to have your board in the steepest part of the wave, releasing a fan of spray. So yeah, that would have been nice for the judges to open their eyes on at the start of this heat. Zoe McDougall, Scruff, a lot of us call her back home. Nice connection as well. Interesting for Scruff. So she's had 2 CT rookie kind of appearances, right? But with both of them, so her first year prior to surfing in her first ever CT event, she was supposed to be here. She did syndesmosis in her ankle a couple of days before, so never actually got to compete out here in her rookie year. Then Carissa Moore the following year competed and then decided to have a temporary retirement. And so Scruff took the rest of her season. So she's actually, even though she has CT experience, never surfed out pipe before.
Look
in
at
a
that.
jersey.
Look at that. Here we go.
Boom.
You know what? Australians have the best nicknames.
I was going to say that.
And once you get one, you're stuck with it for life, right? I mean,
forever.
I have Australian friends that actually don't know their real name. They just.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? I have that with some of my dad's friends. I'm like, I actually don't know your real name. I just been calling you that my whole life.
Scruff. That's a good. Are we allowed to say that, or is that like a?
No. Everyone calls her Scruff.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Only in Australia could you call a woman Scruff and she'd be totally cool with it.
She's like, sounds good. Let's go.
Let's go. Don't forget it.
She has one of the best Challenger Series moments for me personally. The Haleiwa Challenger, when she wasn't even in the talk of making the tour. It seemed like an outside shot. People started losing her ahead of her at the rankings. All of a sudden, there was this light kind of shining as she got to the quarters. Then we were getting messages in the booth going, hey, if she wins this contest, she'll make the tour. And Teresa Bonvalot was on the other side of that, which was heartbreaking. And it was a 4-surfer final. She did the impossible and won it and earned her spot on tour. As we look at LaPrant, wow, whip in the pocket, but no transition to right away. Pockety little bowl there at back door. And the backhand sections, like Shane, you were breaking down before, offers a good wall like that. We saw, Vahine take advantage of that. A lot of scoring potential going right this morning.
Yeah, that wave from Louise right there was a really high quality wave. It bowled up, is really glassy. It's had that like perfect transition. She just got a little bit hung up. The thing, you can see it right here. On her forehand right there, you could have just armbarred it and got drained, but that vertical backside turn was a great choice, actually. She just got a little bit caught up in that steep. Look at that wave, was incredible, though. Like, as far as like wave selection goes, it'd be hard to beat this wave.
Yeah, wow. Really, that's kind of that solid in the pocket turn that we were talking about in that previous heat, where the judges still want to see it have that wrist, that really solid amount of wall and face pushing down against you. Just a little bit off kilter coming down there, but yeah, Shane, beautiful wave. Had a really nice clean wall as well. You could see the reef through the wave. Are you kidding?
The hard part on the other side is like, how many falls like that can you afford in a heat? When is she going to get another wave like that? Maybe not. She's going to hope so, and she's already felt what that fall is. She knows automatically what went wrong and missing that opportunity. But you're hoping it's not going to be something she's going to think about later if she stays in 3rd or 4th.
Well, we think about, it's back to the very first heat of the day, Kira Pinkerton probably had the best waves out there, and she rode them beautifully, just unfortunately getting clamped on a couple and just came unstuck when she was trying to doggy door out of one. But if you never want to go back to it, but if she had made those, she would have won it, and don't want Louise to be in that same story.
Nice lake takeoff. Oceana Rogers hangs onto it for a moment and then gets out of there on the open face. So 0.67 before that. Rogers just getting warmed up. Think about how much tape these guys watch of themselves. Everyone's got like usually a good filmer so they can break down their technique. As we'll get back to that thought in a moment, let's send it downstairs with Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Here with local surfer Zoe McDougall. Congratulations. I mean, looking at backdoor, looking at eights, it's complicated out there, but how much did your local knowledge really play into experience out here this morning, Zoe?
Yeah, we just have like a typical medium small day on the North Shore. Kind of feels more like Rockies than the typical pipeline out there, but still super fun and rippable.
You've had the experience of being able to travel all over the world, but growing up right here, what's it really like not only having this event, having the chance to compete against the world's best once again?
Yeah, I mean, growing up on the North Shore, all your neighbors, all your best friends are like your idols, so we grow up with a lot of power, and to like have this in my back pocket has always been really valuable in my career.
There's obviously, you know, some forecasts down the line, potentially some excellent waves towards the window. It can change, though, here in the Pacific Ocean. What are you looking forward to when it comes to potentially getting some better backdoor and pipe waves, Zoe?
Yeah, I mean, it would be dreamy to get one of those days where we're just like pinching ourselves, being like, oh, I can't believe we get to surf this in a heat. Haven't had many pipeline contests like that. I've still been waiting for the one that's just perfect backdoor when you're like, oh, there'd be 200 people out here and I get to surf it in a heat. But hopefully we get some of that. I don't know.
There's potential. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say thanks to Rusty and my new sponsor, Kulani, and all my other brands that support me. And let's have a good event.
Thank you. Joe?
Thanks so much, Mitch. Always fun running into Zoe in the water, on land. A really talented surfer from right here on the north shore of Oahu, and has had a few chances to get into the regional events this year. It was a fun series to follow at Sunset, Haleiwa, Pipeline to wrap up 2025 as we look at Sophie McCulloch driving hard off the bottom. Tags that first section, ton of speed out of it. Hits the lip line again for a great two-turn combination, keeping her speed well through her points. And now slowing things down for us, Eve Wong. The local girl throws it back in the pocket. Oncoming section, she'll carve underneath it. Running out of water underneath that board, but still swinging to tag it shut. Great read from Eve. Already had a 4, and now adding to it, Shane.
Yeah, that was a great wave right there for Eve. It's so cool to see her evolution, you know, like she's from Honolulu, she's from town, you know, and she's from the other side of the island, like growing up surfing waves like Kiwalos and like softer waves that have a lot less consequence. And it's really cool to see all the work that she's done out here at Pipeline. She's extremely nervous when she first started really surfing out here. And she had a lot of fear like around like the wave and stuff. And it is like exactly like we were talking before, is 100 to 200 people out here when the waves are really good. So it's difficult to get practice. But Eve's been out there. She's been putting in the hard days out there and getting burned and putting in her hours out there. She got an incredible right the other day. It was insane. This wave right here, Scruff, is pretty sick. She actually, really nice turn right there, like beautiful combination. Like she looks, for someone who's never surfed a pipeline in a heat, she looks really, really comfortable.
Yeah, Sophie's not scared, like at all. But I love this wave from Eve. Something that everyone talks about is how hard it is to slow down at this wave, just with that power, the speed behind it. But Eve, 2 arms in the wall, doing everything she can to get a cover up here. And then you can tell that she's really, like you said, grown into herself, but I feel like she's started to just unleash her personality through her surfing. She has this really awesome, graceful ambiance about her. Whenever you walk away, you're like, wow, I feel good. Once you leave Eve's company, and it feels like she's finally started to translate that into surfing. And I think Dougie Silva has really helped enable that too.
Wow, what a classic, Doug Silva. He is so interesting to talk to about life. He's got this positivity that he has. I think everyone got to really enjoy the Seth Moniz, Doug Silva connection on the CT. Wow, big drop from Rogers out in front now as she lays down just a quick turn. She was hoping that she was going to start that wave off in the tube, but she's identified a spot to sit on the left, and we'll see if it pays off. Representing the state of New South Wales in Australia.
Yeah, from Jones Beach down on the south coast. It's a it's a beautiful part of the world down there. It is kind of similar to here where it feels coastal and country and everything's really beautiful and green. Great waves on the south coast. We've got some of our best slabs in the country down there too. A lot of people head down to what we call Aussie Pipe, which is not too far from where she lives. So yeah, I actually, Oceana, she's really cool. She had an amazing run at an event we have in the Asia QS at NIAS where it was really big and gnarly barrels, and she was just going for it. So I feel like, yeah, Oceana, I've used this word a lot, but she's not scared to have a dig as well. And you could see she was trying to get in the barrel, but just a little too far down on the wave there. She was right at the bottom. But this is that 2-wave drag from Eve, Shane.
Yeah, beautiful surfing there from Eve. You know, what I like about her is her board choice. You can tell she's riding like a noticeably longer board, and I know that has something to do with Doug Silva. Like that rail line and her board, she just looks super smooth. She's able to really commit to her turns on that right, and even her first wave on that left, the drive off the bottom, and really a lot of aggression in her surfing.
More waves on the way here. We've got LaPrant with A nice setup off the bottom and tags the lip line there. Louise now will step off after a one-turn section. Chasing down a 7.5, but plenty of time to get 2 new waves to get in the mix. So breaking down turns and different approaches here at Pipe and Backdoor, and something that's already come up a few times, Shane, is the surfers coming out here and having fear, and that's so common, for everyone looking at Pipe, and probably a good thing at times. For the amount of times you've answered the fear question in your life, you've probably written a few books without even knowing it, with your big wave prowess and also here at Pipe. But I guess when you're passing that knowledge of what you've been through and going, this is how you get over fear and how you get started at Pipe, where do you begin?
Not putting your head in the sand. Not like hoping it's going to go away. There's no easy way. This is a really cool wave right here from Louise. I'll get back to it. But real nice vertical surfing right there. That was pretty similar to her first turn attempt, but that wave just kind of allowed her to have that little bit of extra time. But yeah, answering your fear question, Joe, I think like there is no way around fear. There's no like way around the hard work. Like I talk to the girls, especially the girls that I've coached out here at Pipeline, and the only way to do it is to just keep putting yourself out there, go through the motions, be out there on the crowded days, get worked, get burned, there's only one way to conquer your fear, and it's just through it, You just got to keep trying, keep trying.
Eve Wong ends up searching for something on that one and kicks straight out, and great words from Shane Dorian, and it's interesting.
No, I was just going to say, experience really. You just keep, it's like this incremental foundation building when you're overcoming fear. It doesn't happen one day like you break through this glass ceiling and all of a sudden you're unafraid. You're always going to have fear around Pipeline. Everybody, every last person, even like Baron, Mamiya, John, Florence, they have fear about the reef, fear about dying, fear about how heavy it is out there, fear about making a bad mistake. But that incremental foundation building of each session, each wave, each experience being like little incremental building, it just gives you that confidence. And over time, you just have less and less, not less fear, but you're able to manage it in a better way.
However, do you get to a place, I mean, speaking for yourself, then you start chasing fear? Do you almost miss that first feeling and you're actually looking for it?
I don't know about looking for it, but I think I have excitement about overcoming it. That's what it is. It's always going to be there, but your ability to overcome fear increases and gets better with time. And then you get, it's really exciting to be able to manage your fear and be able to keep a cool head under pressure. When a really big wave is approaching you, to not be like, oh, what's going to go wrong? And I hope this doesn't happen, where you just see it, it's the right wave, and you're not even thinking about fear at that point. You're just locking in. You're putting your head down, you're paddling, you're positioning yourself correctly, and you're relying on your experience and your ability and your expertise, But that ability and expertise only comes from putting in the hard work.
Love that. Great words from Shane Dorian joining us for the call here this morning. Round of 48, Heat 6 has Eve Wong out in front with a 5.17 and a 4, and Doug Silva is loving every bit of that first start for Eve. We'll be right back at Pipeline after this. Welcome back to Pipeline. 12 minutes to go in the round of 48. Heat number 6. Eve Wong had the lead before we went to break. She still has it. You guys did not miss a thing. Sophie McCulloch has priority in second. Louise Laprante in third. Oceana Rogers in fourth. A ton of time to go. Priority with the Australian known as Scruff. Sophie McCulloch, a hard-charging superhero. When the ocean gets scary, she puts her head down and absolutely charges. Been fun seeing her in the water the last couple of weeks here on the North Shore. Always positive, always going for it. And like you mentioned before on her run, Jesse, she's had her fair share of up and down battles with injuries, getting close to the cut, falling off the tour, having little moments of the CT. And it still feels like in her career, she's still just getting started. I'd like to see her get just a stranglehold of the championship tour for the next decade.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to sound biased because obviously she's my friend and I'm Australian, but I do really think that she belongs on the CT just with her surfing, her ability to throw herself over the edge. She's not scared. She's a really adaptable surfer as well. And she just has this desire and will to break a lip in front of her with her surfboard. And it's really fun to watch when she gets to do it.
Oceana Rogers winding up. Quick tag on the backhand. And section coming up quickly in a nice little backhand float to finish things off. Oceana's best wave so far. Moving off the left and realizing the scoring potential on her backhand. A 7 will get her into the top 2. But good time management getting in the mix with that 2-turn combo, Shane.
Yeah, you know, it's really fun, you know, to be here for this event. There's a lot of younger surfers that I have never seen before. I've never seen Oceana surf before, so it's really fun to see new names, new faces coming up. And you can tell she has really great technique on her backhand. This is great bottom, like just all her fundamentals, her transitions, that last turn, even her like turn selection is really good. But she's powerful. I like her style. She looks like she has like a really great board under her feet. Yeah, just a lot of it out here at Pipeline on any day, and especially days like this, is wave selection. So somebody like her, she could be the best surfer in the heat, but it's pretty easy to lose out there if you don't have the best waves. And I always explain to athletes in this way at Pipeline, you're either surfing defensively or you're surfing offensively at Pipeline. And so you see someone like Barron, is he ever surfing defensively? Zero chance. He's on the gas. He's attacking. He's building a fortress from minute one, and he's not ever defensive. Like, oh, what am I going to do if that person does this? He just doesn't even paying attention to anyone else in his heat. He's just hammering forward, and that's kind of the mentality you want to have out here at Pipe.
Yeah, great to have those people to follow, and you know, there's so much tape out there. You know, the age of the internet and getting access to performances as well. It's pretty common for these athletes to study all that footage of the greats and try to find pieces to put into their own game. Their little stab there on the backhand of Louise Laprante and puts together another backside snap. Speeding down the line, Sophie McCulloch off the top. Right into a solid wrapping hook. She'll kick out and join the priority race with Louise on their way out. So Sophie protecting second. Louise gunning for it there, Jesse.
Yeah, Louise, you know what? I actually love the way she surfs, and she's a really passionate competitor as well. She's not afraid to show a little bit of emotion. She comes from this awesome surfing family back in South Africa. She's got a little sister, Leah, and older brother as well. We saw them all in Bolito. But Louise, the only one to be on the Challenger Series full-time, her first time competing here at Pipe. And just, you know what? Throwing her body through that second turn, even though it was a smaller looking wave, gave it this real exclamation mark. But then you turn around and Sophie McCulloch is flying down a backdoor wave, just connecting beautifully with a nice big finner, and then that rail carve, using that down the line speed from that turn to transition into that carve is the CT surfing that you look. That's the level.
Such a high level from Scruff. Sophie McCulloch, she's 16th on the Challenger Series, so she's looking at a big opportunity here. We'll start the series of replays here. Eve Wong getting in the mix, Shane.
Yeah, that wave was threatening to be really good. It just never really materialized. I love that turn though right there from Eve. You know, she's a really great example. If we don't have another replay here, she's a really good example of what I was talking about. How you're either on the defense and you're surfing defensively out there, like where you're on the back foot, or you're surfing offensively. I can come back to that.
Oceana Rogers just up and out.
Yeah, just, you know, I see Eve, I've seen her in heats before through her life, and out here at Pipe, and she has always surfed kind of defensively out here. A little bit nervous, a little bit on the back foot, and she's getting that confidence where you see that transition. Now she's starting to get pretty darn confident, and that aggression level is going up. She's pushing herself out on the wrist curve. She's going on heavier waves. She's wanting the best waves. She's wanting the really good ones, you know, and you see it out here on the practice days. Like, she was out here a couple days ago, and she got one of the best waves in the morning, and there was like 100 people in the water. And I talked to her about it last night. I'm like, Eve, you're looking like really confident out of Pipe these days at backdoor, you know, especially. And you could see the twinkle in her eye. Like, she's clicked in. You know, it's at the very start, but she's clicking in.
Great to see that growth, you know,
Yeah, I love
especially
it.
from such a natural talent. It seemed like when we watched her in early events, we were like, how old is she? You know,
Yeah.
ripping, seemed like she had overall performance locked in. And now with barrel riding and comfort here at Pipe and Backdoor, we're watching it now from Eve Wong, 5.17 and a 4.0, leading the charge. Sophie McCulloch right behind her. LaPrant now to third with her last wave at a 3.8. That's her best. Oceana Rogers standing by for a number as well, as she's looking to improve on a 1.5. So the morning flying by, Jesse.
Just want to circle back to something really quick. If you told me that I was ripping, my eyes would be twinkling too. So I totally get that on Eve's behalf, because...
Jesse, you've been ripping.
Oh,
Okay, good. Your day made.
anyway, that's me for today, guys.
It is cool. Obviously, you know, compliments mean different things from different people.
Yes.
You know, and someone who's been there, done that, been in finals, when they say you've got a good wave, it's different, you know, and sometimes that little piece of advice can go a long way. And I was thinking with you, Shane, there's different coaching assignments now for these guys in the world of pro surfing. Some are short term. Some are a phone call that can make a difference, and some are really long over time, and you're really working on a lot of big things. Some coaches actually don't like the short assignments. They really want to develop a long-term relationship. Where do you stand with that? Do you mind spending an afternoon with someone, or do you like to really lock in to see how they can turn into their best version of themselves?
For me, it really doesn't matter. It really depends on the person. You know, it's funny, like, you like to think you could help everyone. Like, you really, like, as a coach, you really want to bring a ton of value and change the trajectory of that athlete's life, like, ideally, in your mind, you know? Like, I want it to, like, pay dividends when I coach somebody. I want them to, like, look back and go, whoa, that was like a shift change for me. So whether it's an afternoon or a whole year of working with someone, I'm fine either way. But it's funny when you click with someone where you feel like there's a connection where it's really bringing value, and you can see the bar being raised for that athlete. That's the best. And that doesn't always happen, you know, and that's fine. Just some people aren't really, it's like any sort of other relationship. Sometimes it's not, it's not as beneficial as other times, which is, but like with Erin Brooks, you know, when I work with Erin, we have a connection where I know when I'm saying something, she is not only looking at me, she's like absorbing it fully, 100%. And when she goes out, she's implementing it 100%. Like, it's really neat to work with an athlete that 100% trusts what you're saying. They know what you're talking. They know that you know what you're talking about, and seeing you bring, like, feeling like you're really bringing value to an athlete is an incredible feeling. And it's fun to watch, seeing it happen, you know, and seeing them take sort of the work that you've done together and seeing them reap the rewards, you know, and seeing them get chaired at the beach. It's amazing.
How rewarding. I mean, from things you did personally in your career, but then to give back, and the measure of reward can sometimes be greater. You know, thinking about Luke Egan when Caroline won the world title, he was so emotional. You could tell that was up there with one of the best things that happened in his career. You know, when you look at Ross's dedication and Doug Silva watching this one closely with Eve, it's like you pour your heart and soul into surfing, but as a coach, you're not mailing it in. It's like almost more invested when it comes to someone else's career.
You're extremely invested, and you care so much about that athlete, because you know the emotions behind it. You know how much hard work that they're doing. You know how much discipline it takes. You know that, like, you know, like a lot of these athletes, they're up in the dark when no one's watching. They're in the gym. They're doing the mobility work. They're doing the strength work. They're out there getting burned at pipeline 50 times in a row, getting frustrated, coming in tears. You don't see all that right here. You just see them getting chaired up the beach at the end. You see the glory, but you don't see the hard work. And for each and every one of these athletes, they're all doing their own version of hard work. It's pretty awesome.
Is there a turning point with you, a mentor in your life when you were competing, or like even a quote or even time you spent with a surfer, even a peer, where you're like, oh, I learned the most from them, or that helped me go on to win bells, or whatever it could have been in your career?
You know, I learned a lot from Kelly. When I was on tour, I traveled with Kelly like very consistently throughout my career, and he was extremely analytical with results and how things played out, and patterns with surfing and patterns with competing. And I had patterns in my kind of approach to heat strategy that he kind of like that I wasn't really aware of, and he kind of explained things like, hey, in these heats you're kind of losing this same way every time. And it wasn't until he saw it from outside of my perspective that really helped me a lot. But yeah, I mean, just in general, like I learned a ton from different people. I try to sponge up knowledge wherever I can.
Great to put it all together. Enjoying our time with Shane Dorian. A minute on the clock here. Sophie McCulloch is out in front, top-seeded surfer in this CS. Has a 5.33 and a 4.4, and with priority, Jessie, a good place to shut this thing down.
Yeah, can't really ask for more, can you? With that, you got the lead, you have priority. There's 50 seconds on the clock, and I feel like, yeah, Soph and Eve, they've been the standouts, and I think I really took away what you were saying in surfing offensively and defensively, Shane, because, you know, how many times do you see someone, I guess unless it's in the last like dying stages, but how many times do you see someone win surfing defensively? Barely ever.
Especially out here, it's very rare.
Yeah.
And super cool to see Sophie. Like you said, she hasn't competed here at Pipeline before. She looks extremely strong to me. She looks like she's in the right frame of mind. She looks very like aggressive and on the gas in her surfing. Is really great to see.
15 seconds to go in this one. Heat 7's up next. That'll be Sofia Medina, Mirai Ikeda, Anan Matsuoka, and Malia Lima for the round of 48. Love a booth shift. It'll be Ross Williams and Kaipo Guerrero for the call. Before this one closes out completely, Oceana Rogers snuck this one in before the buzzer. Couple little frontside hooks, big wall, and the bottom drops out. She's trying to keep that board above water, but it ends up taking her down. So a last number for the judges to put in to make Heat 6 of the round of 48 official. Chasing a 5.24 on this one, and we'll give you that final outcome in a moment. Shane Dorian, thank you so much for your time. We can't get enough of it.
Thanks you guys for having me. That was fun.
Yeah, let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
Yeah, cool. We'll get Shane back in here shortly. Thanks for watching. Numbers coming in from Oceana Rogers, not enough. So it is Sophie and Eve moving on to the round of 32. We'll be right back. The Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong, is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, and by Billabong, official presenting partner of the Lexus Pipe Challenger.
Back on the north shore of Oahu, the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. With the opening round for the women's out in the water. Heat number 7 here at the Bonsai Pipeline. And the special guests keep on coming. Welcome to the set, Izzy Gomez.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Thank you for making your way over here beachside. Of course, Ross Williams is always my partner on this event. Izzy, what do you think so far that you've seen today? We're halfway through this opening round.
Yeah, I've been down all morning just watching some heats, and one of my best friends, Sanoa, made her heat, so that was awesome. But yeah, the girls are charging, and the conditions are really nice. I would like to see the girls charge in some bigger waves, but this is perfect for a first day.
Well, given the forecast, we're probably going to see some larger waves. Ross Williams, check out this heat. Sophia Medina, Mirai Ikeda, Anand Matsuoka, and Malia Lima. What do you think about the lineup?
I'm liking it. Yeah, it's a good mix here. International field, and a couple Japanese surfers, which is always great to showcase. Looking over my shoulder still, that wind is being held at bay. We're expecting a little bit of Kona winds coming up at some point today. It is sunny too. Sometimes that sunny hot weather kind of sucks that wind in. So we'll keep an eye on that. But right now, it's still looking really contestable out there, Kipes.
Yeah, we call it Kona winds here in the islands because it's Kona blow out sometime at some point. But not right now, and not for the youngster in this heat, the 19-year-old here from Hawaii, Maria Lima, with that first wave. Just a little duck right there, Izzy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a good read for what the wave had on offer. Malia, being from Kauai, I know she has a lot of experience in heavier waves, and she's been putting time in out here at Pipe.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, just notice that Kalaheo on the island of Kauai, west side. Let's go. Also out there in the lineup, Mirai Ikeda, just a teenager, 18 years old, out of Japan. Mirai coming off of a quarterfinal finish over in Brazil. And here she is. This is a 2.5 for Ikeda, Ross.
Yeah, really nice bottom turn there. This is a youthful heat, Sophia as well. So all teenagers out here and just getting their feet wet right now, looking for scores. We're seeing with this wind and this crumble, although we do get a little head dip here from Malia, which was well spotted. I'm sure all these girls are paying attention to sections to crack. You know, it's you gotta not waste time on just looking for a perfect wave. You want to get a score on the board quickly and look for those maneuvers.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about Sophia Medina out there just with a fractional score. She's in the red jersey. She's the top seed. Number 15 coming into this event on the Challenger Series. Younger sister, Izzy, of 3-time world champ Gabe Medina, which we're going to have back in competition on the championship tour this year.
Yeah, that'll be very exciting to watch. I know a lot of people have been awaiting that return, and it's going to be really cool. And yeah, I know she's an individual and a surfer, and yeah, she's doing really great.
Yeah, a string of 9th place finishes this year. She's got a great coach in her corner, her dad, Charlie. Yeah. There he is, right there, Ross.
I saw them walking by the last few days, sitting on a beach, videoing my surfers in the water, and I saw Charlie walk by. I was like, man, this looks familiar. All these years with Gabriel, obviously, and then now with Sophia, just such a proud pop. But, he's not necessarily like a pro surfer coach. But he's got so much experience traveling around the world. He always has those steady nerves. He just always kind of floats by on the beach. He seems very calm.
He's kind of a gnarly strategy coach, I feel. Here we go. And Sophia getting ducked in right there. That's going to better her score line. Smart surfing. Didn't get too greedy on that one. Izzy wants to complete the ride.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the girls are still tube hunting, but at the end of the day, you are competing, and they're going to look for that scoring potential wherever they can get it.
Watch out for Anand. She is a great surfer, the Japanese surfer, 20 years old. Big frontside snap for Matsuoka, Ross.
Yeah, pretty cool. A little karate chop there. She's throwing some arms in the air, and that was a nice snap. And you can see this groundswell. There's early signs of some forerunners of this west swell starting to show face right now.
Mirai Ikeda has shown a lethal backhand approach. We saw that in Sakurama. It's stop number 5 of the Challenger Series, where Mirai made the quarterfinals there. It came off on that one, Izzy, but she's got such great backhand form, and she's a tiny surfer as well.
Yeah, I think one thing that I admire about the Japanese surfers is they all just have pretty flawless technique and style, and it's been really cool to watch this younger generation of girls. And here's a replay of Sophia's little backdoor wave.
Yeah, you can see the swell, you guys, is starting to show face right now. And I was looking on the Surfline app too, and right around now, about midday, the primary swell overtakes the old swell. So we're starting to see longer interval, longer swell lines, and this appears to be visible. So, you know, I was talking about maneuvers just a minute ago, but I might, you know, reverse that. I think once this ground swell shows up, these barrels will become more, I think, the main focus here.
Well, given the criteria, just really to break away, I feel it's going to take a tube ride. And so we hope for some of that potential.
As long as the wind chills, yeah.
Yep, the Makani, Hawaiian Language Month. Again, we go for the Hawaiian word for win, Makani. And there is Marae. And here is the replay, Izzy, of Marae Ikeda.
Yeah, she definitely like has a really nice takeoff and super deep bottom turn into that vertical foam climb, and reads this next section really well, and unfortunately just comes undone at the end. But that was a really well-read wave.
That first turn, too, underrated how hard those are. Little foam climbs, no reward either. Judges don't like it too much, but they're just sketchy because it's not predictable. And unfortunately, that she came unstuck on that second turn because that was like that cliche critical sections, and that's the sections that judges eat up.
Yep.
So pretty tight heat when we look at all the standings here between even fourth and first. Opportunity, kind of tube seeking here. Malia Lima finally pulls in, but it's towards the closeout area there, Ross.
She just said, screw it. You know, I missed the one, the top of the wave. I'm just going to pull into this closeout. And that's, surfers are surfers. Sometimes we can't help it. She's got a helmet on. She's fine.
You know what? I mean, I think it's always a conversation. We're going to continue with that conversation in that this lineup, we're seeing more and more helmets every single year. Izzy, your thoughts on surfing with a helmet?
Yeah, I mean, I think the helmets are super crucial, especially as the crowd at Pipeline gets younger and younger with people wanting to push themselves. Because you see year after year the best of the best, most talented surfers still suffering from head injuries out there, and I think the helmets are kind of a no-brainer at this point. So I love to see it.
Yeah, and technology is getting a lot better. The fit's getting a lot better. Here's a replay here of Anon.
There's the karate chop right there. Cool turn. Yeah, the only key, you know, X factor with helmets is it does, in my experience, tweaks your equilibrium a little bit because it covers your ears and it kind of throws you off. It throws off one of those elements. But the newer helmets are getting better. You know, they're more perforated. There's more holes in them, so they're not as cumbersome. But that's probably the main reason why surfers don't like wearing them. They don't like that cover up on the ears.
But you're a coach, Ross, and think about it. Think about the NFL where quarterbacks actually have, you know, a speaker in their helmet to hear plays. Imagine if you had a surfer helmet that you could be on the beach and speaking to your surfer through a microphone.
I think,
like, what would you tell Sophia Medina right now with second priority and needs a 2.75? What would you tell her in her helmet?
Nothing too groundbreaking because she's so much time on the clock. So it's not like
so you got
saying,
nothing
hey,
for her.
You need to catch this wave right now. It's just she knows what to do. So I'm not going to confuse her with some like coachy vibe.
What about just a mantra or something cool?
Yeah, maybe throw some music in there. But I love that idea. You know, if we could get a headset and a helmet, that would be cool. Why not? You know, they do it in all the other sports. You can get coached up while you're running up and down the court.
Yeah.
Be able to do it in the water too.
There you go.
What do you think, Izzy? What about like big wave riding and you have a helmet on and someone's spotting the swell from a half a mile out?
Well, so
timing it, telling you when it's coming.
Well, right now we have radios, which is cool. You know, we have spotters on the cliff at Jaws, and so that's super helpful. But I think maybe for big waves it might be a little overwhelming.
Yeah. What's a spotter on the cliff at Jaws telling you when you're out there?
It's like big lines out the back.
Trying to stay calm.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh God.
There's a fine line between, you know, over-coaching and just the right amount. One heat in particular I did with John in 2017. I was coaching him on the cliff at North Point, and it was really key. You had the indicator way out on the south side. And so our only plan was I was going to lift the board up if there was sets coming, keep the board down if it was status quo, because it was kind of that weird in-between size. So it was like, if the board's down, maybe you can go way inside and get a backup score. If not, if there's a sets coming, stay out the back.
Yep.
And even that ended up being more confusing than helpful. So Me and John have never really tried to signal too much because you don't want the surfer looking at the beach. You want them paying attention to the water.
Yeah. Wise words from Ross Williams. Sophia Medina, 2.75 is what she needs, and she throws the air.
Wow.
Izzy.
Little punt.
I think she would have pulled that if there was a little more wave to push her back, but wow.
I like it. You got to, hey, look out for the Brazilians because they got those wave systems over there now in Sao Paulo. And they're getting a lot of reps doing airs, and I'm going to see more and more innovation coming out of Brazil when it comes to the air games, Ross.
Yeah, she's groomed. You know, she's raised on tour. She's been around since day one. So she's just getting so many reps to be a competitive surfer. Let's check out the punt. Nice little clean ramp right here. It's like an ollie. Boop. Just a cool little air, but as Izzy said, you know, she was just out the back there. That wave split a little bit.
That would have got you a cover in 82.
Cool angle here, Izzy.
Yeah, I think she definitely was looking for the barrel, found a little cover, and then the wave just unfortunately didn't offer that much more. But, you know, she's looking for it, so I think Sophia's bound to find a nice one eventually.
Yeah, I like bringing something new. As we take a look at our rankings, and we can see Ellie Harrison eliminated from competition. Arena Rodriguez still in this event. So Sophia Medina, I'm sure, wants to stay pace right now with the surfers above her and right below her when she looks for qualification.
Absolutely. And keep in mind, you know, there is a whole nother event here with 10,000 points available for first place in Australia. So this is not the, you know, the end all be all, but it's getting down to the pointy end of the rankings here.
Yeah. Throwaways are coming into consideration here. Portugal's Teresa Bonvalo coming up against Kiara Gould, Sierra Kerr, and Sky Sewitt in the next heat. That's a good heat.
That's a stacker.
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
Young Grom, too, from Hawaii. Sky, look out. She's pretty good out here.
North Shore Grom, watch out for the North Shore Groms. They know the reef out here. Sierra Kerr, nice to see her back in competition. There's Sky.
Yeah. Also good in the air. You know, Sierra is really good at airs. Sky's good at airs too, and we have just a puff of westerly wind. So we'll see if they can find a ramp here on these rights.
I say bring it. Let's see some of that.
Be fun.
Okay, on the scramble right now, guys. Looks like there's a little bit of repositioning going down the reef. Medina scratches into this one more down towards the ain't section, tries to clear that barrel. Nice effort, but that wave did not give her an exit.
There's that crumble from the wind. All those little, we like to call them chandeliers, just you know, a little bit of whitewash drops from the ceiling down on your head, and it stunts your momentum through the barrel. You have to like sort of break through that stuff.
Yeah.
I wonder who introduced the word chandelier, Ross.
Good call.
It's just, you know, did chandeliers fall on people's heads ever? Was there like a history of chandeliers falling on people? Not really.
I don't remember the first time hearing
Maybe
it.
it's just sparkly, yeah.
It's a fun one, though. I like it.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Oh, I don't like that, Izzy. Shallow water, you can see all the boils, and so shallow that Sophia is not even able to duck dive right there. Had to throw the board away.
Yeah, I think she made the right call of almost paddling away from the wave and just getting a little farther in, just less impact on that one. But it is looking pretty shallow out there right now.
Yeah.
You'll get that with the incoming swell, too. It starts pulling more water off the reef, and there's not a whole lot of water to begin with, you know, right between off the wall and back door. It gets bone dry. So now she has to make the commitment to go all the way around towards Aukai. You know, it's a commitment. You know, do you stay at off the wall and try and punch through, or do you paddle around? It's a good maybe 3 minutes to, you know, get back around through pipe.
Yeah. It's a time saver, right, if you can go straight back out, but sometimes it's not worth the risk. But and you can tell it's eating up time for Sophia Medina at the moment. Halfway through this heat, and it's been all the Japanese surfers, Izzy, Ikeda and Matsuoka out in the #1 and #2 position. And, you know, we talked about the development of Japanese surfers really coming up. They're classic examples, but gosh, I think it's happening in a lot of sports. I mean, even with you under the Red Bull umbrella, I think you see some of the Japanese skate influence right now on the girls' side. Incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty bizarre. I mean, they're just such incredible talent, and it's just, I swear, like, every day I hear of, like, a new up-and-comer, and again, it's, like, kind of like that in all sports, and, you know, Red Bull's definitely on it with picking their athletes and getting the best of the best, and yeah, I see a lot of really well-rounded athletes there.
Yeah, I like what I see when when we talk about Red Bull is the cross-pollination of different sports kind of getting inspired by each other.
Yeah.
And then that kind of like group, you can see it happening, and you can see the movement, within the Red Bull kind of sphere.
Well, you look at a lot of the snowboarders that ride for Red Bull, and even the skaters, most of them are really amazing surfers as well.
Yeah.
And, a lot of the surfers can hop on a skateboard or a snowboard and go do the same, and I think we all just kind of feed off each other in that way.
Yep. Well, right now it's the two Japanese surfers out in the lead. Hawaii's Malia Lima, she needs just a 1.1, and Sophie Medina needs a 2.75. Can Medina come back? We'll find out at the conclusion of this heat after this break. Lexus, such a great supporter of professional surfing. You can check out the Surf LX custom Lexus model design specifically to enhance your beach experience. There's room for boards there, board racks, containers, everything in the Surf LX. Back to live action here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. This is Sophia Medina up and riding, trying to come back after kind of a slow start here, but this wave right here I feel is going to turn the corner for Sophia Medina. Needs a 1.98. Actually, the score just came in for that wave, Ross, as a 2.47.
Okay, she sucked the marrow out of it, though. That was all the way through the sandbar. So, one thing I do like about Sophia is she's very feisty, super energetic. It's typical for her to squeeze every ounce out of a wave. The only thing here, we talked about it earlier today in the broadcast. The judges want to see critical sections, and this wave was pretty soft, and that's why the score stayed mellow. But man, no lack of effort there from Sophia.
Yeah, I mean, in her case, needing a small score, it's the gamble of, do you kick out because it was kind of fat at the beginning, or do you try to get that inside section? And there's still about 8.5 minutes left, and I think that was a good call on her end, but definitely needs to start building that house.
Everyone's vulnerable, Kaipo. There's no big scores on the scoreboard, so I think everyone's just grinding out there. But this heat is begging to be cracked open by like a 4 or 5 or 6 point ride, and then that'll really take shift.
That's a replay there of Anand Matsuoka, currently in second place. I think she's going to prove her standing with this ride, Ross.
little shampoo right here.
Oh,
Definitely
yeah.
covered.
Wow, that was with conditioner.
She got rinsed on the way out. Nice cut back. Okay, so now we're talking. This should, break into one of the better scores of this heat so far.
Yep.
Mirai Ikeda. We talked about the backhand of the surfer from Japan. And once again on display. That was an aggressive first turn, Izzy. I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, that was as critical as it gets right there. And, I think we're going to see a pretty significant difference between barrels versus turns. I think that last wave from Anand will probably be one of the higher scores of the heat. And then this last backhand wave from Blue, that first turn was just incredible.
The Japanese rush continues in this heat, Ross Williams.
Yeah.
They've been the dominant surfer. There you go. There's the flags right there, the good vibes on the beach.
And they'd be feeling right at home in Hawaii, too. We have a lot of that culture here, great Japanese food. So Japanese people in general, surfers, feel comfortable competing here in Hawaii.
Oh, yeah. Genki desu yo. Here we go. Sophia Medina trying to come back. Starts with a layback slash there from Medina. Little tap turn. On her way. What she needs? She just needs a 1.98. Like you said, Ross, this is a really tight heat, but Sophia needs a 1.98. But we don't have the last score of Anand Matsuoka, so that could increase the requirement for Sophia Medina.
Yeah, judges playing catch up right now. Maybe some quick replays on a screen just to make sure they get the scale right. And it's a tight heat, so that's tough for the judges when it's this tight. It's really easy when there's just one clear winner of a wave and they go, okay, here's the bar. Right now the bar is pretty vague. There's a big gray area.
Yep.
All right, so still waiting for those scores. Like you said, judges playing catch up at the moment, so that gives us a chance to go through some of these replays, Izzy, starting with Sophia Medina.
Yeah, I actually really like the way that Sophia surfed this wave. She locked in and just 3 to the beach, classic, like great power surfing. I think that's exactly what she needed to just kind of like get this heat going for her.
And we talked about her energy. She just finished surfing a wave down to Ehukai. Now she is all the way on the other side of the reef, all the way at backdoor, and milking it again, all the way to dry reef. So you gotta love it from her. She's just full of it. She does not stop.
Yep.
And we're still waiting for this score.
It's a critical section. Judges like that, but just the one. And 5 minutes left. Yeah, the judges are probably scratching their head right now like, man, we need to make sense of this heat. Who's the clear winner?
Yeah.
I actually don't really think that they need to milk waves all the way through the sandbar. I don't think the judges are giving much more than maybe a half a point for that.
Yep.
You got to look for those big sections.
Well, last score for Anand Matsuoka came in at a 5-point ride. You can see that up on the score screen there. And so she takes the lead, still waiting for a couple of scores to set who's going to be in that second and advancing position. We're under the 5-minute mark here. And news coming through to me right now. Next round is on. So we're going to roll right into the round of 32 for the women. The day continues here, opening day here at the Lexus. Oh no.
Oh.
She forgot to look in the review mirror.
So
he has no idea.
That is a tough one for Mirai Ikeda.
We talked about the helmet. I kid you not, that may have affected her. It kind of creates this tunnel vision where you're just scooped out looking right through the hole of the helmet. She had no idea. I bet right now she doesn't know.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's unfortunate. But that was also a really well-surfed wave. It could be one of those dream scenarios where you make the heat with one wave.
Yeah.
One score.
Interference wave, I'm not sure if it counts.
Yeah, ooh. Yeah, that's true, right?
Should know this as a commentator, but I'm not 100% sure on it.
I know.
I think it doesn't.
You're down to just one score for sure.
Yep.
And we're waiting for the official word from the judges' tower. Let's take another look at what happened over here. Now remember, white has priority in this occasion.
That's actually unbelievable that she didn't look back. She paddled across her. It's maybe she thought she had priority. Well, if not, that's really bizarre.
Hey, Anand's a goofy foot.
Yeah.
Maybe Mirai goes like, for sure she's going to go left. We're going to split this peak. We're going to do it. Let's go split the peak.
Whoa. That's a nice twist to the story. That's dramatic.
Yeah.
Fellow countrymen.
Ross, I definitely agree with you on the helmet thing. Because
Think so?
every time I'm wearing a helmet, I feel pretty off.
Right in there.
can't see as well, can't hear as well. You know, even just hearing like the paddling of her competitor next to her.
You know how it is when you're in the water.
Yeah.
It's all about that. It's
Yep.
very vibey. You're feeling it. You're like, a lot of it is not, it's
Yep.
calculated, but you're kind of feeling things. You kind of, somehow your intuition tells you there's a set coming.
Yep.
A lot, your senses mean a lot in the water.
So that interference will take away that wave that was ridden.
Yeah, well, but we're actually going on the
so.
presumption right now that that we have not got the official word yet from the judges if that was an interference yet. We're down to 2.5 minutes. We're still waiting for the official word from the tower to see of their decision on that situation. I can't really see it going any other way, but it's not official yet.
Well, the only way it won't be is if somehow the priority was wrong on our screen.
Right.
And she did have priority, but that's kind of rare. Usually they're pretty quick with the screen. The screen has the correct information. So on our screen, it said that she did not have priority.
Well, we got 2 minutes right now to deliver the news. As it stands, the two Japanese surfers out in the lead. Sofia Medina did move up the ranks, taking another look at what happened here, the paddle across and the takeoff.
I was watching for her too in white to see if she was saying anything. Look, she's kind of like laughing. Definitely miscommunication there. It kind of looked like she said something.
Okay.
Yep.
Now we finally got word from the judges' tower, and so she's going to keep the score of a 5.43. Morai Ikeda will keep that score for that wave, but her second score she's down to just one wave in her score line.
So your top score counts, but to your point, Izzy, it counted.
Yeah. I think that score that she dropped was the 4.9. So.
But she's in a tough spot, Kaipo. She needs a one wave 7.27.
She's at 7.27 because Sofia Medina with that 4.8 moved into second place with a two-wave total of 7.27.
Score for Sofia.
And
bonus there.
That 4.8 was that 3-turn combo.
Yeah.
Yep.
Here's our heat leader.
Oh, nice.
She's had just a mixed plate of happenings here. She's gotten some of the best waves in this heat, but she's also had to deal with that tangle up there and just trying to keep everything focused for Anand Matsuoka. It looks like Matsuoka's heading on into the round of 32. Ikeda on the hunt, needs something big to happen her way. She has to yield to the priority of Sofia Medina, currently in second place. Medina up, does not complete that. Her number is going to stay the same for her two-wave total. Now, just 10 seconds away, and Morai duck diving underneath that one, you guys. That's going to be the end of the heat for her.
Well, you know how you say hungry in Japanese?
Tabe, no how.
Haraheta.
Haraheta.
And Anand was haraheta in that heat. She was hungry. She got it. She went after it.
And Anand Tabemasio just ate it up right there. She's on to the round of 32, as is Sofia Medina. Thank you so much for your time, Izzy Gomez. Oh, really?
She's sticking around, yeah.
She's sticking around.
Yes.
Thank you anyway.
You're not getting rid of me yet.
We got more surfing from Pipeline. We got more Izzy Gomez. All of that stuff happening after these messages. Stick around. opening ceremony for the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Down on the beach, a Oli was said, a chant, a Pule was said, a prayer. Lindy Irons going offering into the ocean to the Hawaiian god of the sea, Kanaloa, to kick off this event. We're on the number 1 day of the window, and we're already into heat number 8 of the opening round, the round of 48. It's Kaipo Girl, Ross Williams, and Izzy Gomez on the call here. And look how nice Pipeline looks, and look at this heat, Ross.
Yeah, this is a really fun heat. And we talked about it a bit just a minute ago, but I hope Sierra and Sky in particular, because they're known to do some aerials, they spot a ramp on these rights. With this westerly wind puff, how do you say wind again in Hawaiian?
Makani.
Makani. You never know. That'll stick the board to the feet. Maybe a couple punts on hand here, Izzy?
Yeah, I mean, that would be super entertaining and a pretty high score if it's comboed with a little barrel. I think that'd be really, really cool to see.
There's Sierra Kerr, and it's so good to see Sierra back in action, just coming off of a runner-up position at the World Juniors. She already has a World Junior title back in 2023. Having to come back, she's been having a hard time with health. Lyme disease has kept her kind of cornered. So it's nice to see her back in competition. This is Sky Suet, the youngster, the 16-year-old from the North Shore. Taking charge, didn't get much from that, but I like the fact that she was straight in there, Ross.
Well spotted. Yeah, she held court there. Sierra was kind of saying, I got this wave, and Sky said, no, I'll take this. And the beginning of the heat, Izzy, no one has priority. See that little bit of scrambling?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're definitely rubbing shoulders with your competitors, just trying to draw first blood. And, you know, sometimes it's good to wait. Sometimes it's good to just get the nerves out, feet in the wax, and just go for it. But yeah, I like that. That was aggressive from Sky right there.
Also out in the lineup, we have another teenager, 15-year-old Kiara Gould, representing French Polynesia. Kiara surfs in the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region. She ended up at the end of the year number 2 on the rankings, so we're going to see her full-time on the Challenger Series when we kick off the 2026 season for the Challenger Series. Took a big win at Sunset Beach this year.
Yeah, she surfs great. You know, she's young, she's pretty small too, but she's a power surfer. She's got a great lay-back snap on her. Surfs, like, actually with a lot of confidence too, which is rare for a teenager. But yeah, again, this is just a crazy heat.
Yeah. Also out there, the elder of the crew, 26-year-old Teresa Bonvolo in the red jersey. Teresa, Hawaii she's got mixed feelings of Hawaii because, you know, she nearly qualified in 2022 off of the Challenger Series, finished the year number 6. They took the top 5 that year. She was in a final in Haleiwa, just coming up so short. Got 3rd in the event, but Sophie McCulloch needed to win the event to skip her in the rankings, and Sophie did just that. That was a brutal blow for Teresa Bonvolo.
I watched that all unfold in person, and it's just heartbreak. You know, you work so hard to get to this point, and it's just by one spot, one heat, and then you're relying on the competitor's result, and, you know, at that point, it's completely out of your hands. But, you know, Teresa, she's just such a positive, just lovely person to be around.
She is.
And, you know, she's a very hard worker, and she's still going for it.
And she comes from just a beautiful part of the world, Cascais, Portugal, where there's beautiful waves and just wonderful architecture. What do you think about Portugal?
It's insane, yeah. All those castles over there, the food, it's an amazing part of the world. But yeah, she's a great surfer, a really good competitor, and she has a really fun heat here. You can see she seems really on edge, you know, it's kind of funny because she's known to be more of a grindy, smart competitor, whereas these 3 surfers have, you know, the X factor with maybe doing an aerial. So I hate to keep, you know, beating that drum, but I'm trying to will it to happen. I'd love to see a little ramp here.
I think we all would, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, these 3 girls out here, Sky, Kiara, and Sierra, just that next generation, they just charge so hard. I mean, they tick every box when it comes to innovation, and it's just been so cool to see their progression. And yeah, if we could see that come to life out here, it'd be really fun.
In the world of progression, you know, when we talk about women's surfing, we've seen progression on the performance end, but Izzy, we've seen progression with women's surfing when it comes to big waves.
Yeah.
And you've been front row to that whole journey.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so cool, and, you know, like, I wouldn't have ever gotten into big waves if it weren't for people like Keala Kennelly and Paige Alms. Like, Paige is my mentor, and even just like Rochelle Ballard, seeing her out at Pipe. And but yeah, there's so many more women that are wanting to surf big waves, and girls that actually have a good background in shortboard surfing as well, to be able to have that wave knowledge. And it's been really, really fun to be a part of that.
They'll close out there for Teresa at the start, but yeah, but you're just kind of like, I want to say is you're multifaceted, because I remember back on the stand-up world tour, and you were unbeatable on that in that tour.
Yeah, I mean, that was super crazy how I got into that, because I've always surfed and done NSSA and the juniors my whole life, and then that door opened and I walked through it, and then I kind of followed in Kai Lenny's footsteps of going from SUP to then big wave, and now I get the best of both worlds just as a free surfer and big wave surfer, and it's just such a blessing.
Well, what I saw with your development is that you already had a skill set as a surfer, and then you were just like, okay, hand me the paddle. I'll do this with the paddle, no problem. Are you going to pay me? I'm going to win the money too. And I think 5 world titles.
Yeah, 5 world titles, an ISA gold, which is cool.
Yeah.
And, yeah, but I don't know. It just, that feels like so long ago. But
Yeah.
I think that gave me the foundation to be comfortable on bigger boards as well. And it even forced me to get more comfortable in bigger surf that I wouldn't have necessarily paddled out in on my own, because I had to surf events at sunset when it was huge. And I'm like, I'm from Florida. I was scared of that. But once I got the experience, I just realized, oh, this isn't as bad as I was making it out to be in my head. And that was definitely the moment where I'm like, okay, I think I want to give big waves, Jaws, Mavericks a try. And
There were years at those SUP events. I worked a lot of those SUP events over at Sunset, and it was a wild time. Tristan Boxford was putting on the events at the time, right? And you guys were surfing 12-foot Sunset.
oh yeah, just carnage.
Can't duck dive a stand the board. Wow. You got nothing. No one's gonna save you. Yeah, that was wild stuff.
Oh my gosh, so crazy.
Ross, you hyped up the swell, but I don't know what's going on right now. We've got 10 minutes.
No, that's my bad. I still see some glass bars out there too, so this wind is not totally settled in yet, which is good news.
Yep.
You know, it's because it can get tricky. It can get blown out if it gets too strong. So conditions are nice, but yeah, you know how it is. Kaipo incoming swell, longer interval means long breaks.
Yeah. And sometimes you see the waves kind of eating themselves, right? That little wave in front of the bigger wave behind the little wave that kind of takes it all out.
We'll take a look at that as this day gets older in the afternoon, and this primary swell takes over. Yeah, it literally runs over the older
little one.
swell.
Yeah.
Good call.
It looks super challenging to read right now.
It's and I think that's what, because these are experienced competitors. They're Kiara, Sky. They're young, but they've been years in competition. Sierra Kerr was basically born straight into a jersey, and Teresa Bonvalo has been doing this a long time. So these are experienced competitors, and the fact that they're not picking up any waves, I think, to your point, is the difficult conditions on this rising swell.
Yep, for sure.
You have to hold 2 minds. That's the trick to surfing smaller pipe and backdoor. You have to be okay with doing moves, but always hold that little side information of looking for a barrel. You don't want to be too married to it, but it's 2 different things. You got to be okay with doing both things at the same time. Do only one, maybe you're in danger of losing the heat, but you know, you're always out of the side of your eye that you're looking for a barrel, but in the meantime, compete, look for a section, hit the lip.
Yep. What do you think, Ross, the board selection's looking like today?
You know, it's funny because in Hawaii in general, I feel like people, when the waves are head high around, people in general ride too big of boards. They give it too much merit. They think, oh, I need a step up in it. And to me, it looks like a little too long.
Yep.
Because the shape of the wave is very tight, and you need a small curvy board to fit in a pocket. That doesn't mean you need to go out there and do airs and tail slides all day long, but you know, you can overthink it and ride these huge step ups. Not everyone does it. Everyone's starting to catch on to it. You know, Kelly and John, all these guys have changed people's minds of, you know, what you can ride in big surf. But yeah, in general today, I've seen maybe boards are a little on the long side.
Yep, I definitely noticed that in some of the waves that were ridden strictly turns. I'm like, the board maybe just looks almost like a little heavy, a little bit too long. You know, you got those boards that are glassed heavier coming over to Hawaii, and yeah, definitely seems like those conditions where you could get away with your normal everyday shortboard size.
Absolutely, and you don't blame people because just being consistent it can make a heat, you know, and if a bigger board gives you stability and you just do a float hit and make it, and you're like, hey, cool, I got a 3.8, I'm in. But in general, if you want to perform nicely, you know, a little bit of a shorter board helps.
Look at all this sand. Let's get rid of it.
The sand is nice right now. It's really low. There's no bank. So
there's not a bump to it, yeah.
No backwash. Yeah, it's prime time.
Bon velo. Up to the lip, and you know, it's switched on for turns, just couldn't hang on for that bounce on the bottom. So the low scoring theme continues, no one breaking a 2-point ride. Sky Suet. Put on her NSSA cap right there.
Yeah, she's
you gotta, like sometimes you got to put on your HASA cap right there.
Yeah.
HASA's our amateur association.
Well, you'll get that from young surfers. You know, they're so used to 15-minute heats, 6-man, no priority, so they're used to like bang, 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 catch waves.
Yep.
There's Sky's dad, Spencer, behind the camera.
Yeah, with the hoodie on. Yeah, Sky is born and raised right here in Wailua. She grew up surfing Haleiwa. I've seen her surf her whole life. She surfs a lot like Sakura, you know, and that's who she grew up watching surf. She's got those big wingspan arms out. You'll even see it right here. Look at her arms. It gives her lots of stability and balance. But she's right now at that age where she's starting to get stronger. She's physically growing and getting a little bigger. And she's always been pretty technically sound, but she's getting stronger.
Oh, Sierra Kerr. Oh. Strong turn, number 1. Strong turn, number 2 for the World Junior Champ.
Oh, a little head dip, too.
Sierra's back, huh? I'd like to see that. You know, like I said, she had that battle with Lyme disease and was just like, had an achy body, really couldn't surf at all, and it's so good to see Sierra Kerr, who I think, my opinion, belongs on the championship tour. I'm sure we're going to see her at some point in her career be on the championship tour, but I think she's that talented, Izzy.
Yeah, I think Sierra is part of that generation of Erin, Molly, Katie, who definitely, like, when she gets there, she's going to stay there on the CT, and she's just such a well-rounded surfer. She's got so much power for her size, and you know, I think that a lot of her knowledge obviously comes from her dad, for sure. But yeah, let's take a look at this last one from Sierra.
I mean, this is going to be the score of the event so far, I have a feeling. You know, there's the judges eat this up. This is 2 critical sections. She goes from claiming it to getting a shampoo, which is unique. She's like, well, there's more left on here. I got to keep going. But yeah, that's going to be a big score. It hasn't dropped yet, but you know, to me, it's looking excellent. And hopefully I didn't jinx her, but we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets up there into the 8-point range.
I'd have to agree with that. That was pretty critical. Like 2 of the best turns I've seen all day.
And here's Kiara on the replay. Gould looking for a section, Izzy, but couldn't find it.
Yeah, I mean, Kiara, she has so much experience in the barrel, and she charges so hard. And, I mean, she's just such a sweet person and very quiet, but then when you see her surf, you're just, like, so amazed. It's really cool.
It's crazy, and Kiara's an example. It's crazy, this young generation coming out of Tahiti right now. It was just a matter of time, because they have such good waves out there. It was just a matter of time before all the Tahitian locals, generations later, would develop into like incredible surfers. And there's a big batch coming up right now, teenagers.
You know, it's cool that you bring that. Made me think about what you just said, Kaipo. You know, because everyone thinks about Chopu, but Small Pass is a great little right-hander. It's really similar to these backdoor waves. And they love surfing out there because you can actually crack the lip. It's not just barrel or nothing. So they put in a lot of time out there.
Yeah, and out of our Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui region, you know, the QSers, 3 spots to go to the Challenger Series. 2 of those 3 spots occupied by Tahitians, Kiara and Eileen Voss. You're pretty on spot on there, Ross. Almost an 8, 7.67 for Sierra Kerr.
Yeah, the Japan and Australian judges agreed with me. Everyone else was wrong. I like that. Oh, they're trying to hear the scores. More helmet vibes. Look, she's trying to open that thing up to hear.
Yeah. Wow.
Sky.
We've had that conversation, and it's great when you have a conversation, then you see it actually play out in real time.
I'm anti-helmet, other than it does save your life.
Other than it.
So there's that.
Yeah. I think there's a big difference between the Gath helmets that you see Sky wearing right there in green versus the Oakley helmets that are
Good call.
pretty new.
That's open, right? To
Yes,
the ear, so-
yeah. I have yet to wear an Oakley helmet surfing, but I've tried it on, and there's just a huge difference as far as the equilibrium goes and just having more awareness.
Are they lighter?
They're a little lighter, but I think the main thing is just having that open ear. But you still have protection over your ears. It's not this like big thick neoprene covering, like foam padding.
Oh, fourth priority score.
Oh, yeah. Kiara Gould driving through that. You could see the jersey. You could see how much space she made up in there. She just couldn't find the exit.
Good for her. She packed it. That was a shallow little wave. She pulled in nicely.
Yeah, perfect technique there.
So Gould needing a 5.4. Sky Suet needing a 4.24. You can see the needs column there. Teresa Bonvola. Last wave was a 4.67 solid. Oh, Teresa got this left, Ross.
Wow, beautiful drop. Nice technique. I'm liking the look of that.
Oh.
So she stood up while the lip was chasing her down and pulled in and bottom turn all under the lip. Really nice technique there from Teresa. And a nice little barrel there down in a shallow part of the reef at backdoor. Unfortunately for Kiara, that wave stretched out.
Oh, Sierra Kerr on a tear. Just got one turn in there before she had to like get out of the way.
She's smart. She's just going for turns.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm not going to mess with the friffly barrels. I'm just going to hammer it.
Kiara wants a barrel, and she got it. And she's almost, I'm sorry. Sky Suet wanted that barrel, and Sky did the carve right there in front of Kiara. Almost sprayed her. Sky 4.24 to turn the heat for the North Shore native. What do you think?
Little tube there. We just kind of clipped the end of it. So
is it a 4-point tube?
We need to see a little replay.
All right.
It looked like she got the full double arm drag off the bottom into it, so I'm excited to see that replay.
You asked for it. Here it is, Izzy.
Oh, here we go. All right. Yeah, that was such a nice setup and just straight into a little tube. I mean, I think that's going to be a pretty good score just to get Sky's heat started.
From that angle, maybe misleading. You know, the angle was generous. Like
Yeah.
but it did look like she got some cover up. And she doesn't have huge scores right now, so you need to get going. You need something.
Yeah.
10-minute mark.
Oh, we got this angle here from the drone for you, Ross.
Nice. That's cool. So yeah, covered up just for a second or two in the pocket, as we like to say. A nice stylish layback snap. So again, not much, but she doesn't have a whole lot to work with. So I think this will be her best score.
Yeah, but the drone tells the truth in that particular instance. So still waiting for the score for Sky Suet.
Can I tell a real quick story?
Why not?
Okay, so Rabbit Bartholomew, legend of our sport, had a heat with Tom Curran on the East Coast, and he said it was this wind swell that was wrapping down the coast, like going sideways. And Tom Curran, he said, was smoking him. Bugs is the ultimate character, right? So he took off on his wave, did a couple little snaps, and he knew at the end of the wave, the judges couldn't see him front on. So he ducked down behind the wave, hid for like 4 seconds, and then stood straight up with both arms in the air, claiming it like he just got barreled.
Selling it.
And the judges rewarded him. Got a huge score and beat Tom Curran.
Surf history right there from Ross Williams. We're going to have to take a break after that tale. We're back.
Love you, Bugs.
More Izzy Kobus, more Ross Williams, more Pipeline on the way after this. That's right, we're back at the Lexus Pipe Challenger. Of course, the Challenger Series, the goal is to get on the championship tour. Taking a look at the 2026 season. Ross Williams, what are you seeing here? What do you like?
I love it. There's such a good mix, but of course we got the addition of Raglan, which is a really fun left point break, which all the goofy footers are cheering for. A lot of right-hand point breaks there, and they got some shallow reefs mixed in. I don't know, Izzy, what do you think? I think it's like the best mix of waves in the world right there.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a pretty diverse schedule. I'm loving Raglan. I mean, as a regular footer, I like my backhand, and I'm really excited to see a left point break on the tour.
Yep, and that's right, and we're gonna see all of you April 1st, longest running professional surf contest in the world. I'm talking Bells Beach is where we're gonna kick off the tour. And just as importantly, Ross, we are finishing the tour with the whole tour here for the Pipe Masters, December 8th through the 20th of 2026.
And you guys know we're all in this little bubble we call the surf world, and this is the most buzz I've felt in a long time about the tour. You know, it's back in that right feeling as far as seasons. We got Portugal back in October when the waves are really fun over there. You got the crescendo at Pipeline with 1.5 points. It just feels right. It feels really good, and everyone's super excited.
I like the variety that we see too. Through that Australian leg onto a new event on tour, and then Cobblestone Point and El Salvador, and then unpredictable Brazil.
Right.
And then you go to the Pacific where you got Tahiti and Fiji back to back. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's a fun little Pacific tour right there. Get the heart rate up, Izzy.
Yeah, I mean, oh my gosh. Give me a wild card.
Yeah.
No, I'm super excited to watch the CT this year. I mean, the talent's incredible. I think the timing is right for all the stops that are on hand, and it's going to be a really fun year to watch.
You don't mind some square waves over in Tahiti, do you, Izzy?
I do not.
I've seen you paddle into a few.
Yeah, I'm hoping to spend some time this year too and just get more comfortable with those late takeoffs. I love backside tube riding and just trying to get better. So,
any tips on just how you even make it to the bottom on a wave at Chopo?
Oh my gosh, well, I've had a couple crazy ones towing, but then paddling, I mean, you really just gotta like commit, like head down, no hesitation, and just grab your rail, and you gotta like almost kind of point towards land a little bit. If you go too high in the barrel there, you'll just end up getting sucked over. But yeah, Chopu's a really fun wave to spend time at and just learn, because there's no other wave like it.
Yeah, and just a great community too. You know, just the vibe in the water is incredible because it's a miracle of the surf world, but the vibe on land is just really nice. Teresa Bonvolo here, currently in second place, looking to better just a 1.73. So I like the idea that she took off on that. Unfortunately, that wave didn't give her any open space.
Maybe a quick window where she could have jumped up and done sort of like an Italo Ferreira floater there, but she just missed it. In her defense, it's getting tricky out there. There's longer intervals, so we're seeing these lines get a little bigger.
Yep.
Yeah, you can definitely see the waves changing a bit right now. This stretches all the way to the sandbar. Right there was her opportunity to maybe climb it. Just missed it. That's kind of frustrating as a surfer.
Yeah.
Once that rhythm is shot.
Yeah, I mean, Teresa has some experience tube riding for sure. I mean, I've seen her get really barreled at Chopu. I mean, coming from Portugal, there's some of the best barreling beach breaks in the world there. So she's got it in her to try to find the barrel if she wants, but it kind of looks like she's going to turns right now. And I do think that first turn that we had seen her do where she just almost wheelied, almost seemed like she got a little too ahead of herself, or maybe she was thinking about the second turn before she even completed that one. And I think you could get a pretty high score for just a single maneuver today, so would like to see that from her.
Well, Teresa's been the busiest by far in this heat. 9 waves ridden for the Portuguese surfer, and she's still hanging on into that second position. It's by a slender lead, Ross, and we're down to 3 minutes.
Yeah, we've seen this a lot today. A lot of needed 2.3s and 3.5s, stuff like that, and it's just because the backup scores are tough today. Sierra, I'm impressed with her. She put together a game plan, probably with her pops, Josh, on the beach, like, hey, don't worry about the barrel. The barrel's a little bit frothy right now with those chandeliers. Just go do turns, and it paid off for her.
So far, so good, but there's 2.5 minutes for something to switch up with this young lady here, Sky Sewitt. 2.31 is what she needs. She's got second priority. Dad with a watchful eye on the beach. Maybe a signal.
We just talked about this too.
What's with the signal? What
Maybe,
does that mean, Ross?
He might, I don't know. He might have been alarming her for, it looks like he obviously changed his mind, but he's trying to get her on a wave. She hardly needs anything. He is so nervous right now, I can't tell you. Needing a 2.31.
Yeah.
What does she need to do? Stand up, crack the lip.
One time.
That's it. Second priority, she's in a pretty good spot.
This is a test for, just a mere teenager, 16 years old, to hold it together. This is her first Challenger Series event ever surfed, Izzy, and here comes the waves.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty special one. First Challenger event at Pipe.
Kiara, first priority.
See if anyone's going to swing on this one.
Oh, there's plenty of time on the clock for all of these set waves to hit the reef, so let's see if there's quality in any of these.
What's interesting is for Teresa, she only needs to get rid of a 1.73. So she could make things a little harder for them if she gets a score.
Breaking wide, looking for a left.
Ooh.
Okay, there's that new swell. That was a bigger wave.
Oh, you can see the double up and the draw on these waves like you talked about, Ross, with the new swell.
I'm surprised Sky didn't go on out. That wave stayed open through the sandbar. I'm watching it right now. She could have done a couple turns. So risky call there, letting that one go.
It almost looks like they're a bit out of position for this swell, just it being this set, I mean, just being a bigger set than what they've had on offer this whole heat.
I mean, 2.3, she needs to...
Give herself a chance, right?
Giddy up. Yeah.
Give yourself a chance. And
that left is open too.
That entire set just rolled through, not a wave ridden. Down to 25 seconds here, so the plot thickens for Sky Guinotte. Teresa Bonvalo probably feeling a little bit relieved right now that nobody got anything.
Okay,
here's a scramble. And Sky's got priority over Teresa.
Oh, wow.
Frothy insider, remember, just 2.31. One tap on the backhand, and that's it. Ross?
My first instinct is to say no. It was just a small frothy wave, a little off the lip with a hiccup.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to come in just under what she's needing.
See the body language by Dad Spencer. I think he agrees, and it comes in under at a 1.33 for Sky Guinotte. Not enough. The clock is off, and so it is Teresa Bonvalo and a dominating performance by Sierra Kerr to move into the round of 32. Izzy, round of 32 is up next. Thank you again for your time here. Ross, is always fun.
Thanks, Izzy.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Kaipo.
And we're on to the next round. Guess what? When we return, world champ's going to be in the water. That's right, Molly Picklum in the round of 32 when we get back to the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong.
Beautiful things happening with Lexus and WSL continuing through 2026 as we have a nice little conversation and some smiles from Sierra Kerr and Nathan Hedge. Sierra, always a weapon, incredibly talented, and a rising star that is pushing towards the next round, round of 32. Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong now enters a heavy round, and we get to see the reigning world champion in the jersey here at Pipeline. This has been a moment we've been waiting for. Molly Picklum taking on Laura Rupp from Brazil, the local hero, Chesney Guinotte, who won her first heat this morning, and also Leilani McDougall, who is incredibly clutch to get her wave at the buzzer in the round of 48. Joe Turpel with Jesse Starling here for the call. Molly, let's go. Where have you been?
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. When I saw Pickle's name in the draw, I was like, yes, this is going to be good. Molly won the world title, took some much deserved time off. Actually, did she? I feel like she's been busy since she's won that world title.
So busy. That comes with a world title, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. She was here, there, and everywhere. But Molly, this is the wave where it kind of all started for her, that slingshot into just that world title run, because she's so good at this wave.
What a great world champion. Molly Picklum definitely got it at the right time where it went into probably the longest off season that we're still in, by the way, that we've ever had before. Bells doesn't start till April. And it was such great timing for her to, one, enjoy it, to sign up for every TV show that she wanted to be on, do her media, go to fun places, and then look at her, back to her job. This is all part of her world title defense, starting here at the Challenger Series, as we see a windup for a little snap off the top from Laura Rupp, representing Florianopolis, trying to get some quick scores on the board. Picking up a few wins regionally this year, so Laura's got a lot of great momentum coming into this event.
Joe, we haven't caught up since Molly won that world title. I bawled my eyes out the moment she won. I was like, are you kidding? And she's hoping for another pipe win here.
Let's just enjoy a world champion's line at backdoor, slowing down again to get a double section, and she will fade out. Just her lines are pure. Her attention to detail is fun to watch here at Pipeline as we go left with Leilani. Playing with this open face. It came down to a couple of threes in that second heat of the morning for Leilani. Clock winding down, sitting in third, got a left, and sometimes you see a surfer feel the nerves of the moment. Absolutely not for Leilani. She put everything into that first section, laid it on the line, and got the number to jump into the top two. So for her, she's got the advantage of already feeling that, not only just the ocean energy, but competitive energy heading into a big round.
There's one thing about Leilani is she is driven. She has just this innate ability to click into gear and go, I am going to go get the job done. And when she can laser focus in like that, it becomes this really impressive competitive beast. But wow, I mean, we haven't seen a barrel that big today. Obviously, it wasn't super deep, but Molly just showing class right now. She is the world champion, and she is it for a reason. She has gone out there, identified a wide backdoor barrel and tucked in. Leilani knew that she was going to need to lift in this heat. So she tries to get a bit of cover up here, goes back to the rail, and you can see adjustment. She's got the helmet on this time. So I feel like that means she means business. She wants to try and find these really good little barrels that are out there. They're tricky to find today with this swell, but like Molly just identified straight away, there's big barrels to be had out there.
An emotional moment for all of Australia and everyone, obviously, from the NSB. You hear NSB around here as well, the North Shore Boys.
Oh, yes, of course.
However, we're talking North Shelley Beach.
North Shelley Board Riders.
Board Riders,
yep.
Which Molly Picklum is so happy to be a part of. I do think that her first celebration was with the Board Riders Club, fresh off the plane from Fiji. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. So she got off the plane, obviously met her mum and some of her childhood best friends at the airport, and then they went to North Shelley in the car park, and the videos of it was packed. It's a pretty big car park, and there was hundreds of people there wanting to be there for a cheer her on. But this is your world champion here, just absolutely double hand stalls, tries to slow herself down, which we've spoken about today. It is so hard to do with the amount of power that is coming from that wave. But Molly has done her time out here. She's won Advanced Pipe Master out here, and she's flexing that authority right now because highest wave score of the day, best wave ridden of the day. When everyone else is battling with a couple of turns here and there, Molly is setting the standard of, okay, you all want to be on the championship tour, well, this is the level you need to rise to.
It's interesting to see the growth in such a short period of time, and we were talking to Shane Dorian earlier today about those incremental wins when it comes to overcoming fear, and you know, and growing with that. And also that goes the same way with progression at Pipeline. The way Molly spoke about pipe when she first started trying out there, it sounds like a different human because she's accomplished more. She knows how to identify the right wave. She knows how to be patient when, you know, the crowd's not on her side, you know, and then she's won specialty events at pipe, and also finishing in the final here with Katie at one of the most incredible finals we've seen. As we look at her getting stuffed on that section, going for another great barrel, Molly Picklum has already broken the scale wide open with a 7.83 on her opener. And that's just the next level that she's on. You know, you're seeing the world champ in motion here at Backdoor. What a treat.
Oh, Molly and Pipeline, like it's really, you know, we talk about that trajectory. Back in 2022, it's her first event out here, first rookie year CT. She got a 9th. Joanne DeFay took her down. I think her highest wave score was a 6, which 6 is still great to get out here. But then 2 years later, she's getting 10s, you know, and she's went on to have a run. I think she had maybe 8 excellent scores out here in 2024. And then she's just used Hawaii, and obviously now the schedule's different, but she used Hawaii as this leverage point and this platform to rocket her into the rankings for the end of the year. So I think a lot of these women and men across the world would look to Molly and be like, it is doable. And she's the exact example of what Shane was saying. When you push yourself up that risk scale a little bit more, magic happens.
You can grab that Picklum jersey. There's a lot of them around the world now, especially after that world title at WSLstore.com. As you can see the attempt from Leilani on her forehand again, going down, chasing barrels at Pipeline, and needing a 4 to move into the top 2.
You've got any jerseys?
I do, actually. Yeah, you know what? Wiggly Dantas gave me a jersey in Tahiti once. Still have that. Thanks, Wiggly. I also have Sage Erickson's jersey from her last event she competed in. I have a couple of them, actually. Sage, if you want one of them, I've got him. But yeah, she was kind enough to hand off a couple of those jerseys from Mexico at the end of that season. It's fun. It's cool to see who people are supporting globally. What I've noticed, it's not necessarily their hometown favorite. It's such a global sport, and we watch Chesney Guinotte having a big attempt at Pipeline, and she positioned herself brilliantly, gave herself a shot to maybe go excellent on that one. Molly Picklum, the world champ, styling her way through this pit, and she will fly away. All joy from Picklum so far in this heat.
We go one round further, and the level, obviously we've got the world champ in it, but the level has lifted again. We think about that first heat of the day today, Chesney. She got a really great barrel. She got a 4 to lock it in at the start. Obviously conditions are a little bit different, but now Molly's in the heat and she is pushing herself tenfold. She has absolutely lifted her game, and this is what happens when you put the best, when you put yourself with the best surfers. Look at that wave. She was so deep in the tube. Had a great line though. She was really trying to drive through there. Unfortunately, that one just absolutely chandeliering on her. But Molly, wow, she kind of stepped on her back foot for a minute there, tried to get deeper again, but just 2 open caves in 12 minutes. We haven't really seen any of these today, but Molly, she's just killing it. There's no other words but Molly Picklum. You can't expect anything less from her.
Just a few things going for us right now, Jesse Starling, right? I mean, we've got a rising swell. You know, we're seeing some bigger waves, but we've got the surfer that we're comparing the entire world to. You know, our world champion, the undisputed world champion. She proved that so many waves last year. 7.83. She's gone excellent on wave number 3 at an 8.23. It honestly feels like the whole contest has really shifted in a big way.
Oh, come in. Wrap it up. Save yourself 18 minutes. No, Molly, I think Molly also take the Rashi out of it. I think she just loves this wave. Like she wants to be the best woman out here, and she's definitely challenging that. She's shown time and time again that hard work pays off with this wave, but also she's really missed competing. I know that for a fact. She's just was itching to get back, but look at this, slots into this barrel. That drone angle shot really showing that she was nice and deep in the pocket there, stayed really open, and she read it really well from the start, got that board engaged, and then used that speed to drive that line up and just tuck perfectly in. So Molly, 8.23, she's kicking already. Let's see another 10, Mo.
Look at this. And you just see the whole pack starting to scratch out the back into position, trying to line this one up. Laura Rupp from Florianopolis, Brazil, is the one with priority in blue. Slows down the paddle. Chesney still looking, and the local wild card. We'll see that one roll underneath. But all four surfers were considering that wave that went through. But you start seeing, like, okay, what comes into world title prep? Remember catching up with Caroline Marks after her world title, and she talked to her coaches and her sport team, and they're like, yeah, enjoy this. You know, do what you want, get on all those TV shows, talk to the media, but you are going to get to a point when you can't wait to do your job again, and you're going to want to start prepping, you know, and Caroline felt that. You know, after a month, she's like, okay, I'm good, let's do this again. And you know, Molly, with how eager she is to get better, to, you know, defend the world title, she was ready to start probably a month ago, you know. So this is all part of that plan to put it together to try to create a legacy when you can actually go back to back.
I think the thing as well, and it's exciting for us as spectators, is that there's always room to improve in surfing. There's never a moment where you reach the top of your game and you're not going to get better. I mean, Kelly Slater won here at 50 years old. You're always going to keep getting better no matter where you are in your career. And I think that's what inspires the best of the best. Okay, great. You think about Griffin, right? Got second in the world last year. He's probably thinking, had a great year, best result I've ever had. How do I get better? And he's going to spend 7 months to get better. 7 months is a long time in the scheme of things. So, yeah, maybe I'm putting it out there too harsh, but I'm expecting big things on the championship tour this year.
So excited little funneler there for Laura to enjoy as she really drills that section as it came down. Real critical part of the wave to slam it. Got a little tunnel vision there. And is really just trying to stay in second. That's the goal now. Everyone's severely comboed for the win with the world champ out there. So now the battle for second has Laura putting up a decent wave.
Yes,
to really protect that spot.
Solid fight back, got a nice coverage, especially at the end. We saw that wave really fold over her a little bit more. Beautiful connection on that second one. And it had to deal with a backwash and this weird little ridge at the bottom of the wave. But Laura, she's pretty well accoladed herself. At only 18, she became one of the top 4 most winning women in Brazil. She had 9 QS victories to her name at 18 years old. Silvana Lima leads. She has 19. But Laura, she's so young. She's just coming from the Philippines as well, from the World Juniors. And to be so adaptable at such a young age to go, okay, I'm at a right-hand point break, which is powerful, but it was a bit more of a slopier wave, to I'm going to pipeline. You know, you have to be so quick and ready, and you can tell she's got that because she's just come out and posted a 5.83 with some pretty solid surfing.
Wow, and such a great position on the Challenger Series rankings. 7 is that cutoff mark, where coming into this event we see India Robinson holding on to it. But that's that sketchy position that India's in, that Amuro Suzuki's in, who we've seen stand up on the CT in the past. Laura in 9th. Kira knocked out this morning. That was a big one. She's going to have to rely on Newcastle to try to pull this one off, as we see just a stranglehold of just the European contingent. Ross was throwing it out there on the Billabong Dawn Patrol. What can we call it? Like the Brazilian Storm. And you know what? The old one that was always around was Euroforce. That's always been around.
I was thinking the Euro Surge.
That's great,
Something
too.
like that's going to play on the water as well.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
You're not convinced, though, are you?
Well, you know, I think Ross wanted it to be like a food thing. So once again, we'll put it out to the world. If you can come up with a good tagline for these Europeans that are dominating the top 7 at the moment on the women's CS. Dave Schauber joined the conversation. He wanted to get baguettes in the mix, you know, of charging through. So think about it. They're coming. They've got Yolanda Hopkins already representing, and also Tia Zabrowski representing France, the youngest ever to qualify. She's actually coming up next in Heat 2.
Yeah, I was actually looking at that. Seed 1 and 2 in that next heat. Yo-Yo taking on TT. Just more nicknames for you this morning.
I like
Take
that.
it in.
I like that. Soak that up as we look at Chesney going for a little chip off that lip line, but on her heels a bit. Chesney will let go of that turn. Yeah, a little preview of the part of the Rookie of the Year race for next year. Coming up next, Yolanda Hopkins, Tia Zabrowski, joined with also Anat Lelior and also Vahine Fierro. Vahine, first alternate in the event, got through her heat this morning.
You know, can I be honest with you? Someone who I have a real soft spot for and would love to see them get to that championship tour. We mentioned it just before, Amira Suzuki. I love the way she surfs.
Remember that shortened season in 2021? Oh, it was great to get to know her a little bit. Her great style. Gosh, she had some big heats too, and she committed to that Aussie quaddie back then, not knowing if she'd get into an event. Unfortunately, Lakey got hurt, but the fortunate part was Amuro got to put the jersey on. Molly Picklum so far in this one is just completely owning it, and she's got so many highlight reels at Pipeline. Let's go back to 2024. This is when she matched up in the final with Katie Simmers.
Oh my God. How much foam was on that face, and her lines were so clean. She just tucks in. This is that 10-point ride though. This is groundbreaking as far as it goes for women at Pipeline. This was exceptional. Tucks in, solid pipe wave. She was so deep, comes out after the spin. I think she was just as in awe of that wave as we all were. And then to come back and do it again, and obviously her and Katie have this really awesome friendly rivalry between the two, but I think they force each other to lift. What did Katie say again?
Well, just to quote it, yeah, she said Pipeline is for the girls. And that was edited for all the kids watching out there.
AJ?
But you know what I heard the backstory on that was planned.
Was it?
So talking to Strider, he was in the water. So Katie goes up to Molly. She's like, hey, whoever wins says this. This is our line. And Molly's like, well, I don't know about that. And then Katie's like, okay, you know what? Then I'm going to do it. And then she won. You know, it was like this fun little insight too.
I love that.
What's one of our favorite rivalries on tour.
I love that. I think, you know what? Shirts were made from that. So it was obviously, it's a pretty solid quote. So, and it needed to be said. That, like I just mentioned, that was a groundbreaking moment for women at Pipeline. And what Molly and Katie did that day, and Betty Lou as well, it'll go down in the history books forever.
Betty Lou in the heat with Molly Picklin in the semifinals, losing with like 8+ scores, going barrel for barrel with, gosh, one of her biggest rivals on tour as we lock in with Leilani. Little deep on that one, super crumbly as we've seen that wind pick up just slightly, blowing into the left of Pipeline. So she's still chasing a 7. Chesney chasing a 7.26. But yeah, with the anticipation of everything to come, Betty losing the draw here once again. But with Molly winning the world title, but also Betty Lou learning how to beat Molly when she was like 6-0 over Betty Lou for all those years. The entire tour is lifting, you know, and for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson to show up in the final 5 scenario, to win 2 events, both which included wins over Molly along the way, just makes the entire tour so insane to watch.
I think, especially with a wave like Trestles as well, it really is a surfer's dream. It has this incredible skate-like barrel, so if you can win there, it's showing that you've got class.
100%. What a year it's going to be. Jessie Starling hasn't even taken a single break, catching us up on the QS World Junior titles. And here with us at the CS at Pipe, we'll have Newcastle, and then the championship tour will begin. What a great season we have. It's almost if you wanted the ocean to sign off on a world title at the end of the year. These are the locations you want to see. It's all starting at Bells Beach, Margaret River, Gold Coast for Snapper Rocks, and then the recent announcement, we get to go to Raglan in New Zealand. One of the best left-handers on the planet will host the world's best. That's a fun wild card type feel, going somewhere new. Then to Punta Roca, the classic right in El Salvador, Saquarema, Tehupo'o, and Cloudbreak Lowers. That is a wild block. Look at those dates. August is going to be fun. You're going left. It's going to be big,
Oh my
hopefully. Over a reef in the South Pacific, and then right to lower trestles. Fun time to be a surf fan. Barely any breaks on that schedule. And then we'll see this postseason. I'm really interested to see how that's going to feel. Going back to the Middle East, the Surf Abu Dhabi event, and then to Peniche, Portugal. It's now moved back to October, where it once lived in the past. And then the Pipe Masters, the season finale, December 8th through the 20th, which will feel kind of like it used to. However, the change as well is it's worth 15,000 points for a win compared to 10,000 points for every other event in the season.
It's like a warm hug, that tour. It's just perfect. It looks right. The dates look amazing. We're getting variety, obviously, now with the left-hand point break on there. I love Raglan. I think it is such a fun wave. So when the announcement of that came out, I was like, sick. That makes so much sense. So I think even you saw how excited Connor was in all the social media stuff. It was like, you can't not get excited about Raglan. So yeah, that schedule, I think everyone is absolutely adoring it, and I am definitely one of those people.
Oh, yeah. I actually surfed with Billy Sterman the other day. He's so good at Raglan, his home break, and he just had so many wonderful things to say about watching the world's best compete on that wave. A lot of different moods to it, from Manu Bay down at the end, and it can be pumping and be breaking from around the corner. So much fun when you're breaking down a bit of the unknown, you know, not one of those events you see on the calendar every year. As we got 6:15 to go. Molly with priority and just an enormous lead out front. Paddling over this wave as well as Laura Romp trying to hang on to second. For Molly, her world title was just doing it her way. You know, obviously working so many years with Glenn Micro Hall, making changes and kind of picking out people throughout the year that she felt could help her out and add to what she knows. And then her hot streak, like making every final from trestles all the way to Fiji in such a variety of waves, showed something different where she peaked when it mattered and found unbelievable consistency at the home stretch.
Do you know Molly had 28 excellent scores just last year?
Goodness.
Just last year, 28 excellent scores. And it reflects in the results that she had. I mean, she potentially could have won every single event in the back half of it. I mean, she was finaling, she was getting seconds, and then for her to get the wins, I think right at the end, I think she was really frustrated, especially after J-Bay. She was like, are you kidding? She really wanted that win, but to go on and she was such a deserving champion of that world title, and just the way she's held herself afterwards as well. I think we talk about it, you know, the likes of Mick Fanning from earlier today. Molly's one of those people where she's world title or not, she's a good human in and out of the water, and at the end of the day, that's what matters most. And the world title didn't change, didn't blow her head up or anything. She's just still pickles, and I love that.
Tia Zabrowski creating history this season on tour, being the youngest to ever qualify for the championship tour. Caroline Marks did it at 15. Tia gets it done at 14. And Yolanda Hopkins, who qualified for the tour at the same event at Saquarema, is up next. So a little preview of the Rookie of the Year race. Well, some of them. We'll see what the entire class looks like after Newcastle. But these two have the benefit of no pressure. They're on tour. Now they get some practice at Pipeline. This is the backhand of Vahine Fierro. Mixing it up off the top but getting stuck in the lip in transition.
That's Lele McGon.
Oh, good call. I saw Vahine in green in the next tee. Great catch, Jesse. Yeah, Leilani going on the backhand there and just getting clipped on that finish. So Leilani needs a 7 to move into the top 2.
You know what? I saw a cleanup set come through before and it pushed her to backdoor, and I was thinking, I think that's a blessing in disguise because her backhand is so strong. Really nice first turn, tight in the pocket. You can see she drives hard through that second one. This third one, she would have really loved the completion there. It looks like she's changed boards. She's on a slightly longer board than compared to what we saw this morning. This is her best wave by far in this heat. So she's putting herself right back in. But Laura, she's very good at playing the defense game. If one of Chesney or Leilani gets a wave, she's up and riding trying to defend straight away.
Smart play. Laura being efficient with her wave count. 5.83 before. She'll have a throwaway on wave number 4. And Leilani will move up a bit, just to third with her 4.17, but changing the requirement now to a 4.67. Like we saw in the heat this morning, Leilani getting a wave in the final minute to turn the heat. She knows that 240 is all kinds of time to try to find her flow into the top two. Here's Chesney Guinotte, nice room to try to punch through that lip line. Just dedicated to tube riding in this heat, and she's had a couple where she's come really close on making.
She has a great use of speed when she locks into that barrel as well. You could see she was driving through, really held that line, was in a great part of the wave as well. Just chandeliering on her, and I feel like this wind, yeah, just unfortunately shutting it down a little bit, but wow, how is that set? That was pretty solid. So we know this swell, it's forecasted to come in. We have these somewhat tricky winds throughout the afternoons, but this is nothing that these guys aren't used to, you know, so this is what makes champions, being able to surf in all kinds of conditions. They've made the call, they're going to run through. We saw that next heat start to paddle out, and Molly really showcasing that there are great opportunities out there.
Oh, it just looks like she's surfing a different wave, doesn't she, than the rest of the field. How quick she started. 7.83 was her opener. 8.23 on her third wave. And she is just still with that game face on to prep for her world title defense. And we'll see if it's more of a world title offense this year with Molly. Sometimes, we know your life does change after that first world title. We've seen some go into it where it feels like they're going to drop something, where the target's on their back. I even go to say with Mick Fanning, you know, he had trouble sometimes following the world title, and it wasn't so much confidence. I think it was more sometimes he just needed a break. Going so all in, sometimes that year after was just tough to be right back in that same place. In saying that, Mick was always like top 5, top 3, even in those years after. But for him, you know, he's always trying to be number 1. He said sometimes he's just straight up exhausted because he sacrificed so much for that end goal. We'll see how Molly handles it for the first time this year.
Well, if we think about the last 3 years of world champions, we obviously had Caroline, then Katie, then Molly. Would you say Molly may be the most likely of the 3 of them to back it up, to go back to back?
It's a fair call. I think she's seen a lot. She's a student of the game. And you bring up a great point as well with how rare it is to have different world champions in the last few years, especially on the women's side, as we look at Molly kicking out of this one on wave number 4.
Well, the previous 15 years were dominated by the same 3 women, Tyler Wright, Carissa Moore, and Steph Gilmore.
And then all of a sudden we have 3 new faces that have world title trophies at home, you know, with Caroline, Katie, and Molly. Will that theme continue? You know, is it going to be a new face this year? Especially in women's pro surfing history, it just seems so rare. We just have dynasties, you know, Margot Oberg, Frida Zamba, Lisa Anderson with 4, Lane with 7 titles, Steph with 8, Carissa 5. You know, it's just there's these eras that are owned by certain surfers that just constantly win. Wendy Botha, you know, with 4 titles to her name. And now we're in a new era for pro surfing where there are so many contenders to be number 1 in the world. Molly Picklum, thanks for the show. 8.23, 7.83, flying into the next round just like you expected. Coming up next, a big heat in the round of 32. We'll be back at Pipe after this. Picklum coming in, talking things over with Nathan Hedge after a brilliant performance, the best of the day by far. 16.06 combined total to just flex on the Challenger Series, show how amazing she is at pipe, but specifically backdoor. A couple of big rights, 7s, 8s, and she will call it a day. Great job to Molly Picklum. Great to see her back. We missed her terribly in that off season.
So much, and came back with style, precision. She looked seriously locked in. I mean, she had hunger in her eyes out there. So I feel like good things expected from Miss Pickles this year.
It's an interesting topic, Ross. You go, okay, if you're on the CT, why don't you come here for a Challenger Series, especially with so much time off? Obvious to me is, hey, if you're injured, you need more time. But when you don't get reps at pipe, you get the chance to have it with priority.
Yeah.
With how crowded it is. You know, for Molly being a reigning world champion, you're almost scratching your head why you're not seeing maybe more in the draw.
Well, surfing a heat at pipe is a different animal, you know, and these surfers, even Molly, even though she's so good out here, it takes just reps, right? And you can get rusty, and there's not an event here until December. So, you know, I think Molly, that's the reason why she's so good, is because she checks all those boxes. She doesn't take anything for granted. She's not resting like, oh, I'm already the guy. I'm already good out here. You know, she's like, no, I need to keep practicing. Good for her.
So that wind picked up. We're just getting messages in now that that is a wrap for the day. So just like that, we're finishing off with a crazy heat, some of the biggest numbers. And we will come back tomorrow. Obviously, a lot of choices. First day of the waiting period. So a great call from Billy Kemper, Brian Robbins, and the rest of the crew as we'll prepare for some big highlights of the day. We'll first focus on the heat recap that we just saw go down. Important one that Laura Rupp did advance through. She's in the top 10.
Yeah, Laura needed this. You know, she knows how crucial this is. She got a really great barrel on that one and a solid connection to finish it off. It's always nice when you can get a combo, barrel into turn. But Molly, I mean, this was just all class. I don't know if you got to saw this, Ross, but...
I did. Yeah, so assertive. It was a different level. You know, the way that she spotted these waves, took off, pulled in, it was so quick. You know, it's more than just the actual surfing on the wave. It's everything you do leading up to standing up and pulling in, and she read it like no one has done all day. You know, just on another level.
Great to see the world champ just feeling so good at backdoor, and also seeing Laura Rupp really advance through. You can feel the pressure tighten up when you know surfers are in the top 10, knowing that they could be in that scenario one heat away from getting their spot on tour. Tough to see Kira out this morning at world number 10. She'll have a shot at Newcastle, but Laura's going to have more chances at pipe and backdoor this week.
Yeah, and you know what? She looked really convincing out there as well. I think if we go back to what Shane was talking about in the heat with him, you have to be offensive out there. You can't be on the defense. And Laura, even taking into consideration Molly and how good she is out there, and she was in her heat, Laura owned that in her own right. So I think I was really impressed by Laura. Maybe as far as taking Molly out, maybe the most impressed by Laura as far as another woman goes.
Love it. Hey, you know it's time for the 8:05 post show. Came up quickly. What a treat. We're going to watch some big highlights from the first round of competition and the first heat of the round of 32. 8:05 post show coming up next. Good afternoon, everybody. We're here on the North Shore of Oahu, and day one is complete. So it's time for the 8:05 post show to go over the major highlights and storylines that went down on day one of the Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong. You can see the ocean surface there, dealing with that wind. That was forecasted to pick up this afternoon, and with plenty of time in our waiting period and a lot of waves heading our way. It was great to have Billy Kemper meet with surfers and also talk with Brian Robbins and decide like, hey, let's wait. And that comes with a lot of knowledge, local knowledge, even though by the numbers you're going, why are we stopping? Pickles, 16-point total. It was just her execution of being a world champ that made that look really special. At the tail end of that heat, those numbers were getting a little harder to find. So plenty of room to wait at the moment, Jesse.
And the forecast looks incredible. So I feel like it's pretty fair when this wind comes up, we can really start to pick the eyes out of it. If it was the biggest day of the window and then we were left with nothing, we probably would run through. But I think it's a great call to put a pause on competition for the afternoon. Why not?
Why not? It's a great sunny day. And still some stories to catch up on, Ross. One of our favorites that's been on tour this year is kind of an unprecedented scenario. Father-daughter combo competing together on the CS with Josh Kerr in the draw and his daughter, Sierra Kerr. Sierra Kerr looked really, really solid in her heat today.
Yeah, she did. She looked great. She had a seemingly a good game plan. You know, I don't think they messed around with barrels. He just said, just get in front of it and crack it. And that's exactly what she did. There's some comfort in that because, you know, when you get this westerly wind, you know, it drops some water from the ceiling in barrels and they get really tricky. So, I mean, and just to back in the conversation of the weather, this is more to come. I think we're going to have a lot of, I'm guessing we're going to have a lot of these really clean mornings and onshore afternoons. So, you know, a lot of sitting around and looking at the ocean.
Yeah, you've got all these tools to forecast. We're grateful for Surfline. And then you go back to let's see what every day brings and see how many heats we can really accomplish on the day. We know the swell is going to be there. But looking at the highlights from heat number 8, Sierra Kerr doing a great job today, putting on the jersey and absolutely adapting to the conditions here at Pipe and Backdoor, Jesse.
Yeah, Sierra, she's one of a kind, really. She is so impressive, and she's really impressive when it gets big, just like that. Solid, single connection, but with the free fall out of it, adds drama, adds this element of risk. The judge is loving to see it, and just big fans of water coming off the back as well, really showing the connection. It's on point out there.
Good board selection too. She has a shorter board there and that fit right in those tight sections.
Yeah, something her dad does as well. It gets real small boards, takes off late. He was a slab hunter when he was on tour, and he's had Sierra grow up in the exact same way, letting go of the rope at a young age. She's comfortable when the waves are going inside out. Look at that number, 767. Rare to get a score that big today. Clutch performance as well from Teresa Bonvalo from Portugal, where she really wants to get on the tour full time as well.
Especially when you have someone like Yolanda just clinch a spot. She's the first Portuguese woman to ever qualify for the World Tour. And Teresa was the front runner for a really long time. So it might be that little bit of extra flame that she needs to get herself over the line.
Yeah, it's first you go, okay, we've got the first full-time woman from Portugal, Yolanda Hopkins. But now it's like, wait, she might be joined with some company where she'll share that first, you know, potentially with Veselko, you know, and seeing what Teresa's been doing for many, many years, trying to tie back in that European force.
Where do we leave
sort
with
of call
European
that you were trying to make.
entourage. What are we thinking about here? Fromage?
Because the
fromage entourage. Oh my God, there it is. It's fromage entourage.
But we don't want it to be too French, right? Or like
true.
the baguette brigade. But we want it to really include.
It's okay. It doesn't have to be a today thing. We can regroup tomorrow.
Let it marinate.
Yeah.
Keep sending your suggestions. Like the Brazilian Storm, that's your motivation. What is going on the CS for the women right now? Because they are dominating that top 7 picture. You know, it's a showstopper when you've got a world champ at the CS level. And it's starting to make more sense what Molly's intentions are. Not just showing up and defending her world title. She's going to be well prepared once again on a wave where you could argue, hey, you've already got it figured out. Molly showed up again and picked out the best waves in this lineup before the wind picked up, Jesse.
Yeah, we saw Laura Rupp. She had really nice wave selection as well and just was in that full attack mode, getting a really great combo in this wave too. Nice bower ride, comes through, solid looking end section hit here, but Nothing came close today than to Molly Picklin. This was the first wave of her heat, tucks in, pulls through all the way out, and Molly, she goes, oh, I might take a little bit more, because why not? I mean, she has such a good read on this wave, and she is the epitome of hard work pays off. She has been working at figuring this wave out for so long to get 2 incredible backdoor rides. The best of the day, get over 16 points. Molly Picklin is picking up exactly where she left off the season last year.
And we have so many CT names to look forward to seeing as well. Isabella Nichols, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Gabrielle O'Brien, Luana Silva, Aaron Brooks, Caitlin Simmers, so much to look forward to, and they'll be trying to match what Picklin did today, Ross.
Yeah, Molly, again, she's just really, it was impressive, obviously for the judges too, but she's very decisive. It was a new level, you know, like a lot of people are trying to figure it out and kind of compete and scratch for scores, and Molly, she spotted those 2 barrels very quickly. She tucked in, she grabbed, you know, did the armbar stall. Everything was real, like the confidence was on another planet. So, you know, it's cool because we were talking about it earlier today. This is cool. We have a CS event here in Hawaii at Pipe, so you get to see different names, but you still have people like Molly just kind of cracking the whip on everybody.
Oh, so good to see that. And I love that you see CT surfers in a Challenger event. There's topics about that. Hey, like they're taking points potentially from the Challenger Series surfers. In my opinion, you're never going to win an argument saying someone's too good to be in a pro event. You know, I mean, you want to see the best no matter what level. And we really got to benefit from that today. First day of the waiting period, we saw the wind come up. That put a stop to that second round. Let's bring up the maps from our friends at Surfline to break down what to expect for the next few days. We know a ton of surf, but that wind could be a factor.
Yeah, definitely. One thing I've learned over the last couple of days is that Ross and I are bathymetry nerds. And when you look at these swells, they're really coming and starting off at Japan. They're slipping off, hitting this hot water through towards Hawaii and then supersizing. And that's why we're getting this really big swell. It's coming through at a great angle. It's just this wind. It's kind of playing up with us a little bit, but look at the forecast. 15 to 20 foot faces, cross to offshore to onshore in the afternoon Saturday. Sunday morning looks great. And I feel like the mornings are going to be pretty playful. It's just the afternoons that are going to wreak a little bit of havoc for us.
You get a lot of that. With swell comes, you know, we get the nice trade winds in Hawaii, and that comes from high pressures. But high pressures push swells away. So, you know, it's sort of a double-edged sword. You want the low pressures to come nice down, you know, down all the way towards Hawaii to give us swell, but then that cuts off the trade winds a lot of the time. So you need that little happy medium of the swell arriving and the west winds staying at bay. And right now, the west winds are on us a bit. So every morning, you know, it's going to drive these forecasters a little crazy because we're right in that window where it could be glassy all day or do this where the convection wind turns on.
Yeah, wake up in the morning and we'll see what we have in store. Obviously a ton of swell, and hopefully the stars align and it's really clean for us for this Challenger Series event. Picking out the top 5 is always a fun one because you want to see who's going to end up winning the 805 post show with all the different highlights and how things started early this morning on a rising swell. Our competitors were tested on knowing when to barrel hunt and also know when to go to turns first thing in the morning.
Yeah, we saw a lot of our competitors start to really pull back and be like, okay, maybe barrels aren't the go right now. I need to make it through this opening round. And that's exactly what we saw. So yeah, pretty impressive.
Heading into the top 5, this is a wild one, Ross. You're on the call for this one. Interference happening in this heat.
Yeah, let's see if we can get Mitchell Salazar down there to get an interview because both of these women from Japan, somehow a miscommunication there. You know, she thought, I think maybe she had priority is what happened, or they said, hey, let's split the peak. And obviously that didn't happen there. Unfortunate for her because, you know, the whole time we were also talking about the helmet. Maybe she couldn't see. She sort of had that tunnel vision. Didn't look, you know, didn't have that peripheral vision behind her. And got an interference. That was pretty crazy.
Tough one there. That was heat 7, Mirai Ikeda and Anand Matsuoka with the confusion there. Anand just had to straighten out. So an awkward one as things continued. Number 4 on the top 5, Anat Lelior, went big today.
Oh, absolutely. She was winding up that back end just time and time again. Not only with this 2-turn combo, but she really did set the standard of, okay, if you're going to go to turns, let's make it something pretty special. And that's exactly what she did on this wave in particular. Big, solid connection on a really meaty section coming back towards. So there's a lot of power behind that board there.
And number 3 on the daily top 5, local wild card, Chesney Guinotte got the first win of the morning.
Yeah, just a young teenager here being groomed in Hawaii, and this is great. You know, we get to see them kind of dip their toes in the water here in these big events in Hawaii for the first time. Chelsea, we were making comparisons to, you know, Aki. She has that real stable, classic bottom turn, that stance, that style, and she ripped.
Great job, Chesney Guinotte. She ended up falling out in the round of 32, but representing well. And then number 2 on the top 5, Sierra Kerr going crazy.
She's just so reliable for a good heat, and big sections, they get rewarded with Sierra Kerr because she is going to hit them and hit them hard. And I just feel like her timing was just impeccable. Look how clean the conditions were. Really tight turns in the pocket. The fan of water coming off the back here for Sierra. And she's not scared. We know this. So I feel like this is fun, playful conditions for her.
And taking the win in the 8:05 post show, winning the day in the last heat, world champ Molly Picklum.
Pickle Me Elmo, she's so classic. I love her. Every time you see her, she's got this really cool swagger. She's kind of, you know, has a really good blend of being cocky and confident and very likable. And it bleeds into her performances. She goes out there just knowing what to do. You know, she doesn't second guess herself, and she's got the talent to back it up. It's a beautiful thing that she's in this event.
What a great read on the ocean. That's given her so much, winning specialty events at Pipe, finaling in 2024, semifinal last year at the Pipe Pro. Now she'll be able to revel at this event at the Challenger Series to prep her more for what could be the world title decider in December at the Pipe Masters.
Joe and I were talking, we were saying, when you think about the previous women world champions, you know, especially in the last 3 years, you had Caroline, Katie, and Molly. Out of all of them, Molly probably has the potential to go back to back, just even in a calculated sense, I feel like, as well. And to do it and win it here, I think that's like the cherry on top.
Well, Molly's one of the few surfers that doesn't mind going left or right. She's not afraid to, you know, knife it and go backside at Pipe, or obviously, you know, take off on a spooky wave at backdoor. And it's 1.5 points. That's a new thing this year, you know, and so it's going to be a big event at Pipe. And those people that have no guardrails, you know, that they have an advantage.
So on deck, potentially first thing in the morning, call will be at 7:15 local time tomorrow. We could see that little maybe Rookie of the Year preview, Tia Zabrowski, Yolanda Hopkins on the matchup. Or remember, we have the locals round that's still on deck. Guys like Joey Johnston, that local crew that's ready to really make a name for themselves at this event are waiting to see what the call will be. We'll say bye for now this afternoon on Oahu. Hope you're happy wherever you are in this world. And we'll see you bright and early at 7:15 for the call. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.